Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reborn into the World of One Piece as Enel and Conquered the Pirate World. Let the tale begin. Chapter 61. Clashing with the Strongest. From the start, Enel knew that he couldn't just jump ship and start fighting Marines, especially not after befriending so many of them. Instead, he decided to do what he did best, take on Whitebeard with all of his strength. The old man had gone to war prepared to die. His sickness was catching up to him regardless, so he likely wanted to make sure that he at least saved his children. In truth, his death was one of the most tragic in Enel's opinion. The old man had come to this place with the sole purpose of saving his son, Portgas Diaz, and not only had that part failed, but many of his children had also lost their lives in the process. And, to add even more insult to injury, Whitebeard had actually lost his life to the traitor that had started the war in the first place. Blackbeard, the one that had captured Ace and turned him into the Marines in order to gain a warlord rank. Blackbeard had not only killed him, but he had also stolen his power, which he then proceeded to use on his other children. Thankfully, Enel's plans changed that future in its entirety. But first, Enel needed things to proceed as normal, at least to some extent. Enel could see Aokiji get prepared to freeze over the tsunamis, which also meant that Luffy was on his way. Enel didn't want to waste time until then, though. He appeared on one of the cannons of Marineford, looking directly at Whitebeard with a smile on his face. The old pirate was quick to notice him, raising an eyebrow for a second, as Enel's staff turned into a large naginata. Enel jumped, creating a sonic boom, pushing all of the Marines around him backwards, in midair. The blade of his naginata turned black as a wide smile reached Enel's lips. Newgate, Enel shouted as he prepared to swing his naginata in an obvious motion. Whitebeard smiled at that scene. Young people get more and more impressive each generation. Marco, as well as a few of the captains, wanted to quickly intercept the brazen rear admiral that was trying to attack their father. But all of them stopped when Whitebeard showed them the back of his palm, signaling them to stand down. Whitebeard then stepped heavily on his ship, making it shake in the water as his blade also seemed to turn black, with red lightning crackling around it. He quickly turned around slightly and swung his naginata upwards, meeting Enel's blade halfway. What followed was a clash that managed to shock the world. Their blades didn't get to touch, as their wills clashed first. The world around them slowed to a crawl, and the birds in the sky seemed to flee in fear. The skies were ripped wide open as the waves around Marineford stopped in their tracks. The air broke at Whitebeard's blade, as the veins on the old man's arms became more and more apparent. The shockwave pushed every Marine back. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates on board were also forced to plunge their weapons into the ship in order to hold on. Pops! Marco plugged one of his talons into the ship, as his wings protected most of the crew members behind him. He hadn't expected Enel, a rear admiral of all people, to be the first on the Marine side to attack. Reckless idiot! Hina and Akainu shouted in the distance, surprisingly at the exact same time. The two fighters that were clashing had completely closed off their perception of the world around them. Their wills focused entirely on one another. Whitebeard didn't seem to be mad about the attack. Instead, all of the people could hear a burst of loud laughter. Gururara! Ha ha ha! Both Enel and Edward Newgate were testing their willpower against each other, each trying to push the other a bit more with each second that passed. Enel could feel it, his golden gauntlets bursting and being sent flying like shrapnel towards different buildings in the distance. He could feel his muscles bursting from the strain, as his hockey struggled to try to keep up with Whitebeard's strength. In the end, the strongest man alive obviously prevailed, his large arms flexing with his muscles straining a bit. Enel was blasted backwards. He ended up being plunged like a nail into one of Marineford's buildings in the distance, breaking it completely in the process as a dust cloud obscured everyone's view of Enel's state. But the clash itself had lasted for around a dozen seconds, something that far exceeded everyone's expectations. Enel! Akainu shouted as he stood up. Many turned to the admiral, to see him madly looking in between both the dust cloud and Whitebeard in the distance. Sengoku also released a frustrated sigh. He just had to go and do something like that. Aokiji, the Ice Admiral, was rather shocked at what he had just witnessed. But he didn't let that shock last for long, as he proceeded to quickly freeze the tsunamis surrounding Marineford. Kizaru simply muttered, "Impressive," as he patted some of the dust that had reached his costume. The clash had been large enough to affect everyone on Marineford. And so, the war started, with Akiji also quickly freezing all of the water in the bay, and the pirates being energized by witnessing their father/captain's strength. Enel simply looked at the holes in the collapsed ceiling above him. "Yeah, that went a lot better than I expected." Enel didn't get up, laying in that rubble pile for a bit more, as he wondered why someone like Whitebeard would even need to struggle in that clash. I guess his sickness really has gotten to him. Still, Enel looked at his arms. Both of them had burst muscles and ruptured skin. It was clear that the old man wasn't holding back to make things easier for Enel. If he was in his prime, he would have most likely turned my arms into a thin paste. Enel winced at the thought. Enel then glanced at the side, glancing at the bent naginata that had landed a bit further away from him. Enel didn't let that complete loss discourage him, though. The tiredness he felt was also not something he concerned himself with. The main thing that he felt right now was excitement. I didn't instantly die when clashing with the strongest man in the world. All of the sleepless weeks he had spent training, all of the blood and sweat he had shed to grow his strength in such a short time. All of that was validated by that single clash. Sparring with Garp was not the same as this. The old man had always gone somewhat easy on Enel. After all, in a life and death battle, Garp could likely kill Enel in a few punches. Enel knew that facing these top powers with only his body and enhanced speed was simply impossible. But now he had forged his body and hockey enough to at least take a serious hit from someone of Garp's and Whitebeard's caliber. So, Enel could only laugh, much like he had laughed during the clash with Whitebeard. That satisfying feeling of seeing and feeling the results of his training. It was more than cathartic, it was almost addictive. Enel stood in that rubble for a bit longer. Then he slowly got up, walking over to his bent naginata, picking it up and straightening it with his power, as he turned it back into a staff. He put the staff on his back, as his arms could use a break currently. Enel then proceeded to use his observation hockey and went to collect the gold from his gauntlets, reforming them and using them to tightly bind his wounded arms. The tight fit seemed to somewhat quell the bleeding, as Enel was finally prepared to step back into the war. To Enel's surprise, Squard's betrayal hadn't happened anymore, as Enel's clash with Whitebeard had made all of the captains vigilant, and Marco was able to stop him before he stabbed his father in the back. Whitebeard still hugged Squard, despite the attempted betrayal. The old man could forgive people stabbing him in the back. That was just how much lenience he gave to his children. It was rather admirable, but Enel didn't have the time to ponder on that for too long. The war had already jump-started, and Luffy was already being assisted by his companions as he ran towards Ace's platform. Akainu was currently facing Whitebeard. Marco was fighting with Kizaru, holding him back, and Akiji was also fighting a few of the captains by himself. Hancock was doing a lot more damage to the Marines than she was to the pirates, something that didn't quite shock Enel. Hina was doing her best, but she wasn't strong enough to make a large difference in a war of that scale. Enel started walking towards the platform. He looked at Garp, who was currently sitting near Ace. He jeppoed his way on top of the platform, shocking Sengoku a bit with his messy appearance. "Enel, why did you do that?" Sengoku shouted in annoyance. He had hoped for his plans of turning Newgate's children against him would work to weaken the old man even further. But Enel's outburst had made things a lot worse for him. "Why wouldn't I? This is a war, Sengoku. You can't micromanage every aspect of it," Enel said as he sat down on the platform, glancing at the situation with a weary gaze. Akainu was having a difficult time matching up with a less injured Whitebeard, but he was still holding his own. "We will talk more after this. Don't get involved without my orders anymore." Enel just rolled his eyes at that. He was getting the same treatment as Garp, for some reason. Enel could see the pacifists being destroyed by Hancock, as she shielded Luffy from them. It was also at this point that Sengoku gave the executioners the word, and they raised their blades to pierce Ace. Luffy rushed through the crowd of trained Marines. Enel whistled as he tried to understand how Luffy was even holding his own against that many Marines. But that didn't last forever, as he was pushed to the ground eventually. The people helping him were all preoccupied with fighting strong opponents after all. That was when it happened. Just as Ace was about to die, Luffy released a burst of Conqueror's Haki powerful enough to knock out all of the Marines near him and the executioners on stage. Enel could feel that burst of energy. He could tell it was untrained, but he could also tell that it was strong. A lot stronger than he had expected it to be. He could see all of the admirals being shocked by it. Even Akainu turned his head around slightly, which made him receive a punch that sent him flying into the distance. Kizaru was quick to try and shoot a laser towards Luffy, which was blocked by Ivankov, as he positioned himself in front of it and released a hell wink. Enel struggled to understand just what that attack was while Luffy continued making his way to the platform as one of his allies, and a revolutionary fighter created a bridge of stone for him. Enel couldn't help but wonder how the world aligned for Joy Boy to get his way. The way things were positioning themselves, it made Enel wonder how exactly Akainu had even managed to kill Ace. Chapter 62. Saving a Pirate. Enel didn't bother to stop Luffy at all. He simply yawned as he sat down on the edge of the execution platform. If Luffy had failed his Conqueror's Haki reveal event, Enel would have interfered without a second thought. He was waiting for the last second. If the blades touched Ace's skin, then Enel would have pushed the executioners away without hesitation. But it wasn't needed apparently. Garp also did his thing and let Luffy knock him out as the young man rushed to save his brother. Luffy also noticed Enel, but he didn't try to attack the rear admiral, only shouting, "Hello, long ears," as he ran past him. Enel simply smiled a bit as he let out another yawn. "Ace, I'm here to save you." Luffy quickly took out the key that Hancock had given him. That was when Enel noticed something strange. Kizaru, unlike he was supposed to do in the show, aimed his laser not at the key, but directly at Luffy's head. Using future sight, Enel was able to just barely move the tip of his blackened staff in front of that yellow laser, parting it in many sides as it broke some of the buildings in the distance. Enel masked that as him simply stretching, but plenty of people had managed to catch that movement, including Whitebeard from below. The old pirate just smirked at that. That Luffy brat really has a talent for making friends. Enel? What is the meaning of this? Sengoku shouted as he quickly started growing larger, finally turning into a golden giant as Enel just stared with a wry smile. What do you mean, boss? I'm just stretching here. Did something happen? Enel simply said as he looked up at the fleet admiral without any shame in his gaze. Luffy had completely missed what had happened, but Ace was able to see it rather clearly. So he's on our side. No, I guess he's just Luffy's friend, otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked Pops. Ace thought to himself as Luffy was quick to try and turn the key to his seastone cuffs. Do you really think I'd just let you do that? Sengoku said to the side as he completely turned into a giant golden human. Enel narrowed his eyes a bit as he jumped a bit off the platform. Sengoku's palm released a shockwave, one that Luffy was miraculously able to block with a balloon. Well, he didn't really block it. He just resisted it for long enough for their footing to completely collapse. Enel hopped in the air on one leg as he looked at the situation with crossed arms. Kizaru hadn't attempted any other similar attack on Luffy, but Enel could tell that the Admiral was rather displeased with Enel's involvement. Enel blinked a few times as a flying blue bird rushed towards him. It was none other than Marco. Enel simply scowled. Both of his legs hopped on the air as he blasted himself forwards and met the flying phoenix head-on. Staff met claws as flames started spreading out around them. "Thank you, Enel," Marco whispered a bit, as he then pushed Enel back a bit using his talons and proceeded to fly away and save a few of his crewmates from Kizaru. Enel just let him off, as he realized that Marco most likely thought Enel was still trying to remain as a Marine. What an oddball, the Rear Admiral thought to himself as he looked back at Ace and Luffy. At this point, Ace had already been freed. He and Luffy were throwing around Marines as they were quickly retreating. Enel raised an eyebrow as he finally noticed the odd looks Kizaru was giving him. Eventually, he started hopping toward the two retreating pirate brothers. Whitebeard also gave the following order next. "Everyone, protect Ace and Luffy. We are retreating." The old man hadn't received anywhere near as many injuries as he had in the original. Akainu hadn't been able to take him by surprise much. Without the squad's betrayal, which would have severely injured Whitebeard, the situation was really stacked against the magma-spitting admiral. Kizaru had tried aiding him as much as possible, but Marco had him covered on that front. Akiji was also assisting, but he wasn't a great team fighter for Akainu, as the other admiral's magma was constantly getting in the way of his ice. And his ice was also being crushed by Whitebeard's tremors. Whitebeard had still received quite a few injuries, including a magma-fueled punch to the chest, but it had been a trade-off, as Akainu was squashed into the ground in order to land that one. Akiji was quick to try and stop Ace and Luffy, but Ace's fire seemed to overwhelm his ice, which meant he was unable to do much to stop their retreat. So, he quickly switched roles with Akainu, Akiji quickly taking to fighting Whitebeard, as Akainu chased after the last remaining blood relative of Joel D. Roger. The two of them clashed, which led to Ace being quickly overwhelmed. My magma can easily burn your fire. Enel could hear Akainu gloat a bit as he managed to slightly injure and push back the fire-creating pirate. Enel could hear all of the captains in Whitebeard's crew shouting in desperation for Ace to run. Marco had been trapped with sea stone cuffs, so he was unable to rush there and stop Akainu. And, unfortunately, the young and courageous Ace was being riled on by Akainu's insults. It wouldn't have mattered much if Akainu had just insulted Ace, but he had also insulted Whitebeard. Ace ignored his crewmates. He also ignored his father's words to retreat. He respected him far too much to allow him to be insulted by anyone. But how exactly was Ace supposed to be able to win against Akainu? He was once again pushed back. This time Luffy also got involved, trying to punch the Admiral and make him back off a bit. At that point, Luffy also got slightly burnt, which sent him tumbling towards the ground in pain, as he clutched at his burnt arm. Enel raised an eyebrow at that, as he wondered why Luffy's fire immunity wasn't coming into play. Akainu then towered over him, his fist cocked backwards, trying to kill the young fledgling pirate. That was when Ace got in front of him. Enel could basically hear the scared shouts of Ace's crewmates. Ace was determined. He wasn't about to let his young brother die right in front of him, not while he could still do something to stop it, even if that something meant giving his life away. Just as Akainu's fist was about to pierce Ace, Ace gritted his teeth as he looked at Luffy in front of him. That was also when Enel appeared right in between Ace and Luffy, his staff instantly tuning into a blackened half-sphere that covered Ace. The young pirate was shocked, as Enel had technically just teleported in his face, but he didn't have the time to react much verbally, as he was quickly pulled by a metallic tendril and thrown back into Luffy, sending the two of them tumbling a bit. Enel's sphere was quickly melted through, as he pulled back his metals and reformed them in his gauntlet arms, recreating his staff in an instant. Enel, what stun are you trying to pull? Akainu was beyond pissed off when he realized what had happened. He had been a millimeter away from killing Ace, from completing his mission, before Enel had interfered. Akainu, I don't mean this in a bad way, but I hardly see any reason why either of these kids should die by your hand today. Enel's words weren't anywhere near as loud. Still, all of the people that heard them could only recoil in shock. Some had already seen Enel protect Luffy, but that could have been interpreted as a mistake. No one knew that Kizaru was aiming for Luffy's head anyway. So it wasn't anywhere near as major as him jumping in front of Akainu. This time, though, he had well and truly done it. Enel, are you betraying the Marines? In order to save two dirty criminals? Akainu's anger could clearly be felt, as his fist lunged forwards. His punch crashed into the ground with the force of a volcanic eruption. Enel had managed to jump away without much issue, but he could see the ground being split open and magma started to rise. Dirty criminals? I agree that most pirates deserve that moniker, but these two haven't done much to earn it. I'm sick and tired of this. Akainu raised an eyebrow at Enel's words. They gained their bounties rightfully. They slighted the world government time and time again. Akainu didn't want to give up on his fellow Marines so easily, but Enel wasn't budging. We both know that bounties have nothing to do with crimes. Akainu? It's all about what the government feels. Akainu's anger manifested again in Ugami Gyurin. With his fist cocked back, He shot a wave of magma shaped like a fanged dog head towards Enel, who had just landed on the ground. Enel simply pointed his arm towards the incoming attack. Elthor. His hand instantly turned into a huge laser that completely dwarfed the incoming attack. Akainu simply saw a flash of light, after which he was sent flying by the lightning blast as the ground around him was burnt to a crisp. The laser continued forwards, passing above the heads of many Marines and hitting the Marine headquarters, creating an explosion that sent tremors throughout the island. So cool, Luffy said to the side, which made Enel just stare at him for a bit. That display managed to somewhat halt the aggression, as everyone was currently staring at the unfolding disaster in front of them. Lightning? One of the Marines said as he took a step back. Many of the Marines had similar reactions. Many didn't know whether this was a good thing or not, but since Enel had just blasted Akainu further inland, most surmised that this wasn't a good thing at all. Enel. Sengoku was the first to shout, as he dashed towards the traitorous Marine. His palm extended towards him, releasing a large shockwave that pushed back most of the Marines nearby. Enel simply turned into a bolt of lightning and traveled up Sengoku's arm, paralyzing it in the process. Rather stormy today, wouldn't you say so? Enel said as he crouched down on Sengoku's shoulder and looked at the clouds in wonder. Why are you doing this? Sengoku said as he tried to calm down a bit. He still didn't want to consider Enel as an enemy. I can't let you kill my friend, referring to Luffy, by the way. If we were executing some big-shot pirate, then I wouldn't care. But this is just a bunch of kids, Enel said as he jumped a few times and headed for the clouds. That was when another admiral decided to intervene. Yasukani no Magatama, Kama Jewel of 8 Shaku, countless rays of light headed for Enel, as Kizaru finally decided to get involved in that mess. As a bolt of lightning, Enel managed to dance around the light rays, as he also started receiving more and more attacks. Ice block, partisan. Enel's body then twirled to the side, as dozens of ice spears were sent toward him. Kazan also decided to try and contribute to the fight. At this point, the Whitebeard pirates were starting to retreat, so no one was holding back the admirals anymore. Enel simply swung his staff, creating a dome around him as all of the spears were blocked. Enel frowned a bit as he felt his shield freeze over, but that didn't last long, as he sent a current of electricity through it, heating it up and melting all of the accumulated ice. Ryusei Kazan, Meteor Volcano. Akainu had also managed to fly back from the other side of the island. His fists were pointed at the sky as he shot countless giant magma fists toward Enel. At this point, most of the lower-ranking Marines were running away, same for the weaker pirates. Enel didn't falter at all in the face of the attacking admirals, though. Sango, lightning flash. Enel raised an arm to the skies. Out of it parted countless lightning bolts, striking down on Marineford and intercepting all of the attacks that were coming his way. Countless explosions spread and left behind only scorched earth. Enel did his best to avoid hitting the Marines below, but it was difficult with all of the admirals attacking him. Enel was currently using the techniques that the old Enel had already trained. He wanted to see just how well they held up. Thankfully, they seemed to be rather effective, as most of the strikes that had been heading towards him were shot down. Pandemonium spread as more and more people realized that they were being attacked by yet another fruit that was capable of destroying islands. As if Whitebeard wasn't enough, one of the Marines below said as he ran as far as he could. Fear and confusion were the most common thing among the Marine ranks now. Their morale was extremely low, and the only thing keeping the fight going was their pride. After that clash, the situation had calmed down a bit, as Enel floated in the skies and looked down at Marineford with narrowed eyes. Akainu was still recovering, as Enel's lightning had injured him a bit. Sengoku had been struck by a few stray bolts of lightning, but he was just paralyzed for a bit, not seriously injured by any stretch of the imagination. Kizaru and Kazan were forced to break their attention as some of the captains of Whitebeard's crew started attacking them in order to try and cover their crewmates' retreat. It was now that the situation took a strange turn. It seems we are a bit late to the party. A boisterous voice was heard from the side. Chapter 63, Marshal D, Teach, and Adversity. What the hell is this guy doing here? Enel pondered as he looked at the massive figure that had just pulled up to the scene. Enel could clearly see Blackbeard and his gathered crew waltz into the ongoing war. Even their giant had shown himself, as he had been hiding behind some tall buildings. The former rear admiral was utterly flabbergasted that the idiot had actually shown up at Marine Ford. In the original, he showed up only when Whitebeard was missing half of his head. Why is he here now? Enel thought he'd have to hunt down Blackbeard after the war, as that would have made the most sense with how things had been developing. Shiryu was also there. The psychopath looked a bit less calm than usual, though, as his gaze met Enel's. "Old man," Teach spoke out, with an arrogant grin on his face. The Marines were all shocked when seeing so many criminals gathered around Blackbeard. He had truly gathered an all-star crew of criminals so feared that their names had been erased from history. "Shiryu? What is the meaning of this? What happened to Magellan? Why are all of you here?" Sengoku slowly got up in the distance. The anger in his voice was rather obvious. "You'll find out what happened to him soon. Anyway, I've decided to team up with these guys," Shiryu said as he smoked his cigar and looked around the battlefield. His hand was already on his blade as he prepared for the worst. Sengoku kept questioning them about how they had passed through the gates of justice and whatnot, but Enel was no longer paying attention to that. He didn't care all that much for Blackbeard's crew currently, but that wasn't the case for Whitebeard, as he was the first one to walk up towards his former son. "Teach," the older man said as he looked down at his disowned son. Blackbeard was speaking haughtily about the way he had overcome the gates of justice, about how magnificent his plan was, at least until he ate a shockwave from Whitebeard's Naginata. All of his crew members who were nearby were sent flying into rubble, but all of them got up rather quickly. Marco was quick to turn into a blue phoenix and was about to rush and assist his father. "Marco, stand back." Whitebeard stopped him instantly, though. Whitebeard then continued to make his way toward the newcomers. "You broke the one iron rule on my ship? Let's settle this, Teach." Akainu also started flying towards Whitebeard. "While he's distracted, we must at least kill Whitebeard." Akainu was still injured due to receiving attacks from both Enel and Whitebeard, but he didn't let that hinder him much. He dashed forwards, heading straight for the legendary pirate with malicious intent. Enel wasn't about to let him interfere with the father-son reunion, though. He was genuinely curious as to how Blackbeard planned to defeat Whitebeard under these circumstances. The Lightning Man was quick to dash towards Akainu's back. What he hadn't expected was to be intercepted right when he got near the Admiral. "You brat." It was none other than the old Garp. His blackened fist cocked backwards and struck at Enel's face. The old man had likely anticipated that he'd go after Akainu, so he had enough time to act. Although Garp sounded mad, he had a large smile on his face. It was clear that this was nothing more than keeping up appearances to him. In truth, the old man was currently feeling like crying tears of happiness. Both of his grandsons had survived. Who cared if they were pirates? To him, they were family. And Enel had made a sacrifice and protected that family when he was too conflicted to do so himself. Although he acted mad, deep inside, he felt that he owed Enel quite a lot on this occasion. Enel also knew that Garp was likely not mad at him, so he decided to not try and injure Garp in any way. With skillful movements and using his observation haki to bend himself around Garp's body, paralyzing him in the process and still going straight for Akainu. Garp fell to the ground, unable to use Jeppo as his body refused to listen to him for half a second. The old man smiled as Akainu's claw was intercepted by Enel's staff. Akainu swore loudly as sparks arose from their armament haki-enhanced strikes. His claw seemed to be winning, though, as it was starting to cut into the staff. This wasn't just a contest of strength, though. It was a battle. So Enel was quick to bind the staff around the Admiral's arm. Akainu struggled, as he was then hurled towards the ground, his body weakened by the sea stone-laced staff that Enel wielded. Enel didn't stop there, though. He managed to bind Akainu in thick chains, and then he sent the Admiral flying with a strike of his staff. Sengoku acted quickly, catching Akainu and sending a volley of shockwaves toward Enel and Whitebeard. Enel simply winced, as his staff quickly turned into dozens of tendrils, aiming to intercept each shockwave before they reached him. The air blasted the tendrils apart, but the shockwaves were successfully stopped. At this point, Enel was pushed a bit more, and he was standing back-to-back with Whitebeard. The old man huffed a bit, observing the rear admiral from the corner of his eye. Doing such useless things. Still, thank you for saving my son. Newgate gave Enel his gratitude in a short exchange as he turned his attention back to Teach. Don't mention it. Now, if we could both get the hell out of here after you deal with this bastard, Enel said as he continued to block whatever incoming attacks he could with bolts of lightning. Teach had also dashed towards Whitebeard at this point. He already had spread out his darkness underneath the two of them. It wasn't doing all that much, besides preventing the old man from moving. Unfortunately for Teach, Whitebeard had no intention of moving his legs. The large man instead swung his naginata, a white halo covering the blade of it as he intercepted Blackbeard's fist. Zehahaha. Teach laughed loudly as his fist seemed to hinder the quake powers that Whitebeard wielded. But that didn't do all that much in the end, as Whitebeard's naginata still cut through his arm, the old man's hockey being a few leagues above that of Teach. That slash sent Blackbeard tumbling towards the ground, as he screamed in pain and held his bleeding arm. Whitebeard simply huffed. A white halo covered his fist, as he seemed to crush Teach underneath it. The air started cracking rapidly, and Teach was being squashed into the ground. Blood spilt out of his mouth as the bones in his body broke rapidly. The crack spread all over the ground, and the shockwave that wave produced shook Marineford and pushed back most of Blackbeard's crew members. What? Are you trying to kill me? Teach shouted as he struggled underneath Whitebeard's fist. Edward Newgate simply huffed at that shameful display, retrieving his fist and staring down at the pathetic form of his former son. Enel also raised an eyebrow at that display. This buffoon was supposed to be the main antagonist of the show? Enel thought to himself as his palm parted into lightning bolts and blocked off a few light rays and even more shockwaves. This can't keep going forever. Enel thought to himself as he wondered if grabbing Whitebeard and escaping was an option. At this point, most of the important figures in the Marines were heading his way, trying to both take him down and kill Whitebeard. Ace and Luffy had already managed to jump onto a submarine, and Jinbei had helped them navigate through the water and break the ice in order for them to retreat successfully. At this point, the Marines had zero chance of actually killing Ace or Luffy. But Whitebeard hadn't left Marineford yet. He planned to be the last to leave, to make sure not one of his children was left behind. He was covering their retreat by catching the attention of the Marines, and Enel was doing the expert job of blocking every single attack that was heading for his back, as he dealt with his former son that had just appeared on the battlefield. Enel knew that he would slowly start getting tired if the situation continued like that. Both of his injured hands were pointed forwards, lightning raining everywhere in front of him, blocking and pushing back all of the Marines nearby. Shit, why do we have to deal with both Rumble and Quake in the same war? A few Marines couldn't help but express their grievances. One invincible fruit was more than difficult enough to fight. Now they had two island-destroying beasts to deal with at the same time. Still, Enel didn't aim directly for them. Enel wanted to avoid bloodshed as much as possible. But the lightning bolts sent currents through the ground, paralyzing more and more Marines. Whitebeard's tremors also created great cracks, as the whole of Marineford trembled under the attacks of the two Devil Fruit users. Blackbeard was quick to call for the help of his newly assembled crew, and all of them started trying to attack Whitebeard. Whitebeard winced, as his body stopped momentarily due to his sickness. Blackbeard's crew quickly took that opportunity, many of them pointing their guns at the strongest man in the world with nasty smiles on their faces. Blackbeard also took out a gun hurriedly, and in sync with all of his subordinates, they all started shooting at the old man. Marco shouted in the distance, as he quickly turned into a phoenix and rushed towards his father, disregarding the previous orders. The other captain followed after him. But Whitebeard wasn't alone in this. Metal tendrils extended from behind him, perfectly blocking all of the incoming bullets. Gather your wits, old man. I'll take care of the small fry. You punish your son. Enel jumped up and tapped Whitebeard on the shoulder as he turned towards the Blackbeard pirates. Whitebeard pirates. Hold back the Marines for a few seconds. Enel's order reverberated throughout the battlefield. This kicked into gear the rest of the captains, as they all quickly started trying to fight against the Marines in a desperate rush to save their father. The old man was going to complain about the insubordination, but he refrained when seeing the mad look in Enel's eyes. I get that you want to protect your kids, but this isn't the time for that. This is a winning battle. Retreat only after everything is won. Whitebeard simply smiled at Enel's words. Fine, but I don't like you ordering my children around, Whitebeard said as he stared at Teach with a cold look. Enel also started twirling his staff, metal tendrils from his gauntlets still blocking all of the bullets coming toward the two of them. Enel looked at the bastards that made up Blackbeard's crew. Now, to deal with this trash. Chapter 64. Cleaning Up and Retreat. Garp didn't really know what to expect when Enel had said that he'd make sure Ace and Luffy survived. He sure as hell didn't expect Enel to start throwing lighting around like it was candy on Halloween. Garp had pretended to attack him in rage, but he didn't really care what happened in the war anymore. To him, the only thing that mattered was the fact that both his grandsons survived. Now, the fact that Enel was obviously protecting Whitebeard did strike him as odd, but he knew that Whitebeard was a respectable man, so he didn't let it get to his head. In his books, Enel was a great friend, one that made a sacrifice to protect his friends, which also happened to be Garp's grandsons. This was not the same for Sengoku, unfortunately. The old fleet admiral was shocked from the moment Enel had blocked one of Kazara's lasers in order to protect Luffy. He had hoped that event was just a fluke, but Enel then stopped Akainu and revealed the true nature of his devil fruit. That truly angered the old man, not as much as it confused him though. So, you're telling me that everything was fake? All of that was a lie? If Enel had just revealed his fruit in the war while fighting for the Marines, Sengoku wouldn't have minded. He could somewhat understand Enel trying to hide it. The world government was always interested in powerful fruits, so they would have certainly tried to do something shady earlier than Dressrosa. But the fact that Enel had seemingly turned against them, it simply stung for the old fleet admiral. He had been somewhat cautious since the beginning with Enel, but he had still befriended him in the end, and Hina wasn't any better. She was mad. She felt like she had been deceived. But a part of her refused to believe that Enel had lied to her. A part of her kept saying that maybe Enel had a good reason for his actions, that maybe his friendship with her wasn't fake. Something, anything, to justify his actions. But Enel didn't reveal his true motives to anyone, so she had no way of knowing. Hina had decided to stand back during the war. The last thing she wanted was to actually fight Enel. She also didn't even feel prepared to face him right away. Hina could also see that the warlords were no longer getting involved. They were merely watching the situation unfold with interest. Enel, I hope that you know what you're doing. I hope it was worth it, Hina thought to herself as she took a few steps back and observed the situation with the lower-ranking Marines. The commanders of the Whitebeard crew had no time to think about those things, though. They all quickly started to hold back the Marines that were attacking their father's back. Enel knew to take advantage of that. Blackbeard's crew seemed to realize that Enel's attention was now fully on them. Enel looked first at the giant that had been hiding behind Marineford's base. His eyes sparked with lightning as he tapped his staff onto the ground. Mamaragan. Heavy thunder. The clouds that he had overcharged with lightning roared with anger. A rain of lightning fell onto the giant. His size only made him a larger target. Each bolt left more and more burns on the giant's body, all until the giant was well and thoroughly cooked, collapsing from severe injuries. The ground shook as lightning kept falling everywhere, also impeding many Marines and assisting the Whitebeard pirates further in their retreat. The giant's unconscious body hit the ground with a loud thud, breaking a few more walls in the process. Enel had avoided the giant's head, mainly in order to avoid killing him completely. He still wanted the remainders of Blackbeard's pirates to be captured after all, just in case he needed them in the future. The other pirates in the group seemed to be a bit shocked, seeing their largest and most resilient member fall in a few seconds of the fight starting. Enel then dashed towards the group, not giving them much time to register what had just happened. They all seemed to take a step back when seeing him rush like that. The next to fall was Jesus Burgess. His face caved in by Enel's heavy staff before he could even react properly. Enel then provided to turn his staff and strike towards one of the nearest pirates. Doc Q only had enough time to shriek, as he was sent flying into the crowd of Marines in the distance. Katarina Devon was the next target, but she had enough time to prepare herself, managing to block Enel's staff with her spear. She wasn't known as the most dangerous woman pirate in Impel down for nothing. Her blackened spear seemed to be able to hold up against Enel's staff perfectly. But Enel wasn't about to start playing around with her like he had Jack the Drought. With a small twirl, his staff parted around her weapons and pierced her body in 10 different places. Or at least they tried to. She had managed to cover herself in armament in time, which led to sparks rising where the tendrils tried to dig into her body. But Enel didn't let that dissuade him. The tendrils quickly entangled her, weakening her completely as she was also a devil fruit user. The sea stone impeded her hockey as well, which led to her body being pierced in different places and thrown backwards. While this was happening, the other members weren't sleeping. Shiryu, Avalo Pizarro, and Lafitte all managed to react in time, with the latter two shooting at Enel in a panic and Shiryu slicing towards him with his blade. Enel simply parted his body around the attacks. The fact that they were imbued with hockey couldn't matter less to him thanks to his observation hockey. Shiryu, being the closest, was obviously the next target. Enel kicked towards him, his blackened leg hitting Shiryu's hilt as the former warden skidded to the side. The former warden was quick to cover his body in armament hockey, preparing to tank more hits. Even if he's strong, he won't be able to kill me so quickly. He hoped that the others would be able to hit Enel while he was distracted, but fate had other plans. Enel simply stabbed his staff into the ground, tendrils rising out of the ground and forcing the other Blackbeard pirates to jump backwards. Enel then appeared in front of Shiryu, shocking the former warden and putting his palms on each side of the pirate's head. Arcs of lightning danced in between Enel's hand as Shiryu screamed in pain, slashing with his blade around in a frenzy, as Enel calmly passed through said blade with ease. After a few seconds, the former jailer had dropped his sword, grasping and clawing at Enel's hands as his head was being cooked thoroughly. Enel simply gave the former warden a cold gaze. "You should have taken my warning in good faith." Enel's words were only heard by Shiryu in the former warden's last seconds. With that, Enel dropped the warden's body to the ground. Enel quickly retrieved his staff and looked around at the situation for a bit. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates were trying to flee at that point, with only Van Augur, the sniper, still taking shots at Enel from a distance. And he was rewarded for his efforts, not in a satisfying way for him though. Enel pointed his finger towards a small lightning beam shot directly towards the sniper, who tried to move to the side, but was unable to dodge it in the end. The sniper was pierced in the gut, lightning spreading all over his body as he fell to the floor. "Fucking monster!" Avalo Pizarro, the fallen tyrant, shouted as he did his best to flee at his greatest speed. Most of the still conscious Blackbeard pirates had the same thought as they were fleeing. Unfortunately for them, they hadn't managed to make it far, as Enel's lightning moved a lot faster than they ever could. The clouds seemed to snipe them for sport, lightning striking both in their path and to the ground underneath them. The earth was blasted by the lightning strikes, and tremors spread through their surroundings, as Enel was now once again able to give his attention to the Marines. The Whitebeard pirates were holding their own nicely against the Marines. Mihawk was mainly just looking at Enel with interest, as he wasn't all that involved in the war. Marco was once again keeping Kizaru occupied, assisted by a few snipers from his crew. Sengoku was fighting Jozu and Vista, and many of the commanders were holding back vice-admirals and admirals. Enel's lighting sometimes fell from the skies, impeding the Marines they were fighting and keeping them on their toe. "Oi, you brat, don't you ignore me." Enel heard a voice in the distance. It was none other than Garp, who was approaching him at breakneck speeds. "Taking a hit won't be that bad, right? For old time's sake." Enel rationalized in his mind, as he prepared to clash with a serious Garp for the first time. Enel's staff quickly met Garp's fist, only for the staff to bend in an odd way and for him to be pushed back, breaking another building with his back and being buried in another pile of rubble. Enel didn't bother using his body to leave. He simply turned into lightning and headed straight for the clouds. From the outside, one could see a large lightning beam rising to the skies. Garp tried to follow him using Jeppo but was quickly struck by a lightning bolt, paralyzing him again and sending him hurtling towards the ground with slight burn marks on his skin. At this point, Whitebeard also looked down at his former son, the one he had put his trust into, and the one that had betrayed him. Teach, I want you to know that I won't ever forgive you. A loving father he was, but he only held one iron rule, and Teach had walked all over that. With one last slash of his naginata, Whitebeard sent a powerful quake into the ground, crushing Teach in the process as the former warlord screamed bloody murder. Whitebeard closed his eyes a bit as he delivered the last hit to the one that had betrayed his trust. Blackbeard didn't get to say anything else. His last moment alive was spent screaming, as Whitebeard's tremors broke all of the bones in his body and crushed his skull to smithereens. And, just like that, a future Emperor of the Seas was killed. Finally, it's about time I end this war now, isn't it? Enel thought to himself as his staff started rotating by itself in the air. Chapter 65. War-ending move. Whitebeard heaved a tired sigh as he looked at the body of Teach, the one betrayer of his group, the child that turned against his family, the killer of Tatch, the one that had almost gotten Ace killed as well. Edward Newgate felt strange. Although he had avenged his other son, his hands were now dirty with the blood of the one that he had once also considered family. Still, the old man felt that it was better that way. It was better for him to be the one to punish Teach. After all, the one thing he hated to see was his sons harming each other. And, as much as Teach had disappointed him, as much as he had broken the only rule he had made, he was still a son to the old man. Now that he had finally punished Teach, Whitebeard only felt tired. He felt no satisfaction in what he had done. After all, how could he? He cared just that much about his children, which was why he knew that it was time to escape. My children, all of you, get back to the ships, Edward said as he shouted with ferocious willpower emanating from him. The Whitebeard pirates listened, and all of them swiftly started fighting their way back to the ship. They all started quickly trying to create a retreating path. The Marines quickly turned more desperate, trying their best to take down any pirate that they could. Sengoku was also getting more and more desperate, as the war was looking more and more like a complete loss for the Navy. Each time a high-ranking Marine was close to taking down a pirate, or severely injuring one, a lightning strike always stopped that. It was the same when the pirates got too close to killing a Marine. Although the battle was still ongoing, and attacks were being thrown around everywhere, the battle was well and truly caught in a stalemate. And that was all because of Enel, who was currently sitting on a cloud, raining lightning down wherever he could in order to keep that stalemate going. Sengoku was quick to realize that Enel was the one preventing them from winning that battle. He grit his teeth as hate started to well up inside of him. All of the lives lost today, all of that preparation, you're telling me it was for nothing? Sengoku simply couldn't bring himself to cope with that. With an angry roar, he directed his palms at the sky. With inhuman strength, he started releasing shockwave after shockwave towards the skies. Each shockwave parted the clouds more and more. Enel scowled as he tried his best to keep the clouds together, but he had failed in the end. As the sky turned clear, the Marines were starting to regain some morale. This war isn't over yet. We can still win this, as long as Whitebeard falls here. Sengoku was quick to try and motivate his Marines further. However, Enel was getting a bit annoyed at this point. I've rested enough. It's time to end this war. With a simple gesture, he flew towards the water in the middle of the bay. He pointed his arms downwards. Attacks came from all directions, but he simply ignored them, letting them pass through him without any issue. Whether it was magma, light, or ice, none of them could injure him as long as he was concentrated enough. With a roar, he started discharging as much electricity as possible into the water. Slowly but surely, the ice around Marineford all melted, and the water started rising, pooling to the skies as it sparked with electricity. What is this? Many ships were being pushed away, as the pirates that had already retreated were all doing their best to move away from whatever Enel was creating. Stop him! Don't let him charge up and attack! Sengoku shouted as he quickly sent a shockwave towards Enel. He now knew that Enel had a fruit capable of destroying Marineford completely. The last thing he needed was for him to actually do so. Die Funka! Major eruption. Akainu had also jumped towards Enel, his fist erupting forwards as he shot as much magma as he could towards the former rear admiral. Enel managed to notice those attacks, as his concentration broke from the move that he was preparing. With a slight scowl, a massive wave of energized water rose from the sea underneath him. The water managed to both cool off Akainu's magma and paralyze him slightly, causing his body to be taken up by the wave and pushed backwards, right into Sengoku's shockwave. The shockwave dispersed the wave, but also injured Akainu. The admiral could only spit out some blood as he fell to the ground. Enel then continued to overcharge the water around him. The energized water was quick to start boiling, as he quickly started to manipulate the seas around Marineford completely. If I can control clouds, then I can control the seas too. With a monstrous amount of concentration and will, Enel quickly started forming a figure using the water that he had energized. Jormungandr. Enel raised his hands upwards as he said that, as if summoning something from the depths of the sea. Right on Enel's call, a gigantic snake formed out of the waters he controlled. Its head seemed to be larger than half of Marineford, and its body seemed to have no end, as it seemed to be directly connected to the sea. Enel smiled when seeing that his creation had succeeded. He quickly turned into a lightning bolt and tried to enter the snake's body. Kizaru was fast to intercept him, turning into light and appearing in his path. Light and lightning seemed to be flashing around in the sky for a bit, as the two of them met in midair and crashed. Both of them kicked at the other. Their kicks connected, and Kizaru's strength was shown, as he was able to overwhelm Enel after a short few seconds. Enel winced as he felt the bones in his leg crack. He was quickly sent flying backwards, directly into the snake, exactly as he had planned. The second his body hit the snake, it turned into lightning and vanished within the snake. Its eyes seemed to gain a spark, looking like a thunderstorm was happening in each eye at the same time. What the hell is that? One flabbergasted vice admiral muttered as he stared at the impossibly large water construct. Another vice admiral was quick to send a flying slash towards the snake, only for the snake to completely part around the slash. How are we supposed to fight something like that? The vice admiral shouted as he tried more and more to send Rankyakus towards the gigantic snake. Many joined him, and countless flying slashes from both legs and blades were sent toward the snake. The Whitebeard pirates were now having to retreat through a different point. Squard had turned his boat and actually circled around Marineford in order to pick up Whitebeard. The captains were quick to retreat to it as the attention of the Marines was completely captured by Enel's show. Hancock had also decided to retreat with the Whitebeard pirates. Her interest in the war vanished the second that Luffy managed to escape it. Now, she was only slightly interested in whatever move Enel was cooking up. The snake seemed to deform for a second, as the countless slashes pushed away some of the water that formed its body. But the very next second it was completely reformed. How scary. For once, Kizaru's voice didn't have a bored undertone to it. How could it? They were staring the equivalent of an ancient weapon in the eye. Mihawk had yet to leave the battlefield. He quickly swung his sword, a massive flying slash heading directly for the snake's head. The strongest swordsman in the world was intrigued. He wanted to see exactly how the beast in front of him worked. His flying slash was marginally larger than every other before, managing to cut the snake's head off, shocking all of the Marines at the scene. But the shock didn't last long. As their fear came back in the next second, the snake's head reconnected itself in that same second, making Mihawk raise an eyebrow. I guess it can't be taken down easily, the swordsman thought to himself as he sent a few more slashes at the snake, each as big as the first one. All of them brushed off in the same manner. The assault continued, as everyone seemed to want to stop that snake from slamming itself into Marineford. Akiji was quick to run towards the water snake, the sweat on his brow freezing as he pointed his hands towards the large snake. Without any hesitation, the admiral jumped directly at the snake. The second they came into contact, Akiji's eyes widened, as the water in front of him seemed to be turning into steam as soon as he came near it. Boiling water? That realization didn't stop him. He forged on, hoping to be able to freeze the snake inside out quickly. But all of the water that he was close to touching seemed to evaporate just as he came close to it. Before he knew it, he was already in the middle of the snake's body, as the steam around him momentarily blinded him. Before he could react, boiling water pushed into him from all sides. The more he froze, the more Enel seemed to be able to melt. The water seemed to form odd currents around him. He tried to lower its temperature endlessly, but each time he froze the water around him even slightly, Enel melted it instantly. The energized water also paralyzed his muscles constantly, making it harder and harder for him to move. In the end, the Ice Admiral was quickly trapped in Enel's water prison, as the snake seemed to form a bubble of still water inside its constantly flowing body. The second the water around Akiji stilled was also the second his devil fruit powers vanished. He was stuck, just like that. Admiral Akiji. Many Marines shouted in fear when seeing that development. Akainu was quick to try and blast the snake away, but he didn't get to try many things. The magma that touched the water seemed to only evaporate some of it before quickly being cooled off. It wasn't doing any damage, as there was enough water in the ocean to go around. "We need to find Enel's true body," Sengoku shouted as he also threw shockwave after shockwave at the snake. But the snake seemed to be a lot tougher than a bunch of clouds. Each time it even slightly deformed, it regenerated instantly. The Marines desperately attacked the snake, as the pirate ships were getting pushed further and further by the constantly revolving sea. Whitebeard was already on Scourge's ship at that point, staring at the gigantic snake as the sea itself seemed to push their ship further away from Marineford. Not one member of the crew could say anything as they stared at the odd scene in front of them. In a sense, it was a beautiful scene, but the fact that the entire thing was the doing of one man seemed to creep out some of them. "That brat, he really is a monster," Whitebeard said with a wide smile, no trace of fear on his face. Although Enel's technique was impressive, Whitebeard was not the type to fear anything at all, and he knew that he could likely break it with his quakes if need be. "Marco, prepare to fly in and pick up that brat. I doubt he'll have much stamina after pulling a stunt like this." Whitebeard waved his hand, giving his son a direct order without any hesitation. Marco nodded, looking at the gigantic snake with a bit of sweat on his brow. "Good thing I didn't try to fight him while on the sea." The commander could still remember his first meeting with Enel. At least Marco had the option to fly away, but he knew that if such an attack was to be directed at his crew in the middle of the sea, many of them would drown. That didn't matter now, though. Enel was obviously their ally. Marco couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for the Marines, though. Without any warning, the gigantic snake reared back. Its head pointed upwards as its throat seemed to be getting larger and larger. Sengoku's eyes widened as he realized what was coming next. "Flood incoming. Brace yourselves." That was all the warning that the Marines got, as the snake quickly pointed its head towards Marineford. The snake seemed to start spitting out the contents of its stomach, creating a massive wave of boiling water that swallowed half of Marineford. The water seemed to break down the walls of Marineford rather quickly. The powerful stream swept away everything in its path. Sengoku used his massive body to create a shield for the Marines behind him, blasting shockwave after shockwave into that tidal wave. But the tide didn't stop for anything. Kizaru tried to send explosive blasts toward the tide and the snake's head, only managing to halt it for a few milliseconds as the jet stream of water blasted throughout the entire island. Akiji also got spat out in that attack, landing somewhere off to the side as the tides pushed against his body. But the second he was no longer in still water, he started freezing the waters around him. This time, he did so successfully, managing to freeze most of the wave and the snake that had created it. Akiji was a bit shocked at having succeeded, as he had expected Enel to melt his ice instantly again. But nothing had happened. The Marines looked around as the tides around them seemed to die down. Sengoku broke some of the ice stuck to his body as he looked around in a rage. "Where did he go?" the fleet admiral asked as he looked at Kizaru. The light admiral simply shook his head, signaling that he had no clue either. And, just like that, all that the Marines had gained in that war was the giant ice sculpture of a snake, much larger than Marineford itself. Chapter 66. Exhaustion and Waves. Enel abandoned the snake's body as soon as the Whitebeard pirates got far enough from Marineford. It took everything from him to sometimes check on them, as controlling the large snake he had created was already taking up most of his concentration. Still, he had managed to do it in the end. Jormungandr was the name he had given to that move. It was extremely useful against a large number of enemies, but it didn't really have much of an effect on stronger people. Sengoku didn't have any issues with taking on the tides with his body, and most of the vice admirals and rear admirals could also easily withstand it as long as they had armament haki. There was the issue of being washed into the sea and drowning, but this wasn't a problem for non-devil fruit users. Enel was now resting on a cloud, a bit further away from Marineford. That was about as far as he could make it. He had been injured that entire time. Ever since the clash with Whitebeard, his hands had taken the worst beating in that war. He had used his staff to block attacks from many powerful Marines. His leg was also most likely broken from Kizaru's kick, which Enel had honestly expected, so he couldn't complain. Getting Kizaru to kick him towards the snake was honestly the only way for him to enter it. The Light Admiral would have otherwise been able to stop him from entering it by constantly intercepting him. Not that he knew that Enel would just disappear in it. Still, Enel didn't even feel like he had enough energy to keep his eyes open, but he knew he couldn't fall asleep on a cloud. The only reason he could rest on one was that he had overcharged it and compressed it enough for him to sit on. Enel could feel his consciousness slipping, but he also knew that he couldn't exactly pass out that close to Marineford and above the sea. The sea would likely swallow him, and if the Marines did find him, he'd just be imprisoned. Still, he couldn't help it. The crippling exhaustion that filled his body. In a moment of carelessness, Enel's control on the cloud underneath him actually slipped. Enel scowled a bit as he was free-falling towards the sea. I didn't want to do this, but I guess I've no choice now. Just as he was about to turn into lightning and use his greatest speed to fly off with his last sparks of stamina, he saw a blue figure quickly approaching him. It didn't even take a few seconds for him to be caught in a pair of talons. Enel looked up to see the face of a familiar blue phoenix with bored-looking round eyes. Are you all right, Eneliwa? Marco said as he instantly turned back around and flew back towards their ships at the greatest speed he could muster, this time with Enel within his grasp. Been better, Enel said with a wry smile. He was a bit shocked to hear just how weak his voice sounded. The last thing Enel could remember was Marco's cheeky smile as he passed out. At least they won't be executing me, Enel thought to himself as his consciousness slipped. While the Whitebeard pirates were still fleeing, the Marines were recovering from Enel's attack. Most of Marineford had been flooded, and they also had a lot of people to fish out of the waters and break out of Akiji's ice. Sengoku could feel a headache coming to him as he realized that their pathetic loss had all been televised to the world. Although he had asked for the broadcast to be stopped at some point, it still continued as some pirates had found the recording device pointing at the stage. Sengoku ripped some of his hair out in frustration as he tried to reason with himself. He could only find it in himself to blame one person for his failure. Enel, whatever your reason was, I won't forgive you for this. Sengoku's anger could hardly be quelled. Garp could only sigh as he took off his coat and started drying it off. That brat really went and did it, huh? The old man thought to himself, suppressing a smile as he realized that both of his grandsons had survived the ordeal. Akainu was surprisingly not as angry as Sengoku. The most prevalent emotion inside him was currently confusion. He simply refused to believe that Enel was a dirty criminal. He knew that the rear admiral had been temperamental and that he had always been a bit prone to insubordination. But Akainu also knew that Enel had a strong sense of justice, unwavering even. That thing one simply couldn't fake. Enel went out of his way to hunt pirates and even got into trouble with the world government in order to dispense justice. Akainu knew that Enel didn't gain anything from those situations, yet he still chose to put himself in them. Akainu had respected that part of Enel. Now he wasn't sure what to feel anymore. I will definitely be the one to catch him. He better have a good reason for this when I do. That was all he could think about as he huffed to himself. His thoughts were somewhat similar to that of Hina, actually, who was just as confused and angry as him. She internally vowed to capture him and force his reasons out of him. She needed to find out if all of it had been a lie, and if their friendship was also a lie. To her, it hadn't been one. But she couldn't be sure if it was the same for Enel anymore. Although the Marines had lost the war in its entirety, the world government had lost just as much. Not even a day passed since the war ended, and Sengoku was already replaced by Akainu, being forced to resign as the brunt of the mistakes was blamed on him. The Marines were also forced to start moving their main base, the Holy Land Marigios, as Marineford needed to be completely rebuilt, and the world government decided to just move the Marine base closer to the Celestial Dragons. This had everything to do with the fact that Enel was still at large, and the Five Elders wanted to assure that the Celestial Dragons were well protected. Akainu was rather mad about that major change, but he couldn't exactly argue with the reasoning. The problem was that now the brunt of the Navy as an organization was delegated to protecting the world government in its entirety. Basically, everything above a rear admiral needed to protect the Celestial Dragons at all times, and were ordered to be stationed inside the Holy Land at all times. This was done extremely quickly after the war, and the Marines were still recovering, so no one had any time to dispute these orders. Still, Akainu wasn't stupid enough to not realize that many Marines would likely be forced to resign. He had already been around plenty of Celestial Dragons, so he knew that they weren't going to be accommodating to others, but that problem would be addressed at another time. Right now, Akainu needed to handle the logistics of both moving their main base and recovering from the war at the same time. Surprisingly, Akiji decided not to put more salt on the wound and try to dispute Akainu's position. Instead, the Ice Admiral started helping Akainu with the paperwork. The world itself was shaken by the war. No one had expected things to go the way they had. Not only that, the entire world now knew that Portogas Diaz was the last living blood relative of Gol D. Roger. And, unlike his father, the Marines had completely failed to execute Ace, and his whereabouts were now completely unknown. Then there was Enel. The unranked admiral, as some had called him after the Dressrosa incident, was formally stripped of all of his achievements and rank. He was shunned by the world government for his efforts to save a pirate as vile as Roger's spawn. With this event, Enel had proven his strength to the world, striking fear in the hearts of many with the rise of yet another extremely dangerous pirate. With this, he also gained the full attention of the world government, becoming yet another enemy they had to worry about and take countermeasures against. Chapter 67. Unanswered Questions and Waking Up. The first thing Enel saw when he opened his eyes was light. Then the light became stars, as more and more of them seemed to pop out around him. It didn't take long for Enel to realize that he hadn't actually woken up yet. Looking around, he could see many planets in the distance, many stars flowing in the rivers of the universe. But why was he dreaming about that? I never understood this. Why do humans feel the need to dream? Enel was shocked, instantly turning his head to the voice. He could see it, a pair of red eyes staring at him. Familiar, yet completely alien. Enel controlled his body, coming closer and closer to that voice until he could finally make it out. The form of a middle-aged man with black hair, a small stubble, and deep red eyes. The man was also wearing a formal suit, looking like he was preparing to leave for a fancy party. Enel's eyes widened a bit as he recognized that form. How couldn't he? He had looked like that for most of his life. Why are you here? And why do you look like me? Enel asked as his face turned a bit grave. He didn't know what to expect for an answer, but he certainly hoped for something, anything. Like you? No, you no longer look like this. You abandoned your old life, taking on a different form. The voice of the older man seemed to echo in the universe around them, as Enel narrowed his eyes at the strange god's proclamation. Enel looked at the god with a blank gaze, not knowing exactly what to say to that. I have always been curious about your species. I've failed to understand it even after so many years. What is ambition? The god tilted his head once more, as its red eyes peered into Enel. Rather basic, that one. Ambition refers to one's strong desire to achieve something meaningful, to accomplish something great. Enel crossed his arms, deciding to humor the god in front of him. Not that he had many choices at hand. It was either that or try to run away, which didn't even seem like an option, honestly. Basic indeed. Simple-minded and strange to hear from someone like you. The god seemed unimpressed with the answer, which made Enel scowl a bit. What do you want me to say? That's the literal definition of it. What I want you to say. My bad. I guess I should have worded that better. What is ambition to you? The god's eyes sparked a bit. Enel stared at his former body's emotionless face for a bit. I forgot this thing can read my thoughts. Ambition is what drives me forward. Enel's words were stopped instantly, as he instinctively felt something grip his heart. It was as if his heart was placed in a vice, and Enel could feel himself squirming. Don't lie to me, the god said without any change in expression. Ambition doesn't mean anything. Nothing more than a way to trick yourself that you are doing something meaningful with your time, Enel ended up saying as he clutched his chest a bit, saying exactly what the god wanted to hear, regardless of what he felt. Indeed, you know that. You are smart. Nothing that you do will ever have any effect on the world. All humans always end up as nothing more than buried bones. So why bother with all this? Images started flashing around Enel when the god said that, memories of his time in the world of One Piece. From helping the Sky People indirectly to joining the Marines, freeing Dressrosa, and eventually betraying the Marines. All of those scenes passed by as Enel looked on with a raised eyebrow. I wanted to do it, either due to curiosity or to achieve something, or due to rage and other emotions, Enel said as he looked over the strips of memories that surrounded him. So strange. I don't remember you being so impulsive, the god said as a smile cracked on its face. You never knew me that well, I guess? Most of what I used to do was on impulse. It's the same for most humans, Enel said as looked at the memories vanishing around him, revealing the stars once more. Humans are so weird, the god said before shaking its head. Enel just scowled again. He opened his mouth, hoping to get to ask some questions of his own. The main one on his mind was, what did you do to my soul? The god could clearly hear his thoughts, but it also certainly didn't care to answer. I guess I should get to the real question. Why are you here? The god tilted its head. Enel could see its humanoid neck crack. Its eyes seemed to retract inside its head, revealing two black holes emptily staring at Enel. A strange black sludge seemed to start spilling out of its mouth, eye holes and quickly cracking skin. Enel tried to move, but he simply couldn't control his body. The sludge quickly filled all of the space around him, as his vision became more and more blurry with each second that passed. The next second, he forced his eyes open, shooting up from his bed in a panic as he took in deep breaths. He managed to calm down rather quickly, as the air filling his lungs managed to cool down his head as well. And just like that, I'm back, huh? Enel looked around the room. He could see that he was in a small room, most likely on Whitebeard's ship. Why was I even there in the first place? Still, Enel knew that he wouldn't gain anything by simply pondering on that forever. He had other things to do currently. The good sign was that he wasn't wearing any cuffs / wasn't restrained in any way. I guess I managed to befriend them in the end? Still, I can't make it seem like this was my goal originally. It would certainly make things worse. Enel looked to the side. His white staff and golden gauntlets seemed to be leaning on a wall nearby. The doctor probably took them off him at some point. His clothes were also folded and placed near his bed. Both of his arms had been broken in the war, but Enel knew he'd survive. His leg was also bandaged. Thankfully, it wasn't anywhere near as battered as his arms were. The first thing Enel did was to get up and put his shirt back on, rolling up its sleeves in the process. He no longer had a jacket, as that had been ripped to pieces at some point during the scuffle. His marine coat was still there, a bit tattered, but Enel decided to wear it for now, as it had somewhat become part of his style. The next thing he did was to put the gauntlets on his damaged hands, tightening them as much as possible to keep his bones arranged at all times. Then he ended up putting the staff on his back. Enel walked out of the room and onto the deck, opening the door with one of his earlobes as his arms hung limply to his sides. They were currently on the high seas. Enel could hear shouts and music all around him, pirates dancing and drinking. They had successfully escaped. That much was obvious. The pirates seemed to notice him leaving his room. They seemed to still be a bit weary of him, but not to the point where they'd stop partying. Enel, good to see you're up. Pops was calling for you. Marco walked over to Enel while drinking from a sake bottle directly. Sure thing, the former rear admiral said as he started walking towards the figurehead of the ship, where he could feel the large man resting. Whitebeard was bandaged up all over, As he had also sustained plenty of injuries, he was also hooked up to various tubes due to his illness, but that didn't seem to stop him from drinking sake directly from a barrel. Whitebeard smiled a bit when seeing Enel approaching him. Most of his crew members made way for Enel, looking at him with a bit of fear. The captains didn't seem scared, though. They were mostly just looking at Enel with some wariness. But, at this point, none of them would even attempt to stop him from approaching their father. Everyone had seen Enel protecting Whitebeard during the war, both from the Marines and from Blackbeard's crew. At this point, thinking that Enel wanted to harm Whitebeard would be rather strange. "Enel, glad to see you moving around already," Whitebeard said with a wide smile. It was clear that the old man didn't mind being able to still party with his children, as opposed to being killed in the war. "Yeah, my arms are still broken thanks to you, but I'll be fine," Enel said as he waved one of his earlobes around. They would act as his limbs until his actual hands healed. Good thing they were long enough to go to his waist. "Gururara." Whitebeard laughed loudly, slapping his knee as his laugh then turned into a coughing fit. "Might want to take it slowly on the drinking, old man. You're already injured and sickly enough," Enel said as he made a chair with his staff and sat down with his legs crossed in front of the large pirate. "Don't tell me what to do now. This is a joyous occasion," Newgate said as he smiled and took another sip from his barrel. "I guess a bit of celebration never hurt anybody," Enel said as he arched his earlobes, making it look like he was shrugging with them. "Ace is safe. I'm still alive enough to enjoy the company of my children. Things couldn't have been better, honestly." The legendary pirate spoke while looking at his crew with a tired gaze. This entire celebration, it's only happening thanks to you." Whitebeard put down his barrel for a second, looking Enel in the eye as his face turned a bit serious. "I had stepped on that field prepared to lose my life. Actually, returning was never a possibility in my mind." The old man rubbed one of his knees while sighing a bit. Enel let him speak, also a bit curious about what his thoughts were, but also knowing that it would be rude to interrupt the old man. "I was convinced that I would die, either to the Marines or to teach when he appeared. But it seems that fate had other plans." Whitebeard picked his barrel back up, taking another sip. "I don't know what your purpose was, or why you helped us the way you did. But I have you to thank for the smiles that my children are currently displaying." Whitebeard continued to speak, as Enel heaved a sigh. "I guess I should try to make my true intentions a bit more transparent." Chapter 68. Lies, Truth, and Reaction. And so, Enel looked at the old pirate for a few seconds. Then he opened his mouth and started speaking. "Honestly, at first I only wanted to protect Luffy," Enel said as he stretched his earlobe and grabbed a bottle of sake for himself. "I could tell. That kid certainly has a way with people, huh?" Whitebeard said with a smile of his own. "Heh, that much is obvious, isn't it?" Enel said as he raised his bottle with his earlobe and took another sip. "But I was also doing good old Garp a favor. You could probably tell from the way he let Luffy pass him by, but he really wanted Ace to survive that," Enel said as he looked a bit at the sea, catching a glimpse of the sunset in the distance. Whitebeard nodded a bit. He knew just how tough the Marine hero was. Luffy had no hope of actually downing him as he was now. "I can understand that, but how'd you end up betraying the Marines completely and even helping me?" Whitebeard raised an eyebrow while asking that question. He wasn't about to start accusing his benefactor, but Enel's actions did deserve to be at least somewhat questioned. "Meh, in for a penny, in for a pound, I figured," Enel said as he shrugged his earlobes again. Spilling a few drops of sake on the deck, Whitebeard just looked confused, not really understanding the idiom that Enel was trying to use. "Basically, if I'm already doing it, might as well go all out. I betrayed the Marines the second I got in front of a Kainu. At that point, making an enemy out of you and your crew wouldn't have really helped me in any way." "I can understand that," Whitebeard said as he took another sip of his barrel. "But, at the same time, you could have easily let me die and give the Marines some semblance of victory in this war. My children wouldn't have any right to accuse you, as you had saved Ace," Whitebeard said as his eyes narrowed a bit. "Maybe, but letting you die simply no longer made any sense at that point. You should be well aware that I've not been a Marine for long." not exactly accustomed to all of their rules yet. Enel just had a wry smile on his face, as he wondered if Whitebeard would believe him in the end. Whitebeard looked at Enel for a bit, his narrowed eyes studying the former rear admiral for a few seconds. In the end, the old pirate simply started laughing out loud. Gurerarara ending in yet another coughing fit that had the party momentarily stop, as all of the crew members looked at Newgate with a worried gaze. Maybe you shouldn't be fighting this much at your age. You sound like you're close to coughing your lungs out, Enel said as he intertwined his earlobes in a similar manner in which he would usually cross his arms. Shut it, brat. I'm still healthy enough to punch you to the bottom of the sea, Whitebeard said with renowned energy, making Enel sweat a bit. Huh, what's with this silence? Bring me more sake. The party restarted in that instant, with Whitebeard's children quickly bringing him another barrel and returning to dancing around on the deck. Where the hell do these pirates get this much energy? Enel could remember the celebration they had in Dressrosa. That was so much tamer compared to the party the pirates were throwing among each other. By the way, Whitebeard, where are Ace and Luffy? Figured they'd be traveling with you, Enel said as he also fetched himself yet another drink. Ace and his brother are probably still with the doctor. He came at the perfect moment. It's also difficult for the Marines to catch a submarine. Eneliwa Marco came along this time, giving an answer rather swiftly. It doesn't matter where Ace is. As long as he is safe, I am content. Whitebeard said, his lips turned upwards, forming a wide smile. Indeed. As long as they are safe, I also don't particularly care. I'm sure Garp feels the same. Enel took another sip of his drink, looking at Marco for a few seconds. By the way, are you going to keep wearing the coat? Whitebeard asked with a wry smile while staring at Enel's back. I guess not. I'll have to get another one, not marine-sanctioned. Enel looked at the epaulets that adorned each of his shoulders. He blinked for a few seconds, before reaching out to them and ripping them off his coat. Better than throwing it away, I guess, Enel said as he simply threw the epaulets overboard, not giving them even a second glance. No, it's really tattered. You might want to go shopping for some new clothes, honestly, Marco said with a small laugh. Enel just stared at him with narrowed eyes, before simply shrugging his earlobes and going back to drinking. Partying for a few days and recovering with the Whitebeard pirates doesn't sound so bad. And, just like that, Enel had a set course for the following days. He proceeded to get completely shit-faced and dance around with the crew. Not one person looked at him with weariness after he spoke with Whitebeard. Now he was just like a regular friend. After all, he had saved Whitebeard and Ace. He was as good as family to them now. Eventually, a bird came around and delivered the newspaper. It was a huge hit piece on Enel, basically. The world government had certainly tried their best to paint Enel worse and worse with each article. A page in the newspaper was rather interesting, though, and Enel had apparently gained an epithet to go with it. Much like Kaido was called the King of the Beasts, and Charlotte Linlin was called Big Mom or Queen of Totoland, Enel became known as the Sky King Enel. The photo captured of him was also rather fitting, with him just sitting on a cloud, cross-legged with his staff over one of his shoulders, with a sparking gauntlet palm pointing towards the ground, a lazy gaze and a slight smile on his face. His bounty was not low, not by any stretch of the imagination. Befitting his epithet, he received the bounty of 3 billion berry, wanted dead, not alive, becoming the first man to receive such a major bounty on his first evaluation. To preserve their reputation, the world government would have done everything possible to hide Enel's betrayal and hunt him down covertly. But since everything was televised, they weren't able to do anything about it. Now, instead of being called the unranked admiral, the newspapers started calling him the unranked emperor. Many large figures and powerful pirates wanted to mock the decision of the press to call Enel a Yonko. But when seeing the footage of Enel holding back the entirety of the Navy, as well as footage of Jormungandr, those critics were silenced rather quickly. The betrayal of Enel was quickly dramatized beyond imagination, as the world government worked overnight to vilify Enel as much as possible. Although he was called both the unranked emperor and the rookie emperor, it didn't seem that the government had given him the title officially, though. Everyone seemed rather shocked about it, but Enel didn't seem to care that much. The Whitebeard pirates could only laugh when seeing the half-drunk Enel wipe his nose with the newspaper and throw it overboard. The rest of the world was still shaking, though. When the news reached Big Mom's territory, plenty of people had different reactions. Big Mom didn't seem all that surprised. She also didn't seem to care much about fighting Enel. The reveal of his Goro Goro Nomi did surprise her a bit and rouse her curiosity, but not to the point where she would want to meet him again. Katakuri was shocked, though, realizing that it was likely a good thing Enel didn't fight them that day, as many of his siblings would have certainly died. Oven wasn't exactly shocked per se. He just felt that the world government was being really scummy about the way they portrayed Enel. He already knew the former Rear Admiral personally, so he knew what type of person Enel was. Still, Enel's jacked bounty only made him want to grow even stronger. He didn't let that dissuade him one bit. He was already a wanted criminal, so he had no qualms about befriending Enel. But the Rika royal family was a bit different. All of them were shocked by that turn of events. They all knew Enel, and they didn't buy the story about him being some cold-blooded animal. But the fact that he had become such a high-profile criminal was concerning. Viola wasn't exactly shocked by him being able to become an emperor in the public eye, as she already knew he was strong. But she also knew he wasn't a criminal, which confused her quite a bit. In the end, she, as well as the rest of her family, could only hope that Enel would visit them and explain things at some point. The Straw Hats also had various reactions to that news. Most of them were rather focused on the fact that their captain's brother was to be executed. Many of them remembered Enel. Even Frankie and Brooke had heard about him at some point, either from Luffy, talking about his long ears, or from Sanji, talking about his speed. All of them had received the message from their captain, though, that they'd have to meet again in 2 years. And, seeing the recording and photos of the Marineford War managed to light a fire underneath them. Zoro especially. If I want to be of assistance to Luffy in the future, I can't afford to be this weak. Zoro was affected quite a bit by the way Kuma had managed to dispatch them on the Sabaody archipelago. Now he had also caught a glimpse of just how overwhelming fights at the top level were. If I truly want to be the right hand of the king, then I need to grow stronger. Much stronger. Sanji also had similar thoughts. He was one of the crew's main fighters, despite being the cook. He had already been humbled once by Enel during their visit to the Sky Islands, but actually seeing how strong the top powers of the world were made him feel strangely inadequate. Therefore, he knew that he would need to become a lot stronger if he wanted to be able to protect his friends. His sentiments were mirrored by the majority of the Straw Hats, all of them wanting to become better in order to be able to help Luffy achieve his goals. Chapter 69. Next Steps and Support. After a few days of celebration, I also started getting tired. The Whitebeard pirates seem to still be going strong, but I do need to take a break and think about my next steps. I have plenty of things I wish to accomplish, but I also have a lot of time from now on. Nothing is rushing me, as gaining allies was the most important part of my plan at first. Getting a bounty on my head was somewhat expected. I didn't think it would be that high, but I guess it does make sense. It's not really just about betraying the Marines and fighting the Navy forces. Not even me saving Whitebeard is that important to them. The old guy would just die of his sickness in a year or two. The gravest thing I've done was save Ace during this war. The world government had set up that huge spectacle with Sengoku revealing Ace's identity with the sole purpose to execute him and make a statement that the age of pirates was over. I remember Whitebeard ruining that by shouting that the One Piece was true in the original, but that is no longer needed. The Navy, and by extension the world government, suffered massive losses in both reputation and influence from this event. If anything, the Navy's grip somewhat weakening due to this war will only create more pirates. I'm sure Sengoku did envision the possibility of losing the war, so the world government surely has some tricks up their sleeve and some countermeasures to combat the rise in piracy. Now that I think about it, I think they are trying to turn me into a detrimental factor for pirates. A new possible Yonko rising, one that loathes both pirates and Marines equally. That's how they titled me, and what type of propaganda they're spreading. They think that another possible Yonko that hates pirates might dissuade idiots from throwing themselves at the sea in hopes of riches and fame. That's just a stupid assumption to make. In truth, most Yonkos couldn't care less about other pirates, as long as they don't interfere with whatever business they happen to run. If anything, Making me an emperor will just inspire more people to become pirates and challenge me. As is the case for all of the others' emperors, weaklings will either challenge me or beg to join my crew. So, this might be the government shooting themselves in the foot. Or not really. It's easy for a CP0 agent to slip into my crew if I get a surplus of new recruits. That's likely what they're hoping would happen. Honestly, I might not even get that many challenges. I'm not even an official Yonko. They'd have to change the name if they were to also give me a similar title. After all, Yonko refers to the 4 emperors. Newgate might not have a lot of time left, but he's still around, so there are already 4 of them. So, although the world government are spreading propaganda about me being a Yonko, they haven't actually given me that title officially and probably won't, ever. To be fair, acknowledging the existence of yet another threat to their influence and power to the world publicly after such a huge failure in the war is likely not something that they can afford to do. Right now, I'm just considered a powerful and vile criminal. Being called a possible emperor only refers to my strength. Still, I could likely force their hand to change the Yonko into the Godii, 5 emperors. I'd have to swallow up some territory in the New World, and I'd basically have a foothold to call myself one. Problem is that I also don't really have any crew. Without a crew, I may be strong, but I won't be able to stretch my influence endlessly if I only have my own strength to rely on. Regardless, I don't really care about becoming an emperor or recruiting a pirate crew for now. Getting a bounty of 3 billion is already enough for me. Now, after the war, my original plan was to try and see how I'd get into contact with the Revolutionary Army. I think I can remember their base being at Baltigo. They also don't exactly recruit people as freely as the Marines do. If they did, then they'd honestly just be filled with CP agents. The actual kicker is that the location of Baltigo is not known to anyone outside the Revolutionary Army. So if I want to find it, I'd have to first try to contact them covertly. Regardless, I could have thought of ways to get in touch with them. Tracking down Ivankov after the war wouldn't have been impossible. But right now I also feel the need to look into souls a bit more. I can't exactly pretend that my Conqueror's hockey situation doesn't bother me. That god seemed awfully interested in me, so I need to find out more about it. The god seemed able to visit me in my dreams, but I am starting to think that it doesn't have as much influence over the world physically. Can't be too sure, but I think it would have gotten in the way of a few of my plans if it could. It seems to have a path that it wants me to take. For some reason, that god also has something against humans. I even needed to play by its rules and say whatever it wanted to hear while in that dream. But lying to a god is difficult, especially when said god can read your thoughts. Maybe this world holds some knowledge regarding that. Where do I even start, though? There are plenty of religions in this world. I'd need to have access to a huge library if I wanted to look into more of them. Even then, there is no guarantee that I'd find anything. I think the best course of action for me would still be to touch up with the Revolutionary Army. I think I have the perfect ticket to get them too, but I also have another small nuisance to deal with first. Well, good thing I have the time to deal with everything. His next steps thought up, Enel finally went to sleep for a bit more. This time, everything was normal. He didn't dream. He simply rested his eyes and woke up in the morning. At this point, the Whitebeard pirates were also sleeping by the hundreds. Enel tiptoed around the pirates laying and sleeping on the deck of his ship, heading for Whitebeard. After all, it was rude for a guest to leave without letting the host know. Edward Newgate was awake, an early bird by the looks of it. The old man also looked at Enel, as if he had been expecting the former rear admiral to show up. Figured you'd show up? You seemed the type to leave the party early in the morning, Whitebeard said with a wide smile. Heh, I don't want to hear that. You people have way too much energy. Seriously, for an old guy on his deathbed, you sure have a lot more stamina than me. Enel simply shook his head, which made the old man chuckle a bit. Deathbed or not, I am still Whitebeard. Though, I probably don't have much time left. Whitebeard looked at his crewmates, his children, all sprawled on the ground, likely all suffering from alcohol poisoning of varying severity. Enel, I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if I'll get to see you again in this life of mine. Newgate's voice was resolute, No trace of fear for his imminent doom was to be found. I want you to know that you can rely on my children in the future for anything. Here, a piece of Marco's Vivre card. If you need help, get in touch with him. Whitebeard handed Enel a small piece of paper. The former rear admiral looked at it for a bit and stuffed it in his pocket. Enel raised an eyebrow at that. It was his goal to have the Whitebeard pirates as allies, but he didn't expect to hear those words directly from the captain's mouth. Don't you dare take advantage of them, though. I'll rise out of my grave and beat you to death if you do. Enel just sweated a bit at that. The old guy still has some spunk in him. He isn't called the strongest for no reason, I guess. Don't worry. I hopefully won't ever need help with anything, but I'll remember your words in the future. Enel simply shook his head in the end, as his body slowly started floating. It was nice meeting you, old man. I hope our paths cross again in the future. If not, then it was an honor to get drunk alongside you these past few days. Enel said with a smile. Gororara. Who got drunk? I only remember you passing out. Whitebeard slapped his knee as he started laughing, waking up some of his children in the process, all of which seemed to have a hangover. I don't appreciate the slander. I only fell asleep momentarily, underneath the table, Enel said as he crossed his arms in indignation. Heh, buzz off, you brat, Whitebeard said as he waved his hand a bit. Enel simply smiled, turning into a bolt of lightning and rushing into the clouds. Whitebeard looked at the sky with a smile. Pops, did Enel leave? He didn't even say goodbye to me. Marco woke up and said while blinking a few times in tiredness. Go back to sleep, you brats. We all know you don't like mornings, Whitebeard said as he stared at his children with a smile on his lips. Enel, it doesn't matter if you are to face the world. I'll make sure you are not alone, just like you made sure I'd be able to spend my last days with my children. Chapter 70. Capture and Diplomacy. Enel traveled from cloud to cloud, looking for his destination. The first thing he quickly needed to do was to look for a certain pirate. Jewelry Bonnie was technically not supposed to be kidnapped anymore, but Enel wanted to make sure nothing bad would happen. Blackbeard was dead, but Enel also knew that Bonnie was far from being prepared to venture into the new world, much like the rest of the worst generation. He knew that, as long as she was allowed to roam around the world freely, then the world government had the possibility to get their hands on her. He simply couldn't allow something like that to happen. So he simply started jumping from cloud to cloud, heading directly towards the beginning of the new world. Enel spent a few hours traveling like that. He sunk a few pirate ships out of boredom, sniping them with lightning from the clouds. In the end, he finally caught sight of Jewelry Bonnie. Surprisingly, though, she was not on her own ship. Bonnie had set sail with her crew right after watching the war from Sabaody Archipelago. She had thankfully managed to hide from the Marines that had stormed the island after Luffy's attack on a celestial dragon. She also got to experience the war in all of its glory, finding out more about how strong people could get in the world. Despite her age and fruit, she was still not that accustomed to the world's powers. She knew about them, but she had rarely gotten to see them in action. Still, she felt that she was prepared to go further into the new world, to grow stronger in her journey. Unfortunately for her, the timing she chose couldn't have been worse, as the Marines were currently moving base to Mary Geos, which just so happened to be extremely close to Sabaody. The moment she set sail, she was quickly followed by 4 different Marine warships kit to sail on the calm belt at speeds far greater than her own ship. She also had just gotten her ship coated, and a stray cannonball from a Marine ship had both ruined her coating and made her completely unable to go to Fishman Island by extension. She could only curse loudly as she was forced to sail further and further into the new world, going in blind as the Marine ships seemed to trail closely behind her. And, suddenly, just when she thought they had a chance to escape, another ship came along, right in front of her. Being disoriented by the odd weather of the Grand Line, and not having a set direction she could go towards, she had ended up going somewhat towards the former Marine base, Marineford. And, just as she was shouting orders to turn the ship around, the entire sea froze solid, completely trapping her ship as a tall figure started making its way towards her ship. Fuck me, this isn't happening. Bonnie could instantly recognize the person. It was none other than Akiji, the admiral that had played a huge role during Marineford, also considered the one to have managed to stop the Sky King's devastating attack on the Marine base. Akiji was credited as the one to have routed Enel during the war, but the Ice Admiral knew better, as he had been completely unable to freeze the snake and had even gotten trapped within it. However, the rest of the world didn't need to know that. The world government did their best to rationalize that the Marines had fought the hardest during the war, and that the pirates had escaped through sheer luck. Making Akiji the hero of said war was a way to take some attention away from the fact that it was a complete loss for the Marines. Still, now Bonnie had to somehow face off against the supposed hero of the Summit War, who also happened to be an admiral and someone that could freeze the sea instantly. The situation developed about as most people would have expected it to. Akiji froze most of her crew alive and captured her, as she was a special prisoner that was only wanted alive by the world government. Bonnie was brought on the ship, guarded by Akiji as they started making their way for the holy land of the celestial dragons once more. That was about the time Enel flew into the frame, zipping around in the clouds as he observed the situation below him. He could tell that Akiji was present, but beside him, there were also a few rear admirals and even 2 vice admirals. There were also 4 other warships nearby, which were turning away to continue heading for Mary Geos. Enel decided on a course of action rather quickly. I can't let the world government get their hands on her. He quickly turned into a bolt of lightning and hit their bowsprit directly, breaking it off completely as Enel stepped onto the deck with a calm smile. The Marines were immediately alarmed, as there were not even any storm clouds around when the lightning hit their ship. The actual panic set in when seeing who had attacked them. Its former Rear Admiral Enel. Many of the Marines had yet to start calling Enel by his epithet of Sky King. The betrayal was still fresh, and many had considered him a true Marine in the short time he had been with them. Seeing him freely attack a Marine warship right after Marineford was not something they had expected. It also wasn't something anyone on board wanted. The Marines quickly formed a circle around Enel, grasping at their weapons in desperation, as Enel simply smiled at them. Even the rear admirals panicked in the same way as the regular soldiers. Only the vice admirals and Akiji himself were keeping their cool. He must want something. Akiji stepped forward, raising his arm and signaling his men to back off for now. Sky King, Enel, to what do we owe the pleasure? At this point, Akiji knew that fighting Enel while at sea was simply impossible. A stray lighting beam from Enel would likely sink their ship instantly. They were in the middle of the sea. Akiji was rather confident in fighting Enel, as he was an admiral, but he knew his crewmates would all most likely die in the process. Wanting to save his crew, Akiji decided to take a diplomatic approach for now. Akiji, great to see you again, actually, Enel said as he patted the dust off of his clothes and tattered cape. As you might have guessed, I am here because I need something from this ship, Enel said as he crossed his arms and looked at the Marines with a smile. Akiji could tell that Enel's words were rousing anger in the Marines around them. Many of them felt that Enel shouldn't even have the guts to show up near the Marines anymore. Seeing him come to them and ask for something felt insulting to them. Akiji didn't seem bothered by it. He just hoped that the rest of the Marines wouldn't act in anger and get themselves killed. Although the world government didn't like to admit it, Enel was currently an emperor. So Akiji knew he needed to handle the situation delicately. They simply couldn't afford a war with Enel so soon after Marineford. And what might that be? We aren't carrying any special cargo to speak of, Akiji said as he realized that Enel was most likely referring to Jewelry Bonnie, the woman that the world government wanted for undisclosed reasons. Oh, no need to be coy about it, Akiji. Bonnie comes with me, and I'll leave you all alone. That's it. I don't need anything more and I don't want to kill anyone to prove a point, Enel said as he sighed a bit. He hoped that his request would be fulfilled, but he knew that it was unlikely judging by the reactions of the Marines around Akiji. Fine, surprisingly, the Ice Admiral agreed instantly, shocking his subordinates instantly. Admiral Akiji, we can't accept the demands of this criminal, a rear admiral said as he looked at Enel with pure anger in his gaze. Why yes, he has no right to ask us for anything. More and more Marines joined in, voicing their distaste for Akiji's decision. Honestly, if any other of the admirals were here, they would have fought Enel without caring about the rest of the crew. But Akiji also didn't happen to put a lot of value on the request of the 5 elders to bring Bonnie in. To him, giving a pirate with a low bounty away for the life of his crewmates was a great trade-off. But still, with so many people voicing out their distaste, they were at an impasse. Akiji sweated a bit as he wondered what to do next. Chapter 71. Disagreements and Negotiations. The Marines around Enel were getting rowdier and rowdier by the second. Enel himself was starting to wonder if a fight was truly unavoidable at that point. Well, a fight wouldn't be a good term for it. Akiji himself was preparing to freeze the sea around them once more, to prevent any of his men from drowning after Enel sunk their ship. In the end, Enel decided to remind the Marines that he wasn't exactly a pirate they could afford to fight with so little preparation. He simply clapped his gauntlet hands together with a smile, as the clouds released a large lighting laser towards the sea extremely close to the ship. The lightning seemed to strike the sea with anger. The sea themselves roared, as if in pain. Great waves rose and pushed the Marine warship to the side, shaking every Marine on board as they all struggled to hold onto something. The lightning beam was large, and it was visible from far in the distance, which also made the other warships turn around. Enel paid them no mind, though, as they were too far away to reach him in time. Enel stood straight as the entire ship shook. The seas weren't calming down at all. A large hole was left in the sea, and water quickly started filling it in. The sea was healing fast, but that healing created a huge whirlpool. Enel didn't react much, but Akiji simply crouched down a bit. Ice seemed to extend from the spot he touched and over the railing. Rather quickly, the entire whirlpool was frozen, and their ship was completely stuck. The Marines aboard could finally take a breather and relax a bit, at least for a few microseconds, until they realized that the one that caused such a phenomenon was still on their ship. "Don't make this more difficult than it has to be," Enel said as he stared at the flabbergasted Marines, as his bored expression didn't change one bit. After all, Enel originally could throw around lightning beams like that effortlessly. Now he also had a lot more stamina thanks to his consistent training. This much wasn't even close to a warm-up for Enel, but at sea it was enough to take out just about anyone. Still, although he was now considered a criminal, Enel was not quite keen on injuring the Marines. Most of them didn't exactly deserve to die, at least in his eyes. The ones that indiscriminately killed and enslaved civilians on the world government's orders were a different breed. But Enel knew that it wasn't fair to all Marines if he put them all in the same basket. The Marines were mostly silent now, many of them pondering whether or not they would be able to survive that type of attack. They had all remembered Enel being powerful from the war, as the events were still fresh on their mind. Still, all of them were confident in facing Enel. They had quite a few high-ranking Marines with them, but that wasn't the biggest reason. The biggest reason why the Marines had been confident enough to speak up was that Akiji was also there with them. The Ice Admiral was considered the hero of the Summit War, having been the one that routed Enel in the end and forced him to retreat. The problem with that logic was that they were assuming Enel was truly trying his best during that war. After all, Enel had many tricks up his sleeve. Many of them were deadlier than what the Marines had seen at Marineford. A good example of that would have been if Enel used the attack he had used on Jack the Draft. If he had used that in Marineford, most of the Marines there would have died, if not all of them. Even the strong ones were unlikely to survive. A ball of plasma of that size was a rather good replacement for the sun. The heat contained within that sphere would have burnt most of the people unable to escape it alive, but the radiation it would have released might have made Marineford unlivable afterwards too. But Enel hadn't exactly used any deadly attacks in the war, at least not against the Marines. Enel still considered some of the people there as friends, so he wasn't about to start killing people all willy-nilly. But if he needed to kill a few Marines to get his hands on Bonnie, then he was forced to do so. Her devil fruit was simply too strong for him to allow her to be captured by the world government for even a short while. Akiji was the only person that was able to keep his cool, once more. He already knew that fighting Enel at sea was suicide. The Ice Admiral was a bit glad that Enel hadn't just directly sunk them to the bottom of the sea and retrieved the special prisoner. Very well. Now that the Marines were silent, Akiji simply accepted the former Rear Admiral's demands. Not like he had any other choice. Glad we could come to an agreement. Bring the pirate here, and I'll just take my leave with her. Enel then simply sat down on the railing of the deck and crossed his legs. Akiji didn't take his gaze away from Enel for 1 second, only signaling a marine with his hand to bring the prisoner to them. The atmosphere was tense. No one spoke a word, and the marines no longer tried to protest the situation either, even after calming down a bit. Enel's earlobes swayed from side to side as he hummed a bit, breaking the atmosphere for a second as he looked at the frozen sea around them. I guess you guys will be stuck here for a few minutes, Enel said as he laughed a bit at how strained the atmosphere was and how most of the marines were looking at him like he was a weirdo. We'll manage, Akiji said as he narrowed his eyes a bit. He had heard that Enel had an odd sense of humor, so he at least knew that Enel hadn't really been acting when in the Marines. I'm sure you will. How are Sengoku and Garp? I've not really been able to contact them since the war. I was rather tired after all, Enel said as a smile stretched on his face. Akiji was becoming more and more confused with the conversation, not really understanding what Enel was after. I don't. Akiji opened his mouth, only to stop himself and sigh a bit as he remembered that Enel was supposedly their friend. They are fine. The two of them are fine, he ended up saying while looking away from Enel for a bit. You're lying, aren't you? Enel tilted his head a bit, his eyes sparkling a bit as he started thinking about what the world government was doing. Akiji simply sighed. Maybe he can actually be of help. The Ice Admiral thought to himself as he turned around for a bit. All of you, get to your jobs. I'll speak to Enel in private for a bit, Akiji shouted as the Marines around quickly scrambled, giving Enel one last suspicious look before they ran in different directions. The higher-ranking Marines also walked off, giving both Akiji and Enel an odd look as they departed. Akiji then turned back to Enel, looking the former Rear Admiral in the eye as he took off his sunglasses and started speaking in a serious tone. Bad news and bad news only? I won't waste your time too much, Akiji said as he took off his round sunglasses and stared at Enel with a serious gaze. Sengoku is fine, for the most part. He just lost his position and the 5 elders no longer trust him, Akiji said as he walked a bit closer to Enel, checking his surroundings for a bit before he finally spoke again. Garp, however, received the short end of the stick. Enel started paying attention at about that point, looking at Akiji with a raised eyebrow. I'm not going to like this, am I? Chapter 72. Contained Anger and Travel. Garp got the short end of the stick, metaphorically speaking, Akiji said as he looked around for a bit. I don't think I like where this is going, I said as I crossed my still-injured arms. You're not going to, especially if your relationship with Garp is truly as good as rumored. Akiji seemed quite angry himself, as he seemed to grit his teeth a bit before continuing. As soon as the war ended, the world government looked for someone to pin the blame on. At this point, my smile has turned upside down completely. I think I get where this is going. It's come out now that Garp had been the one to shelter Ace after he was born. This is only known internally by a few people at the top. It seems this has been known for a while now, but everyone thought this execution would wash away those sins, as the world government didn't want to ruin the image of the Marine hero. I can feel my eyes widening involuntarily from the bullshit that I am hearing. Now, as we are speaking, Garp should be heading for Impel down in a special ship, being transported by the strongest CP0 agents that the world government has. How the dash? No, I guess it would make sense for them to keep a close eye on Garp. They must have found out about Ace at some point, but couldn't get rid of him without going against Garp. The second Ace became a pirate. Garp could no longer protect him. Guess it was just written in the stars at that point, now that I think about it. The title of Marine Hero is a really big one. We're talking about the person credited with catching most of the highest-ranking pirates of his era, including the Pirate King himself. But Garp had never been awfully loyal to the world government and its ideals. He only cared about propagating his own justice, and he abhorred the celestial dragons at the same time. The government must have been at a loss regarding what to do with Garp. Now this situation gave them the leeway to get rid of a nuisance. Not only that, the war gave them the opportunity to create another hero. Akiji. I think I get the picture. I said as Akiji also nodded. He didn't resist arrest. He probably hopes that Sengoku will be able to bail him out, but Sengoku has lost all of his influence with the government after the war. Akiji seemed to clench his fists. I have never actually seen this guy so angry in the show. It is actually somewhat refreshing. Akainu has been trying his best to convince the elders to reconsider. But it seems that the influence of the Marines, in general, fell a lot in the eyes of the world government. Our hands are simply tied. I think I get why this situation is so frustrating for him. After all, I can barely contain myself from just storming the Holy Land and frying alive everything with a pulse. I can't just do that, though. Who knows what aces they have hidden up their sleeves? If it was that simple, I'm sure the Revolutionary Army and Dragon would have stormed it by now. Hell, even Kaido would have taken them down by now if it was that easy. I need to think of something to bail Garp out too now. He will certainly not be made a slave in the Holy Land. The old guy would likely rage and kill everything in sight if that were to happen. Merely going to prison for a bit won't affect him much. I doubt the world government can afford to announce Garp's imprisonment publicly, though. First, I'll have to finish the task at hand. I wasn't expecting to hear this type of news today, but I guess I should have expected something like this to happen, Enel said as his earlobes swayed in the wind. The former rear admiral calmed down the rage inside of him. There was no use in blaming himself, and there was no point in blaming the situation. What he needed to do was to prove to the world government that making a move on Garp was a huge mistake. In truth, the situation was rather desperate for the Marines now. Even the usually callous Akainu was stressed by how things were developing. He may not have placed all that much value on the lives of his fellow Marines, but Garp was a symbol of unwavering justice whose mere presence on the battlefield could skyrocket the morale of all troops present. Akainu could also tell that the world government was trying to make Akiji the replacement, but he also knew that a replacement for Garp was simply impossible. The second the rest of the Navy found out, it would spark a revolt. A huge one. It would likely raise an internal conflict large enough to collapse the Navy completely. The fanatics of the world government would always stick to it. There may have been quite a few in the Marines, but even they would likely question that decision. Akainu instantly realized that Garp's imprisonment was simply never going to be announced to the world. Officially, he was simply retiring, making way for the new generation. The world government was simply trying to fade him out. That realization made Akainu break his desk in anger, and Sengoku was far worse. The old fleet admiral was prepared to completely resign and storm Impel down himself. Akainu managed to calm him down, hoping to still solve the situation diplomatically, but they both knew the chances of that happening were infinitesimal. Akainu did have an idea eventually, though. How about we just ask Enel to do it? They knew Enel was friends with Garp still. Garp hadn't been all that serious fighting him in the war, and Enel also hadn't really injured any Marines too severely. Fortunately, Akiji was already one step ahead. While Sengoku and Akainu were contemplating how to contact the newbie emperor, he was already in front of Enel, giving him the details of the situation. Enel, I know that you are no longer a Marine, but I believe I am not wrong to think that Garp is still your friend, Akiji said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration. You are not, Enel said, as he started making a small boat with his gauntlets. I'm not going to ask you to save him, but I feel that no, it's fine. I'll do it. I'll make sure Garp gets transported out of Impel down safely. Not like they'd ever be able to publicly admit that Garp is being held there. Thank you. I'm sure Akainu and Sengoku will be relieved to hear that. At this point, the two of them had been talking for a few minutes. Finally, the Marine Akiji had sent after the prisoner had returned. Bonnie was both cuffed and blindfolded. She seemed utterly confused and somewhat unaware of the surroundings. I see she's getting the royal treatment, Enel said jokingly as he looked at Akiji for a bit. The admiral simply shrugged a bit. Transporting a prisoner with a bounty as high as hers to the Holy Land isn't all that common. Not blaming you. Probably their instructions anyway. Enel signaled the Marine to simply place the confused pirate on the boat he had made earlier. The Marine did so, reluctantly if one might add. Anyway, here we part ways, Akiji, Enel said as he looked back at the new Marine hero. Yes. The next time we meet might not be this friendly, Akiji said as he narrowed his eyes a bit. Who knows? I certainly have no idea what the future holds in store for us. At least not at this point. Enel then jumped on his ship and took off, leaving behind the marine warship and sailing in a straight direction for the Sky Islands. Chapter 73. Calculations and Slight Misunderstandings. Enel flew above the clouds, his ship breaking through the wind as his mind ran several calculations around the logistics of breaking Garp out of Impel down and how that was going to affect the world. Enel knew that the world government wouldn't have the guts to announce Garp breaking out, just like they didn't have the guts to announce his imprisonment. So, technically, all Enel needed to do was to break him out once. After that, Garp would just be able to return to his home and retire. The world government would likely refrain from sending any agents after him, as they would all most likely die. Garp wasn't called the Fist for no reason. Enel had felt his punch during the war, and it had done almost as much damage to him as his clash with Whitebeard had. Garp, Whitebeard, and Akainu were the main reason why the bones in Enel's hands were cracked all over. Garp was still taking it easy on him, though, so Enel knew that Garp was certainly capable of more. The only reason Garp was being captured was that he had let himself get captured. That much was obvious. But, since diplomacy didn't work once, Garp was unlikely to let them capture him twice. Enel already had plans on how to break him out of prison. It was also rather well thought through. But that would have to wait. I don't care where you are taking me, you trashy government agent. I won't be using my devil fruits for you little shits. Jewelry Bonnie was currently still on his ship. She was still blindfolded, her pin locks tied together with her eyes. Her clothes were rather tattered, but she was still wearing her usual white, low-cut tank top as well as her orange and black striped buckled shorts with long, thin suspenders. She was currently not wearing any shoes. They probably remained stuck in some ice. And she had likely lost her jacket along the way. She also had sea-stone cuffs on her hands and a sea-stone collar tied to them by a thick steel chain. Enel hadn't really said anything to her. She had become more of an afterthought after he had heard the news about Garp. Still, he couldn't exactly bring her along in his stroll to Impel down. Magellan would likely kill her in seconds, probably by mistake too. She was struggling against her chains. Enel wondered how he would go about convincing her to sit still on the Sky Island, where no one would be able to do anything to her. The world government had absolutely no influence in the sky. That was why Enel was returning there. Besides, now that he was called the Sky King, actually living in the sky was more than fitting. Oi, Enel said as he cut off her blindfold. Bonnie squirmed away, trying to kick Enel, who dodged by simply sitting back in his chair. She was kicking toward Enel, but she was also blinded by the sun, as she wasn't expecting her blindfold to be taken off. In the process, she lost her balance and was about to fall tumbling out of the ship. Enel simply sighed in frustration, as a part of the ship extended and quickly pushed her back on the boat. Bonnie rubbed her eyes, still weakened by the sea stone, as she quickly started looking around, studying her surroundings as her eyes widened when she finally realized that she was above the clouds. Where the food dash, she then turned around, and she went completely mute when looking towards the person transporting her. Why are his earlobes so long? She thought to herself as she then got to study his face. At that point, she turned completely white, as confusion also started stirring within her. Sky King Enel? She said as she reeled back once more. Enel also raised an eyebrow at this point. He had hoped for a different reaction. In the flesh? Did you think you were being taken to the Holy Land? Enel decided to not dwell too much on it, speaking up in an attempt to somewhat ease her worries. I guess. Why am I being personally transported by the 5th Emperor? She seemed to recover quickly, probably hoping that Enel was just trying to harass the Marines and didn't know about her devil fruit. I saw the situation and didn't think it fair for a newbie to be hunted down by an admiral, Enel said with a bit of a fake smile as he remembered himself hunting down newbie pirates sometime in the past. I see. Well, thank you, I guess. She was obviously still confused and distrustful of Enel, which was to be expected given the circumstances. What are the chances of you taking off my cuffs? Bonnie asked as she looked at the clouds around her and whistled a bit. I don't know. What are the chances of you trying to attack me if I do take them off? Enel said as he twirled one of his earlobes around his wrist. Look, I may be a newbie, worst generation and all that, but I am not suicidal. She raised both of her arms as she tried to wipe some sweat from her forehead. Figures. A tendril then extended from the ship, entering the keyhole for both her cuffs and her collar. A mechanical click was heard as the restraints parted and fell to the floor of the ship, then they disappeared, seemingly swallowed by the gold as if by quicksand. Bonnie looked at the tendrils with weariness as she started rubbing her wrists and her neck, her powers also slowly returning to her. Thanks. Now, where exactly are we headed? Bonnie asked as her confusion was far from sated. With her restraints off, she was somewhat certain that she was no longer a prisoner. She knew from the fact that Enel had saved Ace and Whitebeard, two people that she respected quite a bit, that he wasn't exactly a bad person. Well, I'll be frank with you. We are basically heading to my home. Bonnie looked at Enel weirdly as some fear crept in her gaze. Crap, he's a pervert. I see. I'll just be getting comfortable for a bit, Bonnie said as she started turning into a younger version of herself. Now she was looking around 10, and her clothes were a bit too large for her, but they still fit her, thanks to the fact that she always wore skimpy clothes. They seemed just regular size for a child's body. That's an odd way of getting comfortable, Enel said as he tilted his head for a bit. That is just how I like it. I'll probably remain like this for a while. At least until I manage to run away from you. Bonnie was already trying to create escape plans in her mind, but she knew that escaping while in the middle of the sea was impossible. The ship was also small, so Enel basically had his eyes on her at all times. Simply jumping was both suicidal and unlikely to work. Well, do whatever you want. I guess you do look a bit cuter now, Enel said with a smile, his grandfatherly instincts kicking in a bit when seeing her as such a small child. This didn't get to happen with Sugar, since she was a demented individual, but Bonnie also did have a demeanor that fit her child form, so Enel didn't mind. Bonnie certainly minded, though. Her eyes widened a bit as her face turned a shade whiter than usual. Her back trembled a bit as she did her best to look away from Enel. Holy shit, I need to escape this guy. He's a complete pervert. Chapter 74. Odd Antics and Cabin. The journey towards the Sky Islands only took a week or two. Enel spent those days rather calmly, sometimes going below the clouds to retrieve a newspaper and to hunt down another sea king. Bonnie was known for her gluttony, and the fact that she looked younger now certainly didn't change that, although Enel felt it should have. Enel was able to see more and more of the government's public movements thanks to the newspaper. They were still parading Aokiji as the new marine hero, and Akainu seemed to be praised quite a bit too. Sengoku was publicly blamed for the failure in the war, but it was unlikely that the government were punishing him, at least going by what Aokiji had already told him. Although, Garp's imprisonment could be said to also be a punishment for Sengoku, or a threat at the very least. If we are willing to arrest the marine hero, then you are not any more special. It was a power move of sorts, that much was obvious. And Aokiji's fame was rising by the hour, while Garp was slowly but surely being replaced. It would take a really long time for the world government to get rid of Garp's influence in the Navy, though. The old man's retirement was not even announced publicly yet, but the rest of the Marines should have known about it by now. Basically, every single Marine that knew Garp would realize that something shady was going on. Enel could tell that his rescue of Garp was going to mess with a lot of the world government's plans, which only made him more pleased. Bonnie was currently still in her child from, still thinking of ways to escape from the longer-lobed pervert that had captured her. She had tried to change herself into an old form, but Enel simply smiled at her and said, "Whatever suits your fancy, I don't mind either way," which creeped her out even more, so she switched back to a younger form, as being old sucked and she didn't exactly like it. To her, Enel's innocent comments throughout the journey made him seem like some type of sexual deviant. The fact that weirded her out the most was that Enel was actually not yet taking advantage of her. It made her think that Enel was like a cat, playing around with his prey as he prepared to eat it whole when it least expected. The first few nights she only pretended to sleep, before tiredness took over her body and she eventually passed out during the day while eating. She was rather shocked to wake up unmolested. But when she woke up, the view was a lot more shocking. In the distance, she was able to see two large islands standing above the clouds. The sun shining from behind her was also starting to set, placing a rather beautiful glow on the distant islands. Enel smiled a bit and yawned when he noticed that she woke up. He was a bit tired as he hadn't slept at all the entire time, constantly using his devil fruit to steer his ship while remaining vigilant at all times. Since she was now awake, he also started whistling to calm his nerves for a bit. There wasn't much else he could do. Constantly reading was tiring to the eye. After all, his whistling managed to break Bonnie out of her spell as she came to the realization that Enel actually lived in the sky. Who would have thought that the man called the Sky King would actually have his residence on an island above the clouds? She obviously had heard legends about the Sky Islands, but that was all that she knew about them, that they were legends, much like the City of Gold. Now, she was able to see it rather clearly. The island was quickly getting larger and larger in her eyes, as their ship was getting closer to it with each passing second. Enel felt it in the distance. He was rather pleased to see how little had changed, and he started wondering how Gonfall and the others had been doing in his brief absence. Throughout the journey, Enel noticed the odd behavior from Bonnie. She had also not really spoken to him all that much since their initial exchange. Only a few words exchanged here and there. It was extremely odd, as Enel remembered her being rather opinionated in the show, but he decided not to think all that much about it. She's probably just stressed and tired. She also has no specific reason to trust me either. He could tell that she had hardly slept, as he was awake the entire time, which only helped creep Bonnie out even further. He's just staring at me while I'm sleeping? Was usually the thought flowing through her mind. His whistling reminded Bonnie of her situation, as she wondered if getting down from the Sky Islands would be easier than just jumping off the ship in the middle of the ocean. We'll be there in a few minutes, Enel said as he slowly sat up from his throne, randomly throwing the newspaper he was holding overboard into the sea of clouds, as he didn't break his gaze away from the Sky Island in front of him. Thanks for letting me know. Why are you taking me there, by the way? She finally had the courage to ask. After a few days of Enel not making any advances to her, she had somewhat managed to calm herself down. It was good that he was playing around with her, especially if this gave her a chance to actually escape later on. Honestly, I'm quite shocked you only asked about this now. Enel turned to her with a wry smile on his face, as he wondered how to go about telling her that she was still technically imprisoned. I'll be honest. I don't want your devil fruit to ever get in the hands of the world government. Bonnie instantly straightened up when hearing that, looking at Enel with even more weariness than before. Enel was a bit confused at that. Not that she had hidden her power in any way from him or the public, as she had used her abilities rather openly in the past. Was she expecting him to not know how such powers could be abused? He who also had one of the strongest fruits in existence. Calm down. I am merely taking some precautionary measures. The second you stepped into the new world you got captured, so I likely can't trust you to go on by yourself. At this point, Bonnie realized that the situation was a bit more serious than Enel simply wanting to take her to his house and take advantage of her. Bonnie wanted to retort, but she ended up clenching her teeth in anger a bit under Enel's cold gaze. She couldn't exactly deny the fact that she was caught instantly. It was a stroke of bad luck, but she had almost ended up in the possession of some greasy celestial dragon's dew. To that bad luck, so it couldn't be ignored. I know you don't like this. I wasn't exactly expecting you to be enthusiastic about this either. But I'll need you to stay put at least for a while until things cool down, then you can go your own way. In truth, Enel said the arrangement was temporary only to calm her down. He planned to befriend her properly during the time she spent there, to make her join him in his quest basically, which would justify her spending more time on the Sky Islands and being out of danger. Enel knew that it was a problematic idea that could go wrong, but he couldn't exactly do much else. Well, chaining her up with sea stone and telling Whitebeard to feed her from time to time would also work. But Enel wanted to keep that as a last resort for now. Bonnie could be an extremely useful ally with her ability. Enel had quite a few plans for the future, and if a few certain people could return to their prime, then these plans would go a lot smoother. Enel had no way of knowing how difficult befriending her would be, though. Although she now knew more about his reasons, she still thought that he was a pervert and that it was only a matter of time before he did something shady. Enel decided to park his boat right outside his cabin, at the edge of Upper Yard, the island made out of the earth. Enel could see that his cabin was mostly intact, and he could tell that there was no one really nearby. This is where we, mostly you, will be living for the following months. It's likely going to be a bit dusty, so we'll have to start cleaning it up a bit. Enel got off his boat and tapped it with his palm. The boat proceeded to morph around Enel's hand and turn into a golden pair of gauntlets. The young Bonnie fell on her ass, as she wasn't exactly expecting that to happen. She found it a bit odd, feeling earth at her feet while so high up. She also swore a bit as she rubbed her behind. A warning could have been nice, she said with an angry tone. Sorry about that. Enel sweated a bit as he realized that they were probably starting off on the wrong foot. I was so used to Oven landing on his feet that I forgot other people might not be used to this type of thing. He then simply sighed and opened the door to his house, preparing for an hour or two of cleaning. Chapter 75. Wiper and Gone Fall. The cleanup didn't really take that long, as the cabin itself wasn't all that large. Bonnie didn't do a lot to help. She was a bit concerned about there being only one bed, though. Enel left her in the cabin for a while, to be alone with her thoughts. He wanted to go visit a few old friends for now. In lightning form, he blitzed across the island and reached the middle of the largest city instantly. Gone Fall had made his office in the middle of the city, so the people would have the option of communicating with him by just going there. Enel didn't bother much to hide his appearance or presence. He received plenty of odd and scared gazes. He didn't really care, though, only walking into the mayor's building and asking for Gone Fall at the receptionist. The woman was petrified to see Enel drop by there. To be exact, Enel actually had to cough a few times before she finally reacted and informed Gone Fall of his arrival. The thought at the forefront of everyone's mind was that Enel was back, and he was going to try to take over leadership again. No one wanted that type of thing to happen. Not only was Enel a bad leader in general, but he was also a murderous psychopath with an actual god complex. So, Enel could somewhat sympathize with the reactions he was getting. But that didn't mean he liked being treated as a ticking time bomb. He knew that salvaging his public image on Sky Island would be difficult, but he still planned to do it at some point. Bit by bit, of course. For now, the first step would be to let them all know that he was still there, and that he wasn't exactly a threat to anyone. But that wasn't his main focus on this outing, merely a side objective. Enel just felt like seeing how Gone Fall was faring and how much Wiper had improved. He could feel that the two of them were together in the mayor's office, so he simply started walking there, stopping in front of the door for a second and knocking a bit. Upon entering, he was instantly able to recognize Gone Fall and Wiper, although they had changed quite a bit. Well, mostly Wiper had changed his clothing style entirely. Gone Fall was mostly the same, only looking a bit more tired than usual. Wiper was now wearing a black formal suit, much like what Enel used to wear before his clothes got ruined. He still had a large cannon on his back, and his hairstyle hadn't changed all that much. Still, his new look gained a smile from Enel. Hello there. I see you've taken after me, Wiper. Enel covered his mouth with one of his gauntlet palms, covering the shit-eating grin that was spreading on his face. Enel? Wiper shouted with a bit of anger in his voice, something that made Enel a bit confused. Why'd you go off on your own without even saying goodbye? Wiper instantly walked over to Enel, pointing at the taller former Marine's chest with a throbbing vein visible on his forehead. No need to get so angry about it. Not like I was away for a very long time, Enel said as he waved one of his earlobes around dismissively. I can be as angry as I want. Bit of a warning would be nice next time you plan to fuck off for a few months. Wiper huffed as he crossed his arms and went back to his place, standing behind Gone Fall while the old man was at his office. He was officially made the god Gone Fall's personal guard, and he had been training nonstop in order to catch up to Enel. The two of them had been sparring quite a bit before Enel left Sky Island to join the Marines. Wiper hadn't really won any match. He had a slight advantage in skill at first, but that vanished quickly as Enel was a fast learner. So, Wiper really wanted to have a rematch with his long-earlobed sparring partner. It's good to see you've come back, Enel, Gone Fall said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. He was a lot calmer than Wiper regarding the entire situation. It's great to be back, what can I say? A smile spread on Enel's lips as he looked around the room for a bit. It was rather plainly decorated. It was pretty apparent that Gonfall didn't hire any interior designer for his office. Has anything of note happened while I was away? Enel's gaze turned serious as he started asking some more pertinent questions. He knew that he wasn't gone for a long time, so there was no need for some long reunion. Some people from below managed to find their way here. We are still unsure how, but they seem to be oddly interested in the Shandya clan's ruins from the upper yard, Gonfall said as he put down a few pieces of paper on the table. Probably pirates. Did you guys deal with them? Enel asked as he crossed his legs and grabbed a cup of tea from the table. Another vein rose on Wiper's forehead when seeing that. That's my cup, you dick. But he didn't want to interrupt the conversation, so he held back. Wiper managed to subdue them. They are currently still captured, but they didn't disclose the means they used to reach us. Enel nodded when hearing that. It's a good thing they were captured. I had forgotten that people from below could still travel up here. I think Bellamy had managed to do that and steal some gold in the original story, but he should have been imprisoned, so it likely wasn't him this time around. Enel rubbed his chin with one hand as he pondered a bit more about what methods people could use to reach Sky Island. He knew that it was technically possible if one was able to fly, but the Sea of Clouds would turn any Devil Fruit user into a sinking rock if they attempted to jump to the Sky Islands. Enel wasn't exactly worried, though, as he had plenty of plans on how to proceed if people actually found the Sky Islands. It wasn't as if that was never a possibility in his mind, but having his main base of operations discovered so quickly was rather annoying. I'll visit the prisoners at some point. Do make sure to keep an eye on them, Enel eventually said as he wondered how he'd go about interrogating the visitors. Good. Besides that, I've been doing my best to prepare our islands for outsiders attacking us at any point since you left. I don't really know what you've been doing, but I wanted to be safe, Gonfall said as Enel raised an eyebrow. I guess he didn't want to just leave things up to me. Well, a bit of preparedness is never bad for you. It's a good thing that you've decided to take precautions. Here, this will certainly be helpful to you. Enel handed Gonfall 6 small booklets, the same books that Sengoku had given him upon joining the Marines. Gonfall grabbed one of them and pursued it for a few seconds, smiling a bit as he said, "Interesting. If all techniques you've provided are this useful, then it is sure to bolster our strength." Gonfall had only picked up the book for Tekai, and had only gotten to read a brief explanation of the technique's effects, and he was already impressed. Yes, but it will certainly take a few years for people to learn them, Enel said as he shook his head a bit. Still, I expect us to have a trained squad with enough mastery in at least 3 of those skills within the next 2 years. Enel continued as he shrugged a bit and hoped for the best. That should be possible. The training regime will certainly be a harsh one, though, Gonfall said as he started looking through a few more books. Well, this will be a special squad, so only the best will qualify for it anyway, Enel said as he took another sip of his Wiper's tea. It will be a special squad until all of our soldiers manage to learn it, I guess, Gonfall said as he smiled a bit. Indeed. Enel's smile didn't diminish either, becoming larger as he thought about his main base having more and more strong fighters to defend it. Wiper also picked up one of the books with a skeptical face, only to also get a sadistic smile when reading more about it. Still, he didn't really know if Enel had mastered any of those techniques yet, so he was still eager to fight him. Special techniques from the people below, huh? Enel, it's been a while already. Let's see if you've been lazing around the past few months, Wiper said as he cracked his knuckles. Enel simply chuckled a bit as he looked at his first sparring partner. Don't be too disappointed when you lose, the former Marine said as he remembered the sparring partners he had had since then, mainly Garp, and how much stronger he had become. The 2 of them got up and proceeded to leave, leaving only Gonfall, who sighed a bit in frustration at the fact that his personal guard had just left him alone. Chapter 76. Discoveries in Sparring. While Enel and Wiper were heading for a clearing in Upper Yard, on the other side of the Grand Line, the news of the war's events had finally reached a secluded and closed-off country. More specifically, a gargantuan man was currently staring at the wanted poster of a rookie emperor. The man was standing at a whopping 7 meters tall. His upper body muscles were large and bulky. He wore a blue-purple feathered overcoat draped on his shoulders. The man was currently shirtless, sitting on a large and comfortable chair. He also wore a pair of baggy black pants and black boots. A large cross-shaped scar was on the right side of his abdomen. His most eye-catching feature was his pair of horns, which made the man look even more intimidating than usual. It was none other than Kaido, the king of beasts and the captain of the massive pirate crew, the Beast Pirates. A man worth exactly 4.6 billion berry, and an extremely dangerous tyrant. He hadn't taken the news of one of his strongest subordinates being killed nicely. He had killed both the messenger and had prohibited any tombstone of Jack the Drought from ever being built. He was a man that only valued strength above all else. His dream was to form a pirate crew strong enough to take down the world government itself. Losing Jack was a rather large setback in Kaido's eyes. He didn't truly care about Jack as an individual, though. What he cared more about was making sure that such a thing wouldn't happen again. He couldn't afford to lose too many cadres in his crew. Jack was one of the 3 strongest in his crew. So Kaido raged quite a bit when hearing about his death, even killing the poor subordinate that had to report it to him. Kaido then proceeded to drink himself into a stupor shortly after learning that Doflamingo got taken down by the Marines and his Smile factory was destroyed. The Beast King had swore loudly and cursed the Marines. His curses reverberated throughout the castle and his outbursts affected quite a few members of his crew. Kaido's dream was to create a pirate crew strong enough to take down the world nobles. He believed in all-out war and felt that only the strong deserved to rule. The destruction of the Smile factory had managed to throw a wrench in his plans as well. The factory was supposed to have been built with sea stone, but it had been erased entirely in what was believed to be a freak storm, at least until recently. Kaido's associates could be seen trembling, especially the henchman that had brought him the newspaper. Kaido's cold gaze stared at the newly titled Sky King with a hateful gaze. The former rear admiral he hadn't paid any attention to, the one that Jack had been hunting before dying. The one that had killed Doflamingo ruthlessly and destroyed the factory that was supposed to produce the artificial fruits that would help him achieve his dream. It was him, all along. Kaido's rage could barely be contained at that point, as he crumbled up the wanted poster and threw it away angrily. "I want his head," Kaido shouted, as his subordinates trembled in fear. "Yes, Kaido." King and Queen both bowed to him at that point. But not one of the Beast Pirates was actually confident in fighting Enel at this point. King and Queen thought that maybe they'd be able to hold him back, but Enel was known to have fought against the entire navy by himself. His fruit was also titled Invincible, and for a good reason, as it was capable of enough destruction to make the majority of the Beast Pirates reluctant to even get involved with him. King was confident in himself, and he was confident in his captain, who was fated to become the Pirate King. But he didn't feel confident enough to face Enel by himself. But Kaido's orders couldn't be ignored. "Bring me sake." The day continued from then on for the Beast Pirates, all of the cadres now having a target, the newbie emperor, Sky King Enel. And said newbie didn't really care about them at all. He had just reached a clearing in the forest, with Wiper walking alongside him, and the two of them were preparing for a decent fight. Both of them were stretching a bit, and Enel was obviously going to go easy and not even enhance his speed at this point. Enel had mastery over all of the 6 powers and over all types of hockey. People in the first half of the Grand Line were not even strong enough to make him use the metal manipulation part of his devil fruit at that point. Wiper was a lot stronger now than he had been in the series. Having Enel as a sparring partner and rival had helped the tribal warrior get stronger at a monumental pace, but he was still left far behind by Enel's own progress. They were near Enel's cottage at this point, since Enel also wanted to show Wiper where his new home was. "Just so you know, this won't be the same as before," Enel said as he cracked his neck a bit, taking off his gauntlets to reveal his bandaged arms. "Heh. You can use whatever fancy technique you think you've got up your sleeve. I'll take you on regardless," Wiper said as he took off his jacket and threw his cannon to the side. Enel did the same and threw his staff away, raising a small dust cloud and cracking the earth a bit where it landed. Wiper looked at the staff with a raised eyebrow. Good. So he hasn't been slacking. Oh boy, he didn't know half of it. The fight started in earnest, with Wiper dashing toward Enel at breakneck speeds. Enel simply smiled when seeing that, studying his opponent's speed before deciding how much he should hold back. Wiper cocked his fist back and punched at Enel like an enraged gorilla when he reached him. Enel raised his leg, stopping the punch with the sole of his shoe as he stood there unmoved with a smile on his face. Wiper grunted as the ground underneath Enel started cracking rapidly. He's grown so much, Enel thought to himself, the smile on his face widening a bit as he remembered how they were relatively close in body strength when he had arrived in that world. Blows were being exchanged at rather high speeds. Enel's arms were mostly hanging limply by his sides, but his leg moved like an enraged snake, kicking and blocking all of Wiper's strikes perfectly. The trees around them shook as leaves flew off in all directions because of their bout. The ground cracked more and more with each strike thrown, blocked, or missed. The small booms that could be heard eventually disturbed Bonnie too, who walked out of the house with a confused expression on her face. Her eyes widened when she saw the madman that was exchanging blows with an actual emperor. Still, she could tell that the two of them knew each other. It was rather obvious from the large smiles they had plastered on their faces. "You can take so many hits now," Wiper shouted as he punched at Enel's torso. At this point, Enel simply used Tekai and took it with a smile on his face. "What can I say? I've had a good teacher," Enel said as he remembered Garp pounding him into the ground on a daily basis. "That ain't fair. I was stuck here with no one interesting to fight," Wiper said as he retrieved his fist and delivered the heaviest kick he could towards Enel's temple. Enel simply crouched down as much as he could, ducking under the kick as one of his earlobes extended upward and slapping Wiper in the face heavily, making him take a few steps back with a confused look in his eyes. "Seriously?" Wiper said as he immediately jumped for his cannon with an angry look on his face. Now, Wiper realized that Enel was holding back the entire time. It was hard not to, but he didn't take kindly to Enel using his earlobes to slap him around, so he decided to simply go for his weapon to gain an advantage. Immediately, Wiper turned his cannon towards Enel, who was still staring at him with a smile. First, he fired a normal cannonball at him, smiling a bit as he didn't expect it to do much damage. Enel simply kicked towards it, unleashing a small rankyaku and cutting it in half. The cannonball parted down the middle and both pieces flew by Enel's sides. Wiper was forced to jump and roll to the side as the flying slash continued onwards, splitting the ground and a few trees in the process. "Damn, the hell is that technique?" Wiper said as he aimed his cannon towards Enel once more. This time, he fired a ball of white flames toward Enel. The cannon he was using was a special burn bazooka that could shoot fireballs when used in tandem with a fire dial. Enel didn't get to study dials all that much, and he wasn't highly interested in them, but he still knew how they worked both from Enel's memories and his own. Enel chose not to take that attack head-on, as he'd need to use armament to keep his clothes intact. Instead, he used Jeppo, and with 2 jumps, he was already well over the flames and above Wiper. "Brace yourself," Enel shouted as he twirled a bit in the air, doing a somersault and sending a large rankyaku towards Wiper. The tribal chief was shocked this time, quickly rolling to the side as the blade hit the earth. The ground shattered, and he was sent flying further into the forest. The hell? Wiper's burn bazooka had been blown away. Had it not been for Enel's warning, he would have been split in half most likely. Wiper sweated a bit when seeing the deep gorge that Enel's attack had left into the earth. What the fuck was that? Wiper was frustrated at that point. He hadn't realized that Enel had improved that much. "Yeah, you really have to learn those techniques," Enel said as he landed on the ground near Wiper. Wry's smile was present on his face as he tried to lessen some of Wiper's disappointment. Wiper stared at Enel for a bit, his frustrated gaze eventually turning to the ground, before he cracked his neck a bit and said, "I'll learn those fucking techniques. You better be ready for a rematch. I'll make sure to beat you handily," the tribal warrior said as he went and collected his weapon. Enel did the same, putting his gauntlets back on and placing his staff on his back. Bonnie, that had been watching the entire fight, was also rather impressed, but she already knew Enel was strong, so the one that impressed her more was Wiper, by holding his own for as long as he did. Even when holding back, Enel was still an untouchable existence to many at this point, and Bonnie also thought that too. Bonnie ended up going to look at the place Enel had attacked last after the two of them left. She sweated a bit when seeing the deep 10-meter gorge that had been created. It was also spanning well over 100 meters at the very least. What the hell are these top powers made out of? Chapter 77. Training in Awkward Situations. Enel and Wiper walked through the woods again. The two of them were still speaking about their spars mostly, with Wiper asking what Enel had done to grow that strong. Enel couldn't really give him much of a response besides, "I had a great teacher and I trained a lot." Honestly, that was most of what he had done for the months before Marineford, training. The only leisure time he had was in the few hours he had slept, or when he was traveling with Hancock and Luffy. And, at this point, Enel no longer felt the need to be so obsessed with his training. He had already grown strong enough to hold his own. He would still train from time to time, but the body that he had wanted to polish was already rather powerful, strong enough to take hits from both Garp and Whitebeard. Enel could now trust himself to fight even the likes of Kaido without worrying about injuries too much. His devil fruit provided him with superior firepower. His powerful body now provided him with a lot of stamina. If the original Enel had tried to pull a stunt like the one he had pulled at Marineford, he would have been killed almost instantly, or would have passed out from exhaustion. He was now leagues above what he had been when arriving in that world. Still, seeing Wiper's frustrated expression made him a bit unhappy. He could become a rather powerful ally with some proper training, and with that thought in mind, Enel started speaking to his old sparring partner. "Wiper, first off, you will have to learn all 6 of the techniques I gave to Gon Fall." Enel instantly caught Wiper's attention with that phrase. "Obviously, but that might take a while," the tribal warrior said as he scratched the back of his head for a bit. "It will, but I will give you the training methods that my teacher used for each technique. It should shorten the time required to gain mastery over each technique by quite a bit." Wiper immediately perked up when Enel said that. "Hee, so you're helping me beat you up, huh?" The smile on the tribal warrior's face seemed to turn a bit sadistic. Enel simply laughed at that and proceeded to tell Wiper broadly about the training methods of each technique and which could be learned together. Some of the 6 techniques simply complemented each other, and learning some first would make learning the others faster. Similar to how learning either one of Jeppo, Sora would make learning the other 2 much faster. How training Rankyaku after those 2 would make it much easier to grasp. Of course, he also told Wiper about learning Tekai and Kamii together. Shurgon needed to be trained separately, as it was a purely offensive technique that only strengthened your arm and fingers. But Garp also had a method for that. Simply banging your finger into a rock repeatedly until you got stronger. It was just as painful as his other training methods. Enel simply advised Wiper to learn Tekai first before jumping into that, to prevent him from breaking his fingers too often. By the end, Wiper was sweating a bit. Enel's, Garp's, training methods were simply masochistic. Still, he couldn't allow himself to fall so far behind Enel. He needed to catch up. So he simply memorized what he needed and nodded. Enel decided to give him a bit of a teaser on what would come after the 6 Power 2. "After you are done learning the 6 techniques, I will also teach you how to use mantra, as well as another version of mantra that allows you to damage devil fruit users like me." Wiper seemed to get excited a bit when hearing that. It only lasted for a few seconds though, after which he just seemed to deflate. "I don't really have much talent for mantra. I don't know how much I'll be able to learn." He looked rather discouraged for a second. "Wiper, mantra is merely a projection of one's spiritual power that manifests thanks to one's willpower. Some people have a talent for it, some don't, but all are able to use it as long as they are strong enough." Wiper looked at Enel for a bit when hearing that explanation. He eventually smiled, deciding to trust Enel's words in that instance. "I get it. It might take me longer, but I'll try to get some mastery over it," the tribal warrior said as he started walking again, heading back towards the city. "Honestly, the other type of mantra that I was talking about might be a lot more fitting for you. You have a lot of endurance and strength, so you might learn it relatively quickly. It may take you a year, let's say." "That's still a long time, though." Wiper crossed his arms and made a long face when hearing that. "Bah, most people take decades to learn it. You should be happy right now, you actual dumbass." Enel got a bit frustrated at that point, as Wiper was genuinely complaining while being a lot more talented than others. "Don't call me that, you long-eared freak." Wiper immediately started biting back. The two of them weren't exactly against a bit of friendly banter. Enel also enjoyed this type of lively conversation from time to time. It helped his mind relax quite a bit. Well then, I'll be heading back to my cabin for now. I'll probably be away for a week or two again, Enel said as he sighed and claimed down for now. Huh, you just came back. Why are you leaving already? Whitebeard asked as he gave Enel a long look. My old teacher's having some issues. I do have to go and help him out, Enel said as he twirled one of his earlobes around. Fair enough. What about the prisoners? The tribal warrior asked as he continued walking through the forest. I'll visit them when I come back. Not like they are that big of a threat if they were unable to escape until now. Whitebeard merely nodded when hearing that, not pressing the issue any further. By the way, would you be kind enough to deliver food and water to my cabin every day or so? I have a guest there, and I don't want her starving to death, Enel said as he sighed a bit. Oh, her? Did you bring home a girl? Whitebeard smiled when hearing that, instantly deciding to tease Enel. No, shut up, Enel said with a poker face. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. To think our Enel has grown up so much. Whitebeard wiped a fake tear from his cheek, while Enel looked at him with empty eyes. I'm at least twice as old as you are, Enel said as he crossed his arms and looked at Whitebeard with a bored expression. Whitebeard noticed that, so he stopped playing around. Fine, I'll get going now. Thanks for dropping by. Now I have a lot of training to do. Whitebeard then proceeded to fly off on his shooters, which were technically flying roller blades. Enel looked at him fly off for a bit, before returning to his cabin to tell Bonnie of his departure as well. When he arrived inside, he was a bit surprised to see Bonnie in her usual form, not the child one. While he was away, Bonnie had pondered how to get away from Enel. Seeing how strong he was while he was holding back made her tremble a bit. She had somewhat forgotten the strength that Enel had displayed during Marineford after spending so much time near him. He was rather unassuming most of the time, so that was a quick reminder to her that he could kill her at any second. She realized that, as long as Enel was there, she would simply be unable to escape. Even worse, Enel seemed to be aware of her location. She had seen him turn around and smile at her while he was walking away with his sparring partner. So running into the forest was likely not a good option either. In the end, she turned into her usual form of a 20-something-year-old. It should at least hurt a lot less this way. Enel had basically told her they'd be living in that small cabin, which only had a small bed. So she instantly assumed that Enel would likely do something to her since he was a disgusting pervert, and it was clear enough that he didn't mind her being a child either. What's up? Enel walked in, and Bonnie just sighed when seeing him act in such a relaxed and friendly manner. Stop acting and let's just get this over with. She then started undressing, slipping the suspenders that extended from her shorts off her shoulders. She then proceeded to try and take off her shorts, at which point Enel's eyes widened a bit and he shouted, "What the fuck are you doing?" His expression was certainly a startled one, as his gaze also instantly turned into a confused one, as Bonnie also looked at him with a confused gaze. She was also honestly incredibly confused. At that point, she was basically offering herself to him. He had no need to keep up pretenses and could just act like the pervert he was, so why did he reel back when she started undressing? Anyway, I'm going away for a while. Enel proceeded to instantly leave the house and started floating. Someone will drop by to give you food. Goodbye dash. Enel didn't even get to finish as he turned into a lightning bolt and vanished into the distance, leaving Bonnie extremely confused and quite flabbergasted. Don't tell me. Was he flustered? I guess he wasn't that much of a pervert after all. Now I feel like shit. Bonnie looked at the ground for a bit, as her previous interactions with Enel suddenly started looking different in her mind. He was just being fucking friendly? Why'd he have to run off though? With that thought in mind, Bonnie eventually gained a wide smile on her face. If he is that shy and easily flustered, I may be able to make use of him. He's a fucking emperor for God's sake. Bonnie started rubbing her chin as her red lips turned more and more upwards with a wide smile. Yes, I can't wait for him to come back. If I can get him wrapped around my finger, then the Marines and the world government will no longer be an issue. Bonnie instantly started strategizing how to make use of the shy guy that had just run off. But unbeknownst to her, Enel had already branded her as a sexual deviant in his mind. It wasn't that he had been flustered, he just didn't feel like dealing with an awkward situation. He wasn't about to have sex with someone he barely knew anything about. So he simply ran off like lightning to avoid rejecting her directly. If only he had the ability to do that in his past life, so many embarrassing moments would have disappeared. Oh well, the Sky King was off to Impel Down now. Chapter 78. Impel Down and Changes. Enel's journey to Impel Down didn't take long. He didn't bother traveling with a slow golden boat as he just zapped across the world towards where he knew the island would be. It took a few hours, with different stops for Enel to check up on his map, sleep a bit, and make sure he was going in the right direction by using other islands as landmarks. Navigation was relatively easy when one didn't need to worry about the weather of the Grand Line too. Using an actual compass was still impossible as they were relatively useless, but the map Enel was using had a drawn compass on it, and that was really all that he needed. Enel had managed to forget about the awkward situation from earlier and didn't give it much thought anymore. Still, he wondered if he could make sure Bonnie would never be captured and just let her go. Somehow, in the end, he reached the conclusion that he'd likely have to train her a bit, or at least plan out some training regime for her. She could technically end most fights with one touch if the opponent wasn't using armament. So she had the potential to be an extremely strong fighter. She would never be able to survive if another admiral went after her, though. All of them had powerful armament hockey, even though they specialized in using their fruits mostly. Hell, at this point Enel was well aware that most vice admirals would be able to apprehend her easily, especially if they had some sea stone at hand. By the time Enel reached the skies above Impel Down, he had already planned out an entire training program for Bonnie, which also included a diet of Sea King meat. Enel was well aware of how important nutrition was in growing stronger. The fact that his diet only consisted of the most powerful Sea Kings he could find certainly helped him grow stronger faster. In retrospect, more people could use that type of diet. So Enel decided he would hunt down more Sea Kings on his way back home, to feed the soldiers of the Sky Island in order to have stronger fighters stationed at his main base of operations. As he finished noting down the last of his ideas, he started thinking of how to approach the Impel Down breakout. Why was there so much movement in Impel Down anyway? As Enel was making his way to Impel Down, the figure of a heavily muscled old man with gray hair and a short beard could be seen in the furthest cage in the lowest part of the prison. The man still wore a white costume, the same one he had been wearing on the day of his capture, as no one dared to tell him to change. The wardens and prison guards were not told the identity of Garp. The CP agents made sure to escort him to his cell personally, and they prevented anyone from even seeing him. All personnel was prohibited from going too deeply into the lowest level of the prison. And the one Garp was placed into was not even the 6th level that Enel had seen. Instead, it was one even more hidden. It was called Level 0, the Forgotten Hell. The security personnel there was non-existent, but it was completely covered in sea stone. From top to bottom, it was built out of that devil fruit weakening material. It hampered willpower as well, so most people would simply not ever be able to sense it unless looking specifically for it. Since sea stone gave off the same energy as the sea, most people trying to look into it with observation hockey would only feel the sea underneath the 6th floor of Impel Down. The usual piece of bread and water that was to be given as food was simply delivered through a tube coming down from an upper level. That was where the world government held all of their highest-risk prisoners. Although Level 6 had plenty of powerful prisoners, Level 0 was quite different. It was a level for people that the government really could not afford to ever release in the world. And it was mostly empty. That place was where people were sent to be forgotten completely, even by the world government itself. Monkey D. Garp knew that. But he also knew that the world government wouldn't get its way. Sengoku was likely fighting to get him out. Even Akainu was likely trying to get him out. The Magma Admiral had changed a lot in the short time he had spent with Enel. He was a lot more agreeable. Still, Garp felt that diplomacy might simply not work now that he saw where he was taken and the conditions in which he was kept. Thick sea stone chains were wrapped tightly all around him, cuffs that covered his arms completely, and a collar that made it difficult to move his neck. Garp still had his physical strength, but he could no longer use hockey properly because of the sea stone. So he was stuck there now, but his hope was far from being squashed. He knew that Sengoku would even break into Impel Down for him if it was needed. Besides Sengoku, there was also Dragon, his son. Although they were not on the best terms, Dragon wouldn't abandon his father in a prison, especially not under these circumstances, when he could easily convince Garp to turn on the world government. There was also Luffy and Ace, and by extension the Whitebeard pirates. Garp didn't have high hopes for them showing up. He especially hoped Luffy and Ace would stay out of it, but he did think of the possibility. Then there was another person, Enel, the Sky King. He was certainly capable enough to break into Impel down, but Garp already owed him one for saving his grandsons, so he hoped it wouldn't get to that. As the days passed, Garp's hope that things could be solved diplomatically was slowly diminishing, and breaking out was starting to look more and more like his only option. Garp then heard a voice from one of the other cells. Didn't think I'd ever sense your presence again, Garp, the Fist. It was a weakened voice, speaking slowly. Who are you exactly? Garp asked as he blinked a few times. He couldn't recognize whose the voice that was. Garp had always been blunt with people. He was also not in a great mood currently, so he didn't bother to mince words with a criminal. He also had no idea there were any prisoners alive on level 0. He hadn't seen any movement when coming in, and the agent transporting him didn't seem to look around either. Well, I'm shocked you forgot about me. It was a rather bloody affadash. The words were interrupted by a series of coughs, signifying that the man's health had seen better days. Garp didn't say anything, but he started to remember a few things when hearing that voice. He found it oddly familiar. Remember God Valley? At that point, Garp's eyes widened as he turned his head to look towards the wall from where he had heard that voice. No way. You're telling me they kept you alive? Garp spoke slowly as his eyes widened. He could remember his name clearly, a name that had once shook the seas and made the entire Navy tremble with fear. His sword could split islands in half. His haki was strong enough to cut through anything. A man that Garp had fought in the past, alongside Joel D. Rogers' crew and Whitebeard. Garp narrowed his eyes as he looked at his own body. Some of the scars that covered his skin were made by that man. It was rather ironic that they met again under these circumstances. The first mate of the Rocks pirates, also one of the strongest pirates of his generation. It was none other than Francisco de Guzman. His name was scribbled out of every history book, and unlike his captain, he had survived the scuffle at God Valley. But he had been too injured to flee, unlike other associates of Xebec and members of the Rocks pirates that went on to become legendary figures. Instead, he was found by the Navy and imprisoned. The world government was going to execute him silently, but they instead left him to rot in the deepest part of Impel Down, seemingly forgetting about him as soon as the world did. If even people like you were kept out of the loop, there is little hope for the rest of the world to know of me, is there? Garp could hear Francesco's aged voice clearly now. He clearly remembered the way that God Valley had played out. The only reason they were able to win was because they had managed to separate Xebec from his first mate. Had that not happened, Garp and Roger would have died that day. The fact that Whitebeard and Roger's crew were helping them was also a huge reason why they were able to win. Whitebeard had betrayed the Rocks pirates on that fateful night, deciding to side with Roger, who had become his friend. Rayleigh and Whitebeard had fought Francisco and drove him away, while Garp and Roger dealt with Xebec by themselves for a while. Garp winced a bit as he remembered that day. Many lives were lost, and no one remembered it either. It was as if their sacrifices were in vain. I thought you were executed, Garp said as he looked at the ground. He wasn't exactly a friend of Francisco. It would be closer to say they were enemies. But they were both old men at this point and both prisoners. So Garp saw no issue with talking to him. I wish. No, they left me here to meet my end slowly. Garp didn't have much of a reaction when hearing that. It was something that the world government was prone to doing. After all, why else would they keep so many prisoners alive on the 6th floor of Impel Down, when all of them were atrocious criminals that deserved death? Garp simply sighed, remembering more and more about the God Valley incident and Francisco himself. It's all because of Xebec. That piece of shit just had to go and make an enemy out of everyone. Garp chuckled a bit when hearing the vitriol from Francisco's aged voice. Xebec had not been liked by any of his crewmates. He was a cruel individual that only appreciated strength. Francisco was considered his second, But even he was treated like shit from time to time because he was weaker than Zebek himself. Garp, would you mind telling me a bit more about the outside? Francisco's aged voice was heard once more, breaking Garp out of his melancholic stupor and making him sigh a bit. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have associated himself with a pirate like Francisco, but the circumstances he was in weren't exactly all that great. Who knew how long he'd be down there, right? Besides, Francisco was bound to be a different man from the one he was 40 years ago. So, the two old men started speaking, recounting stories while leaning on the walls of their prison cells, unsupervised. Garp also learned that his food was basically thrown at him weekly from the tube. He couldn't use his hands, but he was actually expected to eat the bread by crawling on the ground. The water also didn't come in any container. It was just sprayed in a small puddle in the middle of the room. Licking it from the ground was one's only choice. Garp was beyond infuriated by that. His constant shouts and complaining managed to make Francisco laugh quite a bit. In the end, after a few days, Garp finally understood that there was simply no chance for diplomacy to work. He had also told his worries to Francisco. After all, if a breakout was to happen, the old pirate would also be involved, most likely killed too. Francisco simply laughed a bit when hearing about how many people were likely to rescue Garp. You always knew how to make friends. Garp had no way to see Francisco's face, but he could clearly hear the old man smile. Say, why wait for them? Do you want to break out now? He's got an idea? Chapter 79. Old People Breaking Out. Garp looked a bit confused at first when hearing Francisco's suggestion. Are you saying you can break out of here, somehow? Garp wasn't exactly wrong to question that. Francisco had been held captive there for around 40 years, give or take. If he was able to leave, why didn't he do so already? Of course, you should know already. There is nothing in this world that I can't cut. Francisco's aged voice sounded confident beyond anything else. That might have been true back in the days. But you'd be surprised how much the world has developed, Garp said as he looked around him with a wary gaze. An entire building of sea stone must have been built after Francisco was captured, and the old man has likely moved there afterwards. I know. I've seen the way they managed to bend and manipulate sea stone to their advantage. But when has that ever stopped me? Garp could hear a few clangs, then a few loud metallic thuds. At that point, the old man raised an eyebrow. Are you telling me he already freed himself? If you are able to, I wouldn't mind getting out of here myself, Garp said as he smiled a bit, wondering how the wardens of Impel Down would react when seeing him walking around their lower levels. Then, a large sound reverberated throughout the Seastone prison as Francisco cut through his own cell bars and stepped out. Garp didn't react much when seeing his appearance, at least at first, as his view was shrouded by the dark. Then he noticed it. Overgrown gray hair and beard, both unkempt and dirty, the old man in front of him was missing both of his eyes, and the scars on his wrists and calves told Garp that his tendons had been severed. The world government truly wanted him to never be able to pick up a sword or to ever fight on the same level as he had used to in the past. Garp winced a bit as he realized that Francisco had likely undergone extensive torture in his time as a prisoner. How come you're only doing this now? Garp asked as he studied the old man a bit more. The rags he was wearing were filled with holes. He had slightly larger than normal nails, and he had probably been biting them to keep them to his preferred length. They were also likely what he used to cut through the jail bars and his own restraints. At first, I was just like you, able to use my strength, but unable to use hockey at all. Over decades of constant exposure, I've acclimated. Francisco got closer and closer to Garp's seastone cell. His hockey turned his nails completely red, with an odd aura surrounding them, as he swiped at the bars. Sparks rose up as his nails seemed to cleave through the seastone bars like hot knives through butter. It was at this point that Garp noticed something else about Francisco's state. The old man was panting. My strength and stamina were no longer the same by the time I managed to use hockey in this hellhole. I don't have the confidence to escape by myself, but with you here. At this point, Garp understood Francisco's meaning completely. Eventually, he chuckled. To think I'd end up helping a pirate escape, Garp said as he slowly stood up, his bindings still bound closely to his body. Francisco then proceeded to use his nails to tear apart the sea stone that bound Garp. The vice admiral could tell that the old pirate was already exhausted by the end. It was rather obvious why he hadn't escaped by himself already. He simply could not. Francisco had lived on a diet of a few drops of water and a stale piece of bread every week for a few decades. His tendons were cut and his eyes ruined. He simply didn't have the strength to escape. Garp finally felt free as soon as the bindings came off. His fists turned black as he looked at the ground and ceiling a bit more. Everything around him was made out of sea stone, but he was still wearing his shoes, so his feet weren't directly touching the ground, which now enabled him to use hockey. At this point, Garp contemplated killing Francisco then and there, as he remembered the terror he and Zebek had brought to the world. But Francisco's next words made him stop. Hee. Finally, freedom is within grasp. At least I'll be able to feel the sunlight on my skin for one last time. At this point, Garp simply winced a bit. He was no longer looking at a legendary pirate. Instead, he was looking at a pitiful and sickly old man on the brink of death. At that point, Garp shook his head internally, deciding to not take away the old man's last chance at tasting freedom. What harm can he even bring at this point? He looks like he barely has a few months left. Let's get going, old man. We have some doors to break down, Garp said as the two of them started walking towards the entrance area. Of course, Francisco was walking a bit slower, trailing behind as he was having a bit of an issue with walking and moving around in general due to his tendons being severed and muscles being atrophied. Garp noticed that, but there wasn't much he could do in order to help. The door that led to the upper levels was an extremely thick one, fully made out of sea stone, even down to the hinges. So we even have to break this? Garp asked while cracking his knuckles a bit. Well, no point in holding back now. He then shouted as he punched the door with great strength. The door shook, cracks appearing on it as Garp simply winced a bit. Sea stone sure is tough, Garp said as he looked back at the old man behind him. Can't help much with this one. It's too thick for me to cut without a proper weapon, Francisco said as he shrugged his shoulders. Guess I'll have to bring it down myself. And just like that, for around 2 minutes, Garp continued to punch away at the sea stone doors, as Francisco grabbed a sea stone bar from nearby to support himself. How fucking thick is this? I'm telling you, it was easier breaking down mountains, Garp shouted as he delivered one last punch to the door. He had basically dug a tunnel with his fists alone. He had already gone 3 meters deep into the sea stone door. With that last punch, the older side of the door was finally opened. Garp simply wiped the sweat from his brow as he looked at his blackened fists proudly. Francisco simply shook his head a bit when sensing that. I guess we all grow old. Garp in his prime would have demolished that door almost instantly. Still, Francisco chose to not say anything about it. Garp's age instead, he spread his senses further. It's been a long time since I've been able to sense outside this room. Let's get going, shall we? Francisco also stepped through the hole Garp had punched out. Yep, we probably don't have to fight that many people. I doubt the world government had the guts to announce my imprisonment, Garp said as he also started walking up the stairs. The door leading to the 6th floor was a hidden one, but Garp didn't bother to look for an opening. He simply pushed it away once more. This one was a lot less thick, so he was able to break it almost instantly. Francisco didn't say anything, merely sheepishly following Garp as the two of them traversed through the 6th floor. The floor was deathly silent when seeing Garp. The other old man with him was also rather shocking to them, as he looked a lot like a prisoner. Then, an older resident of the 6th floor caught a glimpse of the old man's face. In no way, Guzman. His eyes widened, as the prisoners around him mostly looked confused. Francisco merely laughed when hearing that. I guess old-timers still remember me, huh? Guy. Francisco laughed a bit as he covered his mouth with his hand. Francisco then noticed just how overgrown his hair was. He hadn't paid much attention to it. Can't possibly go outside looking like this. His nails quickly cut out the excess hair, leaving him to only have medium-length hair and a goatee. His eyes were both scarred over. It looked like an acidic substance had been poured onto them. There were many scars across his face too, either from torture or from old battles. Garp and Francisco didn't stop at the 6th floor, simply continuing to walk forward until seeing the stairs leading up to the next level. Garp had to punch out a few more doors, but those were blown away in one punch, as his hockey was no longer hampered in any way. Francisco also threw away the sea stone bar he had been using as a cane, as he didn't like the feeling of sea stone anyway. Instead, he grabbed a piece of wood from one of the doors that Garp had destroyed. It made for a much better crutch. The two old men were eventually stopped by Soldier. "What is this? A breakout? Again?" The soldiers had different reactions to this. Thankfully, a higher-ranking figure was also present. Magellan walked forward, in front of his men with an angry look in his eyes. "I have a bad feeling about this," Francisco said as he rubbed his long and unkempt beard. "Shut your trap. It's gonna be fine," Garp said as he continued walking forwards. Francisco simply sighed and followed him. Magellan was not in a good mood, though. He had already been demoted to Vice Warden after the breakout that had happened not that long ago. Having another one would likely mean he was getting fired, and he couldn't have that. Impel Down was a place he took great pride in, and it also had the best toilets. He stopped himself as the two old men in front of him started to come more and more into the light of their torches. Vice Admiral Garp. Magellan was instantly relieved. He didn't recognize the other old man, but since he was with Garp, there was no need for him to worry. Although, something did weigh on his mind. "Why did you just come out of the 6th floor of our prison?" Magellan said as some thick venom started appearing on his hand. He was quick to consider the possibility of a prisoner taking on Garp's appearance. The world government agents had already informed him of a prisoner proficient in taking others' appearances being transported into the deepest level of Impel Down. He was warned to not trust anyone that came out of the lower levels. It was more of a precautionary measure that the world government took, as they weren't really expecting Garp to break out. The possibility was still there, though, so the 5 elders wanted to make sure. This was why now Magellan was having issues believing what he was seeing. "I was sent here by Sengoku on a small mission," Garp said as he raised his hands up a bit. He didn't want to admit that the world government had imprisoned him, as that would likely raise even more questions. "There's no way that's true." Garp was said to have retired to a nice tropical island after the war. "There is no way he would be here, taking out an old pirate from the lowest level of Impel Down and breaking down our doors," Magellan said as his body started exuding more and more venom. "I knew this wasn't gonna go smoothly," Francisco said from the back, while shaking his head a bit. Chapter 80. Fight and Grand Entrance. Francisco, the old man, stood still as he felt the world around him shift. "Garp, I don't think escaping without a fight is possible at this point," the old pirate said as he tapped his wooden stick on the ground. "Whatever. Don't you dare kill any of them." Garp then dashed at the prison guards and vice warden. Magellan was quick to cover himself in venom, dashing towards the fake Garp in front of him. Garp covered his fists in hockey as he punched at the vice warden's stomach. Magellan flared up his venom and blocked the punch as he slid backwards. The rest of the prison guards quickly turned and started to circle around the prisoners while staying out of Magellan's way. This led to them only circling around Francisco, as Garp was being dealt with by Magellan, and they didn't want to get in the way of his venom. Garp squinted a bit as the amount of venom around him increased. Magellan seemed to be exuding more and more of it by the second, making him annoying to approach. After all, Garp knew that touching the venom was ill-advised, but he couldn't exactly do much else besides coat his body in hockey and hope for the best. He was strongest when fighting his opponents face-to-face. "I don't think your way of approaching this is all that optimal," Francisco, the old pirate, said as he tapped his walking stick onto the ground. "Shut it." Garp punched Magellan's stomach once more in a quick motion, sending the vice warden flying backwards and then quickly shaking his fist to throw off the thick venom that covered it. "I'd recommend throwing rocks at him," Francisco said as he smiled a bit as he seemed to start reminiscing about some things. "Remember how you used to slug around that huge chained cannonball? I remember you sinking a few of our ships with it." "Good times," Francisco said with an amused tone. It was clear that he wasn't exactly all that fearful of the situation around him. A few correctional officers had made their way to him. Garp didn't bother to stop them. He knew Francisco could take care of himself. The prison guards quickly tried to entrap the old pirate with their sea stone man catchers. The old man simply smiled a bit when feeling so many people around him. In the blink of an eye, the old pirate's walking stick struck at the napes of all of the prison guards around him. The old man was panting, but he didn't seem all that bothered besides that. His grip on his wooden cane was rather weak, but he was still strong enough to deal with regular soldiers. "I can at least deal with this much," the old man said through heavy breaths as he turned his head towards the vice warden in the distance. "I'm guessing you won't be trying to finish him off or anything," Francisco said as he felt the vice warden get up rather quickly after Garp's punch. "I won't just go around killing Marines," Garp said as he clenched his fist and looked at the staff of Impel down with a frustrated gaze. To him, they were as much part of the Marines as everyone that had participated in the war, and he didn't like the fact that he was fighting them now one bit. "Well, there's a reason why they call you a hero, I guess," Francisco said with a cheeky smile. Garp had caught him up to speed on recent events, at least to some extent. Then, the old man seemed to sense something, so the corners of his mouth lowered and he turned his head to the ceiling. While this was happening, Garp wasn't exactly standing still. He was constantly ripping out pieces of the floor and throwing them toward the recently demoted vice warden. The acidic venom seemed to melt right through the projectiles Garp was throwing. The venom was getting blown away more and more, but Magellan seemed to be able to create more and more venom to replace it. The entire situation managed to annoy Garp quite a bit. "If this keeps going for much longer, I might actually just punch him seriously." Garp was growing more and more frustrated by every second that the fight seemed to stretch out, but not as frustrated as Magellan, as he simply could no longer get close to the prisoners. His venom could also not reach them as Garp kept blowing it away. How is a random prisoner this strong? No, I should have expected this much from someone being escorted by the CP0. Magellan stared at the fake Garp with a frustrated gaze. "At this rate, I might have to retreat and clog the entrance with venom, but the other guards have yet to flee." Magellan was quite conflicted, as he didn't want to risk killing his own men or getting them stuck with the two criminals. He had already alerted the current warden of the situation. They had instructions in case the shape-shifting pirate escaped containment. The new warden had likely already contacted the world government agents by now and informed them of the situation, so they would likely be storming the prison soon. So at this point, Magellan knew that he simply needed to hold on as long as possible. "Garp?" Francisco asked with a careful tone as he knocked out a few more prison guards with his makeshift cane. "Yeah," the old Marine asked as he ripped off a large stone tile from the ground and chucked it towards Magellan. "You told me about this guy, Enel, remember?" he said as he shook his head for a few seconds. "Yeah, what about him?" Garp asked as he continued to throw whatever he could towards the venom-spitting vice warden. "Well, does he happen to be able to fly and sit on clouds, by chance?" Francisco asked as he took a few deep breaths and sat down on a few of the piled-up prison guards that he had knocked out. "What? Is he here already?" Garp asked as he blew away the venom that was coming toward him with a punch. "Yep." Francisco simply nodded, observing the situation with his observation hockey while resting a bit. "Great. I guess we'll be meeting him halfway." Garp's words were interrupted by a large explosion and a huge tremor. It was as if the entirety of Impel Down was experiencing a large earthquake. Looking to the side, Garp and Magellan could both see a huge lightning pillar had simply passed through the side of the room, likely continuing to the bottom of the seafloor. "Didn't expect you to start breaking out by yourself, Garp." Enel appeared at the scene just like that, stepping out of the lightning pillar just as it vanished. Magellan could clearly see the huge hole in both the floor and ceiling of the level they were in. Garp simply sweated a bit as he looked at Enel with a weirded-out gaze. "Couldn't you have been a bit less destructive?" His question must have been clear from his gaze, as Enel responded with an amused smile. "Don't worry, I made sure to not hit anyone when building the elevator." "Elevator? Feels more like a hole to me," Francisco said as he also turned his head to the newcomer. Enel was rather surprised to see another person breaking out with Garp. Who's the old guy? Enel asked, not really paying mind to any of the other people on the scene besides Garp and his fellow escapee. Oh, he's an old friend. I'll explain more when we get out of here, okay? Garp said as he sweated a bit. He hadn't wanted to cause that much destruction to Impel down. He could have easily punched through the floors himself, but he was still reluctant to damage Navy property, especially since this was a prison holding dangerous criminals that had harmed many innocent people. Enel didn't seem to have the same reservations, though. Either that, or he had really good aim. Garp leaned more on the second option, as he knew Enel wasn't a bad person. Enel had also contributed to catching quite a few criminals in the Marines. Him working to free them wouldn't have made much sense to Garp. Magellan studied the situation with some sweat on his brow. He was already having a hard time dealing with the prisoners that had escaped. Now the Enel, an actual emperor, had to go and poke a hole into his prison. But the familiar way Enel was speaking to the prisoner was also concerning. Enel had also called him Garp. Everyone in the Marines knew about Garp's friendship with the Sky King. So was Enel also being fooled by the shape-shifting prisoner as well? But Enel was an actual emperor. How exactly would he mistake his friend for someone else so easily? Something doesn't add up, Magellan said as the venom around him started retracting into his body. The world government was lying to us. I mean, it's nothing new, but this isn't a good sign. Enel turned his head to the vice warden with an odd half-smile on his face. Magellan, it's great to see you again. Our last meeting was rather short-lived, I'm afraid. Enel didn't bother attacking Magellan either, seeing as the venomous warden didn't seem to be aggressive anymore. I am a bit confused here. Are you actually Vice Admiral Garp? Magellan turned his head to Garp as he approached slowly with his hands raised, signifying he meant no harm. Of course I am, Garp shouted with anger as he threw a rock at the ground, cracking it a bit more as he huffed a bit and started mumbling to himself. I see. Sorry about this. Magellan instantly bowed when hearing that confirmation. He was also feeling a bit glad that Garp wasn't out for blood. Seriously, what the hell was going on here? Enel asked as he crossed his arms and tilted his head. The world government playing their usual games. Nothing really new. Seems like they wanted to phase out Garp this time around, Francisco said as he shrugged a bit. Magellan simply clenched his fists tightly when hearing that. If they can try this with Garp, then what about the rest of us? The vice warden felt genuinely insulted by the situation. After all, he had been tricked into attacking the respected Marine hero. I mean, obviously, but I thought they'd at least inform the wardens about this stuff, Enel said as he looked at the hole he had created. They didn't inform us of anything, Magellan said with shame rather apparent in his tone. By the way, sorry for ruining the place. Don't worry, I made sure no one would be able to escape using this. Magellan simply nodded a bit. Enel at least didn't seem to be the type of person that could benefit from freeing weaklings on the upper floors of Impel down. They had a breakout already, and most of the truly dangerous pirates on those floors were already roaming free. So Enel truly didn't have much to gain from doing that. He was clearly only there for Garp. Magellan sighed as the situation was getting more and more difficult in his mind. Chapter 81. Departure and Old Legends. Magellan eventually looked at the three of them and decided on a course of action. I don't know entirely what is going on, but the three of you should leave. Quickly, Magellan said as he crossed his arms, looking at the entrance of the room with a complex expression. Fine, Enel said as his gauntlets turned into his usual boat. Neither of the old men wasted any time getting on, although Francisco did study it with his observation hockey for a few seconds. Enel, could you please hit me with your staff once? Knock me out if possible, Magellan said as he looked at Enel with a serious expression. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You get to keep your post this way, at least hopefully, Enel said as he raised his staff with his arm. Magellan simply had a wry smile as he realized that he'd get in a huge amount of shit for allowing yet another breakout. But he knew that he'd get some leniency since an actual emperor broke into Impel down that time around. Clench your teeth, Enel shouted as he swung his staff without holding back. Magellan closed his eyes and did as told, not protecting himself with armament in any way. Garp was about to protest, but Enel didn't give him the chance. The former Marine hit Magellan's head with his staff the next second, knocking him out instantly and sending him flying into a wall. Enel hadn't gotten to befriend Magellan all that much beforehand, but he now knew that he was an extremely righteous person. He also seemed to have a lot of respect for the Marine hero. Enel silently thanked Magellan for his understanding and proceeded to also get on his boat, ignoring the odd look that Garp was shooting at him. The boat immediately took off. Neither Francisco nor Garp seemed to be startled, and neither of them seemed to bother to hold onto anything. Enel was able to maneuver the ship outside of the prison by going through the hole he had created. The ship had to make a few odd turns in order to do that. The ship floated and circled around Impel down for a few seconds, as Enel studied the situation for a bit before sighing. The world government was already moving out to recapture you. Enel could sense the agents rushing to the lower levels of the prison. Many of them had also gathered near the hole that Enel had created, but they were a bit too late, not managing to even catch a glimpse of his ship. Bah! What gave them the confidence? Do they think I'd just allow myself to be captured again? Garp crossed his arms with a scowl. Francisco also chuckled a bit. The world government has always been conceited. Arrogance is almost in their nature at this point. Too bad they also have enough strength to back it up at times, Francisco said with a tired voice as he started taking deep breaths. Fresh air. Warm sunlight. I didn't think I'd feel them again in this lifetime. The old man's words sounded a lot more energetic now, as he lay on the golden boat and turned his eyeless face to the sky. Garp and Enel both stayed silent for a few moments, letting the crippled old man enjoy the atmosphere a bit more before Enel finally spoke out. Okay, so, who exactly is this? He asked as he looked at Garp with a raised eyebrow. I didn't take Garp to be the type to break pirates out of prison, unless this old man was in a similar situation to his. But I've never heard of someone with his description before. I guess telling you wouldn't be so bad, since you're a pirate and all now, Garp said. The final part felt more accusatory than anything. Enel looked away for a few seconds and started whistling a bit when hearing it too. I can introduce myself, Garp. Thank you very much, Francisco said as he slowly sat back, stretching his arms around and feeling the wind blow on his body as the boat moved forward and away from Impel down. My name is Francisco D. Guzman. The old pirate waited for a bit, hoping for some kind of reaction. The smile on his face strained a bit when he failed to get any, and Enel just stared at him and blinked a few times. I was the first mate of Rox D. Zebek, vice captain of the Rox Pirates, basically, Francisco said, a bit disheartened that he truly had been forgotten by the world. He hoped that some people would at least remember the Rox Pirates. Thankfully for Guzman, Enel's eyes widened in recognition when hearing that. Instantly, he looked at Garp, who simply nodded to confirm that the old man was speaking the truth. Then, Enel decided to study the old man a bit closer. Tattered rags, cuts all over his body, all of them scarred over. Obviously old and deep cuts near his wrists and calves, signifying that his tendons had indeed been severed. His face also had a few scars, at least what remained of it. It was clear that some manner of acidic substance was poured into his eyes. It made Enel wince a bit when seeing it. You're telling me that they tortured the right hand of the strongest pirate to this extent? Enel simply tried to wrap his head around why they hadn't just killed Francisco, but seeing the number of scars on his body, it seemed pretty clear that they had just tortured him for a few years before throwing him away in a cell. Well, I guess there is still some hope if someone as young as you remembers us, Francisco said, a small smile rising on his lips. Don't get your hopes up too much. The world government deleted every mention of the Rox Pirates the second Zebek died. Even God Valley got erased from all maps, Enel said as he crossed his arms and tried to remember whatever details he could about the Rox Pirates from the show. He didn't have all that much to work with in the first place. All he knew was that they existed, the name of their captain, and that all legendary pirates had been part of it at some point, with the exception of Joel D. Roger himself. It wasn't all that. Hard to believe that more legendary figures were part of the Rox Pirates and that their names had been erased along with God Valley. Heh, it was to be expected. I guess Garp didn't want to be the one to break the news to me. Francisco turned his head towards Garp, who simply shrugged a bit. Where are we heading, Enel? The old vice admiral changed the subject as he cracked his neck a bit. He was still mad about getting imprisoned. He also wasn't sure if returning to the Marines was an option for him anymore, at least not as long as they were tied to the world government. "We are going to my actual home, the Sky Islands," Enel said as he raised his palms a bit. Garp raised an eyebrow when hearing that, a bit of confusion present on his face. "Wasn't that just a legend?" he asked while trying to remember more details about the story of the Sky Islands. "It's real. Not that huge a surprise, though. Roger was there before." Garp simply shrugged, deciding not to press the issue further. "Skype? Huh? Been a long time since I've heard of that place. Somehow, we had never managed to get there. I guess it simply wasn't meant to be part of our journey," Francisco said as he smiled a bit. "Well, very few people have actually made it there, which is also why the world government doesn't have any influence there." Francisco nodded when hearing that, and Garp seemed to remember something, which made him crack his knuckles. "Oi, Enel, how much exactly did you lie while in the Marines?" The old man seemed to gain a sadistic smile on his face, as Enel gulped a bit, wondering if rescuing Garp was a good idea after all. "Well, I kept my devil fruit a secret till the last second, and I lied about my origin. That's about it, really." Enel waved his hand a bit, trying to appease his old teacher. Garp narrowed his eyes a bit, before laughing a bit and digging through his nostril with a pinky. "Good. I'll trust you since you saved Ace and Luffy. Don't expect Sengoku to do the same, though," Garp said as he looked around the ship for a few seconds. It was a small rowboat, not that big for 3 tall people to sit on. Francisco himself was looking like a frail old man currently, but he was still well over 2.5 meters, 8.20 feet, tall. Enel noticed his gaze and just made the boat a little bigger, to fit all 3 of them perfectly. Francisco laughed a bit, saying something about having an expensive getaway, and Garp simply grumbled a bit and continued to talk to Enel. "Why'd you keep your devil fruit a secret anyway?" The world government had been trying to collect and produce powerful fruits for a while now. "I didn't want to get on their radar too soon, although the Dressrosa incident managed to ruin that a bit," Enel said as he shrugged a bit, remembering more and more about his time in the Marines. "Well, I guess you're right. I still don't like it, though. Some rice crackers would really be nice right about now," Garp said as he looked at the clouds below him with an exceedingly serious gaze. "Wait." Francisco immediately shot up with a smile on his face. "We're being followed," the old pirate said as he stood up. A tired and lazy smile was present on his scared and aged face. Enel raised an eyebrow and instantly started concentrating harder on his observation, expanding it greatly as his eyes widened. "I forgot that they have ways to sneak around observation hockey." Enel narrowed his eyes as he concentrated harder and finally spotted the agents that were following his ship. There were only 4 of them, all of them using Jeppo and approaching the ship at relatively fast speeds. "Guess we have to deal with them now. Wouldn't want them to follow us home," Enel said with a small laugh. "Bah, like they could keep up for that long. But I do feel the need to punch something related to the world government right now." Garp cracked his knuckles a bit as he smiled. "I guess they'll handle this." Francisco simply continued to sit down, yawning a bit. Chapter 82, Government Agents and Secret Weapons. Enel and Garp looked backwards in the direction of the agents. They were stepping on air, approaching the ship rather quickly, hidden by the clouds. "Interesting. What is their plan anyway?" Enel said as he rested his staff on his shoulder. "Their plan? They obviously plan to try and destroy your ship, which would lead to us falling into the ocean," Francisco said as he tapped the golden ship a few times with one of his nails. "I can fly, Garp can use Jeppo, and you should be able to swim. They must have something up their sleeve." Enel rubbed his chin, looking in the direction of the CP0 agents with a bit of curiosity. "Bah, I don't care what tricks they can pull. I'll punch them down regardless." Garp then proceeded to Jeppo towards the incoming agents with a feral grin on his face. Enel observed the situation with his hockey, as he couldn't jump away from the ship without completely halting the engines and causing it to plummet. Garp stepped into the air with ease, flying further and further away as Enel also stopped the ship, making it circle around as he studied the situation. The first punch was thrown by Garp as the old Marine appeared right in front of the world government agents in less than a second and delivered a powerful blow. Two agents scrambled to block it, covering their bodies in armament hockey completely. Garp's punch wasn't easy to stop, though. Their armament seemed to not mean anything to the old Marine, as his punch sent them both flying back towards the third agent, who simply dodged. Enel could tell that one of the two agents, the one that had taken the brunt of Garp's fist, was most likely half dead already, with his organs rupturing from the sheer force of the old Marine's fist. The other one was a bit luckier, having stood slightly behind his colleague and only received a few broken bones for his trouble. The third agent, however, was oddly composed. Enel noticed this rather quickly, narrowing his eyes a bit at the strange mask the man was wearing. The other two had just been wearing regular black suits, their faces not covered by anything besides black sunglasses. This one wore a fully white formal suit. He also had a white fedora as well as a fully white mask that seemed to also cover his eyes. It was easy to tell that he was a higher-ranking agent just from one glance. Garp is still holding back on them. Classic Marine, reluctant to go against the world government even under these circumstances, Francisco said as he smiled a bit. To be fair, it might just be that he is holding back out of reflex at this point. It's probably been quite some time since he's had to fight someone that can keep up with him, Enel said as he crossed his arms and tried to remember his spars with Garp. I guess he's mellowed out because of his age, Francisco said as he rested his head in his palm, also observing the situation with his observation hockey. Enel also managed to listen in to their conversation, though, and the words being said were a bit concerning. Vice Admiral Garp, I see you are just as strong as the rumors. The high-ranking agent spoke out, hopping in place and looking toward Garp without any discernible emotion. The agent's speech felt almost robotic to Enel. Shut it, you little brat. The five elders better have a good explanation for this stunt, Garp said as he clenched his fists even more. His anger was extremely justified. The old man had lived his entire life in the Marines, fighting for justice, only to be treated like a criminal now. It was beyond infuriating. I will give you one chance. Return to your cell along with the other prisoner you broke out with. A few veins appeared on Garp's forehead when he heard the agent's words. Really now? And what are you going to do? Garp immediately used Saru and appeared in front of the agent with his fist cocked backwards and prepared to strike. The agent's movements were weird at that point. His body seemed to bend around Garp's punch completely as the agent kicked out and managed to land a strike on Garp's face. The old man simply stood there, unmoving. The kick didn't even seem to injure him, only serving to make him angrier. With a heave, Garp kicked the high-ranking agent in the stomach, sending him flying into the other two behind him. You little punks. Garp then kicked upwards, sending a huge rankyaku towards them, splitting the clouds once more as the agents scrambled to get away. Only the higher-ranking one managed to dodge perfectly. The one that had been more injured was split in half while the other lost an arm in the process. The higher-ranking agent and the other surviving one both sent a flying slash towards Garp too. The old man simply laughed. Using Saru to get out of his way with ease, Enel had to make a sharp turn in order to avoid them, though. They both grazed the ship, but Enel fixed it instantly. Enel knew that more and more agents were going to show up at that rate, and he was getting a bit frustrated. Garp, would you mind wrapping things up? Or should I do it for you? Enel shouted as he felt more and more boats start gathering underneath them. Don't butt into my fun, you brat, Garp shouted as he dashed towards the agents in front of him again. Delivering a flurry of punches, the shockwaves were somewhat pushing Enel's boat away as Garp was finally looking to end things faster. This time, the weaker one did not survive, as Garp's fist seemed to turn into a shurgan and impale him through the chest. Garp shook his fist once more, discarding the body with ease as he looked at the last agent. The high-ranking agent had his mask cracked. One of his arms was bent slightly to the side with a bone sticking out. But he didn't seem to be any less calm than in the beginning. It seems our time has run out. It can't be helped, the high-ranking agent said as he hopped on one leg and looked at Garp with no emotion in his eyes. Don't try to sound coy, you little punk, Garp said as he sent another flying slash towards the agent, who managed to barely dodge it. You will regret not playing by the rules eventually. Just because you are safe doesn't mean everyone else you care about is. The agent didn't mince any words as Garp finally caught him by the neck and started squeezing. You're a few decades too young to threaten me, you little shit. Garp. Enel scowled a bit, feeling more and more agents gather on the ships below them. Many of them seemed to start jumping upwards, trying to also Jeppo their way towards the escapees. It was pretty clear to Enel that the world government was really desperate about recapturing Garp and Francisco, if they even remembered that Francisco existed anyway. The agents didn't get far, though. Enel simply extended his palm towards the ships. Sango! With a thunderclap, Enel's palm released an erratic stream of lighting that parted in many ways, striking the sea and creating waves everywhere. All of the approaching agents were electrocuted and burnt, their bodies falling limply into the sea as Enel stopped the attack after a few seconds. The ships below were also hit by some stray bolts of lighting, creating plenty of fire and smoke. Garp also landed on Enel's golden ship, after which Enel started leaving the scene. You good now? Blew off enough steam? Enel asked Garp as he sat back down on his golden throne. Heh, those brats weren't even enough for a workout, Garp said as he laughed a bit, though Enel noticed that he seemed a bit worried about something. Still, Enel chose not to raise the issue now. While the three of them were fleeing, a figure was standing on the deck of one of the warships that Enel had almost just sunk. It was another man wearing a white suit, a high-ranking member of the Chipper Pole, this time wearing a mask that only covered the lower half of his face. He seemed calm, only looking at the escaping prisoners with a cold gaze. Bring out the cannon. With a wave of his hand, he gave an order to the lower-ranking members around him, all of them giving him a fearful look before executing their orders as instructed. The agent seemed to bring a strange cannon from the hull. It was relatively large, around 4 meters tall, and it seemed to be a normal design. At least until one got to the cascable, the very back of the cannon. Instead of the usually pointed metallic part to which one could tie a rope, stood a strange and mechanical-looking hatch. The high-ranking agent opened the hatch and another agent brought a strange-looking container. A purple stone floating in some water that seemed to be releasing strange energy as the agents handled it with care. It was a dynastone, believed to be capable of catastrophic levels of destruction on par with ancient weapons, actually. But it was in fact nothing more than a fuel source for something else. The container seemed to fit perfectly in the hatch, which seemed to close automatically as some lines on the cannon seemed to light up. Back at the ship, Enel felt something strange, merely raising an eyebrow as he sped up the boat a bit. Old Francisco also immediately perked up, sensing something as well. But his reaction was a lot different, seemingly knowing what was coming. Jump. The old cripple immediately jumped off the ship. Garp and Enel only took a half-second to look at each other before both followed him, Enel even abandoning his ship in a hurry. Just as the two of them had jumped, a huge purplish laser completely swallowed the sky. Due to their late reaction, Enel and Garp were both forced to use their armament hockey to the maximum as they plummeted to the sea. But not even Francisco was safe from it, as his skin seemed to turn slightly red, as he covered himself with hockey as well. All three of them were affected by the strange attack, but Enel recovered the fastest, as he was immune to high temperatures. Enel stopped himself short of hitting the sea, turning into a lightning bolt and raising the waters a bit, creating something akin to a shield of water around the three of them. He could notice that both Garp and Francisco had received slight burns on their bodies due to that strange attack, and they had both managed to dodge it. The burns were just from being in proximity to it. What the fuck was that? Garp shouted as he covered his eyes. Enel seemed to be just as confused as he was. Francisco seemed to have an idea of what had just happened. Enel, can you sink their ship? Quickly, Francisco said as he grabbed onto Garp's coat, as the Vice Admiral proceeded to start using Jeppo. Enel simply nodded, tapping his hand on the energized water around him and raising a tsunami, sending it directly towards the ships that had been pursuing them. Enel dove into the tsunami himself, turning into a lightning bolt and looking for the source of the strange laser. It wasn't long before he found the cannon that was shot towards them. The cannon itself seemed intact, but the ship appeared to be in shambles. Enel had no clue whether that was due to the backlash of the cannon firing, or his lightning attacks from earlier. Regardless, the waters rushed in and wrecked apart the fleet of government agents in an instant, reminding them that Enel really wasn't the type of enemy one could fight at sea. The ships were washed away, pushed to the bottom of the sea as the government agent on them struggled to fly away, unsuccessfully, as Enel in lightning bolt form passed through all of the ones that tried to fly away, paralyzing them and letting them sink like hammers into the energized water. After a few seconds of that, Enel felt something snap in the large ship that housed the cannon. Another foreboding feeling came to him as he quickly zipped out of the tsunami and back towards Garp and Francisco. Just as he left, a large explosion engulfed that ship, blasting parts of the tsunami away and making Enel a bit confused. Was the cannon shot again? Or maybe it was just the ammunition blowing up. Enel didn't know exactly, but he didn't feel like sticking around to find out. Garp was using Jeppo to keep himself afloat, and Francisco seemed to be content with just holding onto his cape in order to not drown in the violent waters that Enel's tsunami had created. Good job. Francisco simply showed Enel a thumbs up as he held onto Garp's coat. Much to the frustration of the Marine. Yeah, good job and all. Can you let go of me now? The old Marine snapped at the legendary pirate that was still shamelessly clutching at his coat. And then what? Drowned to death? The old pirate smiled widely when saying that. You guys keep bickering. I'll look for some mode of transportation for all three of us. Enel then started searching for the gold that had made up his ship. After a while, Enel hadn't managed to find any trace of his former golden boat/gauntlets. The cannon shot had most likely pulverized it completely. Great. Now to look for something else. Chapter 83. Ancient Weapon Parts. After Enel confirmed that the only ships in the vicinity were firmly sunk at the bottom of the sea and inoperable, he cursed a bit and ended up making a small ship from his staff. It wasn't going to be anywhere near as fast or control as smoothly, but Enel really had no choice in the matter. Get on, you fossils. We still have to leave before more idiots show up, Enel said as he rolled his eyes in annoyance. Watch your mouth, you brat/young man, both Garp and Francisco said at the same time. Enel didn't know whether to laugh or not, but the old pirate, the supposed criminal, was actually more polite than Garp, a respected Marine hero. Can you two just get on? Enel asked as his poker face cracked a bit. Young people really have no respect nowadays, Francisco said as he swung on the ship and patted the dust off his clothes. Garp only grumbled a bit before getting on as well. Now, can either of you explain what that was just now? Enel asked the two old men, clearly referring to the huge laser that had just evaporated all of his gold. Garp himself looked at Francisco with a raised eyebrow, seemingly not knowing much about it either. That was a pluton cannon, remnants of an ancient weapon that the government had gotten their hands on a while back, Francisco said as he crossed his arms and shook his head. Wait, what the hell are you on about? I'm sure I'd know if they had any ancient weapons on hand, Garp said, slapping the boat in anger and making it shake a bit. Enel glared at him before also deciding to ask a question, a more polite one. So, you're saying that the world government have their hands on pieces of ancient weapons? How do you know this? Enel asked the old pirate as he crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes a bit. Francisco was still once the first mate of the Rocks Pirates. Enel didn't know enough about him in order to completely trust him. Garp also didn't seem too keen on believing that information. The reason for why I know that cannon was initially found and researched by Zebek himself, Francisco said as he shrugged his shoulders a bit. The old pirate didn't really think he'd be believed instantly anyway. He had been imprisoned underneath Impel down for quite some time, so it was reasonable for them to be skeptical about the information he held. Enel's eyes widened in shock, while Garp simply scowled and growled, not really believing that part either. So you're telling me Zebek had gotten his hands on that cannon, but never actually thought to use it? Garp asked as he voiced his skepticism plainly. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it. We're talking about the cannon of a warship considered an ancient weapon. The problem was that we had never managed to get our hands on the ammunition, the Dyna stones. Francisco's mood seemed to be rather odd when speaking about the past. Enel thought more and more about his words, listening with interest. At this point, Garp was also calming down and realizing that Francisco was most likely not bullshitting him. But the Dynastones are weapons of mass destruction? Are you telling me they are actually supposed to just be ammunition for an ancient weapon? Garp clenched his fist, wondering just how much the world government had hidden from the Marines. Indeed, it took us a while to realize that they were ammunition as well. Zebek was actually planning a raid on the Marines in order to steal some. That was right before the God Valley incident, though. So we never really got the chance to test it. Francisco seemed to sigh in disappointment and frustration as he recounted their discoveries. Still, I find it hard to believe that they stole a large, suspicious-looking cannon from right under our noses, Garp said as he rubbed his chin a bit. Well, to be precise, they didn't steal the cannon. That was destroyed during your raid on God Valley. They stole the blueprint that I and Zebek had perfected, Francisco said with a frown on his face. A blueprint? Huh. Enel said as he started thinking more and more about the situation. If the world government is hiding that, then what else might they have? It's a good idea. I already started making alliances in order to not face them alone. The cannon that was on their ship, it seemed much smaller than the one in the blueprint. It's possible that the world government developed many variations of that cannon that used Dynastones as ammunition. Francisco rubbed his chin a bit, wondering out loud about the marvels that the world government scientists had likely created already thanks to his and Zebek's discoveries. This isn't good, Enel said as he started thinking of ways to bypass the cannon. Even the small version that shot at him maybe wouldn't have been able to kill him thanks to his high resistance to heat, but it had the potential to severely injure him. Not good indeed. Francisco chuckled a bit when saying that. Well, I am old already, so I doubt I'll deal with too many of those, the old pirate said as he enjoyed the sun on his skin and whistled a bit. This managed to slightly annoy both Garp and Enel, as veins seemed to appear on both of their foreheads, but neither one felt the need to lash out at Francisco. The old man had been transparent with them. It was clear that he also no longer cared about piracy, only caring about living his retirement while basking in the sun and breathing in the fresh air. Garp felt rather conflicted, honestly. He still remembered how Francisco had almost killed both Rayleigh and Whitebeard. He was once so powerful that his blade could truly not be stopped. Had Big Mom also not betrayed the Rock's pirates, both of them would have surely died. It was expected, though, that Zebek ruled through fear. So many turned their backs on him the second the opportunity to kill him appeared. The only people that could fight Francisco individually were Roger and Garp themselves. Zebek was the only one that could confidently say he'd be able to defeat him. It was strange to see such a legendary figure reduced to an aged bag of bones that simply wanted to die comfortably. Garp first considered whether or not a pirate like Francisco even deserved to die comfortably. But he remembered how the situation was back then. The more time he spent near the old pirate, the more he remembered. Francisco was the only reason the crew was able to hold out. He was the first mate, and while everyone hated Zebek to the bone, everyone liked Francisco. He was a loyal person that helped his crew like they were his family. He and Whitebeard especially used to get along the best. But Francisco's loyalty was also strong, regardless of his captain's faults. Francisco truly believed that Zebek could make it, that he could become the king of the world. Alas, his strong loyalty was also what led to him fighting for Zebek till the end. Garp couldn't even begin to compare him to Zebek when it came to character, as the two of them were simply polar opposites. Francisco's only real sin was having his loyalty directed to the wrong person. The only reason he hadn't been killed was probably that none of his previous crewmates could find it in themselves to finish him off. Roger and Rayleigh were also not the types to just kill an unconscious man, no matter how dangerous he was. In retrospect, the fact that they spared him might have been more of a curse, as Francisco had ended up being tortured and abandoned for the next 40 years. Though, to be fair, it might have been just that none of the pirates that fought him checked whether or not he survived, leaving it up to fate. Well, fate has brought him to us, I guess. Garp thought to himself as he sighed a bit. Now that I think about it, Garp was the one to break the silence that had descended among them. God Valley completely vanished from the map after the Rock's pirates were disbanded. Do you think they used it to test the Pluton cannon? Garp rubbed his chin a bit as he started wondering just how much destruction that cannon was capable of. Francisco simply shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? It's likely that they did, though. Testing a brand new weapon that they had sought after for years isn't an opportunity they'd pass up on. The old pirate seemed completely relaxed when speaking about that, rightfully so. His old bones were heading for retirement in a fairy tale land. The old man was already starting to make plans to spend the rest of his life on the Sky Islands. Maybe he'd even get to speak to other people. It had been a long time that he had to spend in isolation. He needed to work more on his social skills now. It's likely that they used it to destroy the island, but I'll try to look into it just in case. Remnants of the island should be left there, at least traces that it had once been there. I'll visit it sometime soon, Enel said as he twirled one of his earlobes around his finger. He had the speed to travel anywhere in the world. The traces of the island were 100% buried by seawater, but Enel could control it, so it was the perfect mission for him. Good on you. Do tell me about what's left of that place, will you? Francisco smiled a bit, melancholy creeping into his tone as he remembered his home and the years he spent on God Valley. Of course. By the way, what are you two planning to do from now on? Enel smiled a bit when saying that, as he prepared his pitch. Francisco smiled a bit when hearing that voice, thinking of his retirement and eating grapes while laying on clouds. Garp simply looked a bit shocked by the question, not really knowing how to answer it, seemingly confused. I'll make the two old men join me from now on, Enel thought as he smiled internally. Chapter 84. Open Invitation and Decisions. Garp pondered on the question for a while, seemingly caught in a pinch by said question. Really? What do I do now? The old vice admiral didn't know if he still had a home with the Marines. He didn't know what the world government was doing behind the scenes and whether or not returning would actually cause harm to the Marines. There were also threats from that government agent. Garp had somewhat brushed it off, as he wasn't exactly about to be intimidated by some random agent, but he still needed to take them seriously. So, the question remained, what to do next? I think I should lay low for a while, Garp said as he clenched his fist for a bit, looking at the clouds around them with frustration. Download app, that might be the best choice for you, old guy, Francisco said as he scratched his chin for a few seconds. Most likely. The world government still can't really afford to announce your imprisonment to the world. They were desperate enough to bring out one of their secret weapons here, Enel said as his earlobes swayed in the wind. I'm aware of that as well, but there is also the fact that I'm technically supposed to be on vacation, according to what Magellan said, Garp said as he stretched his legs a bit and smiled. I'm sure Sengoku and Akainu wouldn't let the world government harm people that are associated with me so brazenly. As long as they aren't pirates, of course. Garp's smile seemed to become energized as he thought more and more about the situation. To be fair, I heard about your imprisonment from Akiji. I think the Marines, at least high-ranking ones, wanted me to break you out of prison, Enel said with a laugh. Well, I guess it would make sense for them to leave it up to you. Otherwise, Sengoku would have come by himself. I'd hate for him to get in trouble for me. Garp laughed a bit as well as he remembered Sengoku's enraged face when the agents were apprehending him. If Akainu hadn't held him back, the old fleet admiral would have likely fought the CP0 agents then and there, which would have likely caused even more problems. Well, there's always the option of staying on the Sky Islands for a while. There will be plenty of activities to keep you two occupied. I'm sure of that. Some work will also help, Enel said with a bit of a sly smile on his face, as Garp refrained from slapping the smile off his face. Heh, of course you do, Francisco said as he laughed a bit. He was planning to spend the rest of his days on the Sky Islands anyway. Getting to do some work there wasn't exactly what he expected, but it was a million times better than just rotting in a jail cell. What? You want me to start working for you now? Garp squinted at his former student as he ground his molars together, feigning anger as he usually did. Well, not working for me directly, but you'd be helping me achieve a few goals. Enel said, his resolute gaze peering into the two old men in front of him. Francisco merely laughed as he felt that gaze. Ambitious people will exist in every generation. Huh. The old man had thought he'd live the rest of his days peacefully, but he had never been a peaceful person. He was a follower by instinct, his loyalty unshakable and his power growing to be more useful to the person that was leading. Taking fate into his own hands and leaving that life simply wasn't in his nature. He enjoyed the action. He had enjoyed befriending the people that Zebek had gathered. Maybe Enel will also be like that. Hopefully not as big of an asshole. The old man couldn't help but smile internally. Although Zebek was a cruel man, he had his moments as well, which was why Francisco had stuck with him till the end. Now, Enel didn't seem to be similar in any way to Zebek, but Francisco got that feeling from him, the same one that he received when meeting Zebek, the legendary captain of the Rocks Pirates, the feeling that he'd be able to follow the man in front of him till his breath stopped. I don't have a lot of time left anyway. Why not spend it meaningfully? Let's hear his motivations, though. Francisco asked himself as he eventually also opened his mouth and asked Enel. I'll agree. On one condition. Enel perked up at that answer. To Enel, even though Francisco wasn't in his prime anymore, he could still prove to be a powerful ally. There was also Bonnie, who he would hopefully be able to convince to work for him. If Bonnie could bring Francisco back to his prime, well then Enel would have gained an ally just as powerful as Kaido, probably even stronger. If your motivation and goals are ambitious enough, then I will follow you for as long as I have left, Francisco said as he crossed his arms and tilted his head. Garp looked at the old pirate with narrowed eyes. Figures. Someone like him would never be able to just rest. At least he is going to be Enel's follower from now on, not another Zebek. Garp himself didn't know of Enel's motivations, but he knew that Enel was strong, absurdly powerful even. A person that achieved that much power couldn't be a normal individual at all. He also knew that Enel was a good person, so he knew that Francisco was not going to misbehave while under him. My motivation is rather simple, Enel said as he smiled. To reveal the truth of the world to the public. To unveil all of the world's government dirty secrets and break them down at the same time. Francisco released a small humming sound when hearing that, and Garp raised an eyebrow. It was also the first time he had heard about it. Don't get me wrong. I couldn't care less about who gets to lead the world, but the current leaders are nothing more than parasitic worms to me. I need powerful allies. People that I can trust will have my back. Are you willing to join me? Enel finished his pitch, extending an arm to Francisco, going for a handshake. Gihai. Fine, kid. Francisco seemed satisfied enough with Enel's motivation. Enel blinked a few times as he registered Francisco's odd laughter, before simply smiling, happy that he had gained another ally. I'll stick around for the few months I have left. Don't expect me to do a lot of work, though. These old bones get tired really fast, Francisco said as he stretched his skinny arms a bit. You'll probably just be a teacher for a bit. I have a few prospects that you might find interesting as well. Good enough. I don't think I'll be all that useful in a fight with how quickly I tire out. Francisco then continued to enjoy the air and sunlight as Garp and Enel looked at each other for a while. Sue, I guess you're really becoming a pirate, huh? Garp said as he crossed his arms and looked at Enel with a complicated gaze. Not really. Enel simply smiled at that. The world government has already titled me one, but I've no plans of sailing the seas and pillaging islands. Garp simply nodded at Enel's words, expecting no less from him, a former Marine that had hunted down hundreds of pirates. Just so you know, Garp, my invitation extends to you as well. Francisco whistled to the side when hearing that. Is he seriously inviting the Marine hero to join his pirate crew? The old pirate thought to himself as he tried to make himself less noticeable, just in case a fight between the two broke out. Surprisingly, though, Garp didn't seem mad at the suggestion, nor did he seem all that angry in general. Rather, he simply sighed a bit and started thinking about his options. Enel noticed his conflicted emotions rather easily and decided to not press the old man already. He seemed to have plenty on his mind anyway. No need to rush into things. You can live with us for a while on the Sky Islands. Regardless of what you choose, you are still my teacher and friend. And that won't ever change. The honesty in Enel's voice made the old Marine smile widely. Fine, you brat. I'll consider joining your little band of misfits. Hey, Francisco said from the side, feeling offended at being called a misfit. In the end, Enel just laughed a bit as well, and the three of them continued their journey in high spirits. Chapter 85. Thwarted Plans and Frustration. As Enel, Garp and Francisco were making their way through the clouds in a relaxed manner, joking around and laughing at each other's jokes, the situation at the Holy Land Marigios was a bit more complex. The five elders stood around their table, five old men with gray hair and gray beards, all looking at reports of the situation with darkened expressions. Eventually, one of them punched the table. "What the hell is this?" The old man seemed to be beyond mad. All of them had similar reactions, though. The mood in that room had taken a dark turn the second they received the call from Hannibal, the newly promoted warden of Impel Down, about Garp breaking out. Garp breaking out was obviously something that they had prepared countermeasures against, even going as far as to have one of their trump cards, the pluton cannon, at hand just in case he attempted an escape. The pluton cannon was shot, but Garp had still survived. Not only that, they had lost the cannon and some ammunition, a fleet of ships large enough to be called a buster call, and quite a few agents in the process. The cannon itself was replaceable. They had the blueprint, and Vegapunk could basically just mass-produce them. Pluton cannons weren't that difficult to make. They didn't even need any special materials besides sea stone and some conductive metals. It was a lot harder for them to make the ammunition for said pluton cannons. The Dyna stones themselves had to be mined with special equipment by highly trained personnel. Very few of them were acquired each year, and the mining process was so risky that the mine could literally explode at any second. They had lost 3 Dyna stones on that ship. It wasn't enough to put much of a dent in their stock, but it was still enough to be counted as a loss for them. The agents they lost were also highly trained. Finding new prospects to recruit in the chipper pole and raising them up would take quite a while. When it came to fighting strength, they still had pacifistas, which were still being mass-produced by Vegapunk. But pacifistas were absolutely useless when it came to espionage missions. They were just robotic guards and pirate hunters. Pacifistas could also not deal with any decently powerful pirates, so they were only useful as a movable army to protect the Holy Land in case something grave happened. "It's because of that man, Enel," one of the elders said, keeping his cool, although his anger was still visible in the veins bulging on his forehead. Enel was reportedly the one that blew a hole into Impel Down, the man that knocked down the Vice Warden, Magellan, and sailed away through the skies. Indeed, everything seems to be going in the opposite direction of what we want it to, and every failure that we experience seems to be related to him in some way, one of the elders said as he started stroking his beard. Doflamingo's loss of control over the underworld, Kaido's crew no longer being supplied with smile fruits. Let's not even talk about the situation with Marineford. Kaido's army was supposed to grow stronger and destabilize the sea completely, enough so that at least Big Mom would try and attack him after a while. One of the elders said as he seemed to be rubbing the bridge of his nose in frustration. They had planned for Kaido to grow the most powerful army using the smile fruits. They had agents already present on the Emperor's closed-off territory. Smile fruits were defective goods in the first place. They had managed to coerce and lead Caesar Clown into discovering the sad formula, which was a collective of lineage factors from different animals. It worked perfectly to replicate Zoan fruits, at least in the strength given. But they made sure to have a fail-safe put in place for when Kaido eventually tried to overthrow them after building a pirate army large enough and taking out his competition. The sad formula involved a faulty lineage factor, one that could grow to blow up the inside of a person that had consumed such a fruit. All the world government had to do was to activate a bunch of speakers in the Holy Land when the pirates attacked, and a sound at a strange frequency would play loudly throughout the island, turning all of the beast pirates that had consumed smile fruits inside out. Vegapunk's genius shined when he created that strange lineage factor through extensive lab testing, and the world government's deviousness shined when they managed to fool Caesar Clown into using it to stabilize the smile fruits. Now, their plan, Im's plan to get rid of the strongest pirates, simply failed. Kaido no longer had any method of quickly mass-producing smile fruits, as the factory had been erased completely by Enel. The situation at Marineford was an even bigger mess, with the only good thing that came out of it was the death of Blackbeard. who had managed to fool them slightly by freeing so many dangerous pirates and attacking Whitebeard. He was a dangerous individual, as Im also told them that he would have most likely stolen Whitebeard's fruit in that exchange. But that was the only halfway decent thing to happen there. Enel betrayed them on live broadcast, attacking Marines and basically tuning the war completely in the favor of the pirates. The world also saw how the Marines had failed to kill even one of Whitebeard's commanders, and Whitebeard himself was more than healthy enough to escape them. Even worse, Ace survived, and the world learned that Gold Roger's legacy continued through him. For them, a worse result wasn't even possible. It went to the point where they regretted not using something like the pluton cannon in order to win the war. Enel's involvement was not something they expected, though. They suspected him a bit, as he came into the picture abruptly and was absurdly powerful for his rank. But they had no way of knowing he would actually be that monstrous. The Goro Goro no Mi is one of the few fruits in the world that could stand up to an actual ancient weapon and even outshine one in some aspects. Well, at least now they knew who ate it, and they could stop looking for it. Nothing good has really happened since his appearance. It's rather clear that, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he is going against us directly. His Highness, has also been getting more and more stressed lately. It can't be helped. But we will go through this. The world government has had powerful enemies before and even countless setbacks. Indeed, besides, the people will eventually forget all about both Gold Roger and Ace as soon as this great pirate age actually ends. We need to somehow supply Kaido with more smile fruits, but we need to manipulate a new pirate in order to do so. The elders seem to be getting a bit more hopeful at the first sentence, but they seem to all get complicated looks when hearing the ending. Finding one opportunistic and greedy pig won't be difficult, but he also has to have decent enough strength in order to catch Kaido's interest. Kaido won't start a business with a weakling no matter how beneficial it would be for him. Eventually, the elders seem to all relax. We'll deal with it. This is a setback, but we will handle it. How should we deal with Garp? Asked one of the elders, finally getting all of them back to thinking about the current situation. At this point, I think we can deal with him publicly, one of the elders said as he stretched his legs underneath the table. Indeed, didn't he break out with one old man? At least going by the reports. Jaja Jaja. Just imagine the headline. Former Marine hero breaks into Impel down alongside Sky King Enel, freeing a dangerous pirate in the process. Wait, who exactly did he free? The elders then quickly scrambled and called the CP0 agents they had available, getting all of them to give more details about the old man's reported appearance. After a few minutes, all reports of all the prisoners in Impel down were on their table, including the oldest records they had, as the prisoner was reported to be extremely old. Then, they stumbled upon it. The file of one Francisco D. Guzman, someone that had attained one of the highest bounties in the world, larger than all of the current emperors. This isn't good. The elders were then stuck mulling the situation unfolding in front of them. Out of every pirate down there, it just had to be him, one of the elders said as he sat down. Wasn't he the one that killed 10 CP0 agents while bound in sea stone chains and almost dead when he was first captured? He was indeed the right hand of the strongest pirate of his generation. The Rocks pirates should no longer exist. We can't afford to publish anything related to him, regardless of his former strength. Now he isn't anything more than a decrepit old man. We could try to keep his identity out of it. Yes, but then people will start asking questions about it, and that pestering bird, Morgan, would also likely start investigating it. Let's avoid that for now. But what are we supposed to do regarding Garp? We just need to keep doing what we've been doing for years. Work away from the prying eyes of the public. We can start at his hometown. We can easily hold it hostage, discreetly. Build a base there, and make sure a celestial dragon is also moved there. The elders proceeded to throw around a few more ideas, but the consensus was done. They would just have to consult him before proceeding. Enel and Garp certainly won't be liking the news, though. Chapter 86. New Bounty and Legends. It took a week for the three old men to fly over to the Sky Islands. The whole way through, the old men caught some newspapers and managed to find out that the world government simply hid the incident at Impel down. It was what they had expected to happen anyways. Francisco's existence needed to be kept a secret from the world, as was Rock's and God Valley in general. After all, they had gone through a lot of trouble to erase it. So that was just about within expectations for all three of them. What came as a bit of a surprise was the fact that the world government decided to silently raise Enel's bounty to 4 billion berry. It wasn't hyped up or anything. They had decided to just pin some random attacks of marine bases on him and call it a day. Enel didn't really find it all that odd. The world government was finally acknowledging that Enel posed a huge threat to their influence, albeit silently. Well, they tried to do it silently, but Morgan made the news blow up, creating more and more articles that proclaimed Enel as the fifth emperor of the sea. Enel wanted to laugh at that, as he remembered Morgan always being a bit of an unknown quantity to the world government. He was also relatively strong, but his influence was actually what mattered the most. The world government couldn't exactly assassinate him easily. The big bird also likely had enough blackmail on them to cause some momentary annoyance at the very least. Regardless, Garp laughed a bit when seeing Enel's bounty. He hadn't gotten to see Enel's poster before letting himself get captured. Francisco himself was rather surprised to hear about such a large bounty being put on what was technically a newbie. You must have really pissed them off. That was what he said exactly after Garp read out a few headlines about Enel's new bounty and atrocious crimes. Still, Enel's shock was only amplified when learning that he was still a rookie when compared to good old Francisco. The old pirate's bounty had been at a solid 6.2 billion berry, having one of the highest bounties ever given to any pirate ever. His captain, Rox D. Zebek, wasn't any less impressive. Standing tall at around 6.5 billion berry, the actual highest bounty to be given to a pirate. Gold Roger may have pissed on the world government's parade the most though when starting the golden age of piracy right at his execution. His bounty would have surely soared to new heights had he managed to do so under different circumstances, but there was no use to place a bounty on a dead man. Francisco told both Garp and Enel quite a few tales about his adventures in the Rocks Pirates. Garp also joined in wherever he could, as he knew quite a few of the tales, as some of them included him and Sengoku hunting the Rocks Pirates down. The two old men had clearly once been enemies. Now they were just two people past their primes reminiscing about the days that they had been at each other's neck while laughing about it. Enel found their dynamic quite endearing. He also found out that Francisco was older than Garp, 10 years older to be precise, being around 87 currently. So he was rather close to Enel's age, well at least when one put both of his lifetimes together. The three of them reached the Sky Island swiftly, Enel landing his white boat near his cabin. The old man hopped off and Enel turned the boat back into a staff. "I need to get my hands on some gold," Enel said as he scratched the back of his head. Gold is quite expensive. Might take you a while to scrounge up the money," Francisco said as he rubbed his chin. "Bah, you can always steal it. You're a pirate now anyway. Who cares?" Garp said as he picked his nose with his pinky. The three old men then heard the cabin door open. Bonnie came out looking at them with an odd gaze. "What's this now? A nursery for old men?" the young pirate said as she swiped her pink hair backwards. "Wait, is that?" Her eyes quickly widened as she recognized Garp. Quickly taking a step back and gulping, "What is the marine hero doing here?" she asked as Enel simply sighed. "Damn, I guess news reaches this place rather slowly," Garp said as he narrowed his eyes. "He's taken a small vacation. He'll be hanging out around Skype for a while." Enel ended up explaining the situation at best he could. He wasn't about to go into detail with Bonnie. She was far from close enough to him in order for him to tell her much. "Yeah, a vacation. Say, Enel, why is a pirate from the worst generation in your home?" Garp asked as he tilted his head. He wasn't about to try and apprehend Bonnie, as his situation wasn't exactly like before. He wasn't one to go after a rookie in the first place. "About that, this here is Bonnie. She's got a special ability that the world government really wants to get their hands on. You can guess the rest from there." Enel smiled a bit as he spoke, wondering if Akijij had even reported about their negotiations and whether the world government had any idea that Bonnie was with him. After all, as long as Akiji ordered them to, The people on his ship would have kept silent about the situation. Gaihahihahi. I guess we now know why the world government seems to really hate you. Francisco laughed a bit as he spoke. Enel had basically taken every opportunity to get in the way of their plans and ruin as much of them as he could. I guess I have been butting head with them from the shadows for quite some time. I have quite a few plans, and every single one of them somewhat affects the world government negatively, Enel said as he scratched the back of his head with a bead of sweat on his brow, trying to ignore Garp's intense gaze when he mentioned his plans. Figures. You brat. Your schemes better not harm the Marines, or I will not hesitate to beat you up, Garp said as he cracked his knuckles. Don't worry about it. The only one that was explicitly going to affect the Marines was the one at Marineford. I've made plenty of friends there, and I don't feel like harming any of them. Garp simply nodded when hearing Enel's words, smiling a bit as he thought more and more about Enel's proposal from earlier. Enel, I won't be joining your band of misfits, but as long as it's something I can do, I'll help you. I already owe you quite a lot, Garp said as he stroked his small beard. Bonnie's eyes widened when hearing that. The Marine hero is agreeing to work with an emperor. The situation was extremely unusual to her. She found it difficult to even comprehend. Gaihahihahihi, I told you he'd come around eventually. Francisco laughed once more as he turned his head in Enel's direction with a smile. And who's this old guy? Bonnie looked at him for a few seconds, trying to see if she could remember him. But even if she had seen Francisco's poster back in the day, she had no chance of recognizing him as he was now. The trio also made no effort to inform her. Instead, Enel got to explain to them what their duties will be while they lived on Sky Island. Basically, you will both be tasked with training the people of Sky Island. This isn't a pirate crew, just a country separate from the world government, Enel said as Garp seemed to be contemplating his answer for a bit. In the end, he just nodded, much like Francisco did. I already gave them the manuals for the 6 powers. This is more so that they can defend themselves if something happens and I am unable to help them. Garp wanted to protest the fact that Enel had imparted the Rokushiki to the Sky People, but he stopped himself when hearing the second part. In the first place, the 6 powers were abilities that the Marines used to protect others. He could accept them being taught to others for protection. Garp, you would be tasked with sometimes training the recruits. Your mastery over the 6 powers is way above my own, so you are the best fit for this. Garp merely nodded, immediately thinking of starting to use the training regime he had used on his 2 most recent students, Kobe and Helmeppo. Garp somewhat missed them, but he couldn't exactly return to them yet. Francisco, I heard that your speciality was swordsmanship, right? Enel asked as he tilted his head. Of course. I used to be the strongest swordsman on these seas. I get you. I'll pick a few disciples and teach them a bit of swordsmanship. I'll also teach hockey to a few people if I deem them prepared enough. Francisco didn't need to hear any more than that, having already planned out everything on the way there. He knew that an old man like him was only useful in so many ways. As he was now, he wouldn't be all that useful in a battle, as he wasn't anywhere near as fast as he used to be. He tired out too easily as well. So the second Enel recruited him, he knew that he'd have to teach a few younglings how to fight. Great. Well then, you two will be living in the city. I'll make arrangements with Gonfall, the current leader of Skype. I'll make sure your homes have a nice view of the sunset. Enel smiled a bit as Francisco laughed when hearing about the view. I can't wait to feel the sun on my skin in the morning after a full night of rest. I've not felt a bed in a very long time, the old man said as his bed seemed to creak like a rusty door hinge. The 3 old men laughed a bit at each other, while Bonnie looked at them with some sweat on her brow. A man named Francisco, one that was also once the strongest swordsman in the world. Not all that many people fit that description. In fact, only one did. The first mate of the infamous Rocks Pirates. She had heard about them. They had been active while she was still in hiding from the world government. She ended up excusing herself and heading back to her cabin, as the trio simply continued laughing and started heading for the city. Bonnie sat on the bed and looked at the ceiling with quite a bit of wonder. How did he manage to attract this many legendary figures to him? Chapter 87. Settling in and Journey. The next few days, everything seemed to settle down in place. And in a week, plenty of things had already been established. Gonfal was rather happy with having a few more old people to talk to, so Francisco and Garp both moved in rather close to the center of the city. Both of them started looking for people to train. Garp was doing things mostly out of boredom and not really taking it seriously. Although his training was still relatively tough, and many wanted to give up after the first day. The stronger ones lasted though, which was what Gonfal and Enel wanted in the first place. With Garp's help, they'd likely be able to create their special squad in about a year with how things were looking. Enel couldn't do much to alter Garp's enthusiasm when it came to teaching. Garp just treated all of them as regular Marine recruits. He didn't give any special attention to anyone. Francisco was a bit different. Instead of teaching a lot of people his techniques, which wouldn't have been all that optimal anyway, he chose a few people he deemed talented enough to learn from him, and started with them from the basics of swordsmanship. Whitebeard was also among the people he chose, not as a prospect for swordsmanship, but as a prospect for hockey. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was also attending Garp's training sessions, starting to learn rokusihiki from an actual master. This would also end up strengthening his body even further as he underwent grueling training from both teachers at once. Enel himself was also satisfied with the results. He had also started teaching Bonnie the 6 powers and hockey separately. Garp didn't want to teach a pirate, and Francisco wasn't interested in her talent all that much, so it came to Enel to take care of her. He didn't have to do much to convince her either, as Bonnie saw the situation as an opportunity to get closer to him. Huge mistake on her part. Enel's training was basically Garp's training. So, Enel spent the majority of his week beating her up and letting her heal, then beating her up again. Bonnie was obviously mad, but she decided not to complain too much. She technically got to spend more time with him anyway, so she was also advancing in her goals, at least in her mind. She thought that she'd be able to get Enel to fall for her rather easily with her looks, but he was rather reserved, even building himself another cabin a few meters off to the side of his old one. Bonnie liked having her own space, but she still found it annoying that her job of seducing him became harder. Enel had placed an invisible wall between them, as he didn't want to get too attached to her. Making her an ally would make things easier for him, but he wasn't willing to test how far she wanted to take their friendship. Bonnie's odd attempts at flirting were also solidifying his opinion of her being an open person. He wasn't one to judge, but he simply didn't have any time for distractions. Bonnie at least took her training seriously. But when thinking more about it, how couldn't she take it seriously? She was being trained by an actual emperor. If she wasted the opportunity to grow stronger with his help, then she would simply be an idiot. Still, they were only a week deep into her training when Enel decided to leave her to fend for herself in the wild. Garp recommended that training method, saying it brought up someone's instincts and sharpened them to sickening extents. Enel told the old men and Whitebeard that he would be away from the Sky Islands for a bit, and that he was looking forwards to seeing how the citizens would develop while he was away. Whitebeard didn't protest, as he wanted to get stronger and beat him up already. Sparring didn't make much sense when Enel outmatched him in every aspect. Garp and Francisco didn't ask him where he planned to go, although Francisco reminded him to check up on what remained of God Valley. The next thing Enel did was tell Gonfal about his departure. He also requested a few more tons of gold, which he received rather quickly, much to Francisco's surprise. The old pirate didn't know it was that easy to become filthy rich. Enel ended up just laughing at him and telling him that the sky people put more value on earth than on gold. After that, Enel proceeded to depart with Bonnie, who didn't really know where they were headed or what was expected of her. The two of them eventually passed above an island that was lacking any form of civilization. Enel smiled as he deemed it passable with his observation hockey. Strong wildlife, overgrown weeds, and poisonous plants with no particular paths to walk on. It was perfect. First stops here, Enel said with a wide smile on his face. Bonnie raised an eyebrow before looking at the island underneath them. There doesn't seem to be anything here, though, she said as she looked at the island all over, trying to find any form of civilization. Yep, which is why it's perfect. I'll pick you up after a month or something. Bonnie immediately snapped her head at Enel. She opened her mouth and was about to complain almost immediately as well. Wadash, but the ship underneath her disappeared just as the first syllables left her mouth. Enel recollected his gold and reformed his gauntlets rather quickly. All that he heard was Bonnie screaming and a few slurs as he turned into lightning and zapped away. Enel headed took a stop on a cloud and marked an island on his map, heading for the country called Tequila Wolf. He could clearly remember Robin being held there as a slave, forced to help with the construction of a bridge. Currently, Robin was his only link to the Revolutionary Army. She was the one that could lead him to Baltigo, where he'd finally be able to speak to the Monkey D dragon. Enel didn't know what type of person Dragon was, but he knew that Dragon wouldn't attack him. He had saved both Luffy and Garp on separate occasions. Dragon was also unlikely to reject him as a potential ally. With the help of the Revolutionary Army and their network of spies, he could find information much easier. He wouldn't even have to go around random libraries himself. He could just request the information he needed from them. And he planned to do just that. To ask the Revolutionary Army for a list of all of the gods that were known in that world, and to see if he could find any mentions of the one that was currently bothering him. He'd look more deeply into each religion that sparked his interest. He'd also ask them to provide as much information as they could on souls and willpower. He'd likely have to wait around for a bit for them to gather that information, but he was more than willing to do so, as gathering it himself would likely take much longer anyway. He reached the country/island of Tequila Wolf. He could see the bridge still being built there. He could also feel Robin somewhere in the crowd of slaves, still wearing sea stone shackles as she worked away at the bridge. She wasn't being treated specially, despite her status as a pirate. And as the last survivor of O'Hara, Enel assumed they didn't know about the world government wanting her dead, so that was why she was just being used as a regular worker. Enel decided to wait. He simply sat around on a storm cloud for a while, sometimes going off to a city not that far away and eating there with a disguise or simply wearing a cloak. He could rescue Robin by himself, and rather easily at that. But he wanted the ship of the Revolutionary Army to arrive and rescue her first. They would only show up after a while, so Enel was expecting to wait quite a bit. He didn't spend that time idly, though, as he started working on a new type of engine for his ship. It was similar to what the original Enel had built on his own, but he now had to make it much smaller, more compact. Enel wanted his ship to also be fitted with the storm cloud creator that Enel's ship used to have. He already had prepared a few dials in his backpack to experiment with them. The reason why was rather simple. For most of his island-destroying moves, like Rego, he needed to have storm clouds at hand. The clouds could constantly get blown away by the stronger fighters in that world. That would leave him unable to use his most powerful techniques without spending an ungodly amount of stamina as he had back at Marineford. But if Enel created a machine that could constantly create more and hit it on the island he was fighting on, he'd basically have more chances at performing those powerful moves. Enel had been confident that he wouldn't need it in the past, as the work it would require seemed like it would take quite some time. He had also been confident that he'd be able to deal with most situations. But after seeing just how powerful the world government's trump cards were, he decided that he would also have to get even trickier in order to match them. Almost dying alongside Garp and Francisco reminded him that even those with observation hockey could be easily taken by surprise. The cannon that had been shot at him was made of sea stone, harder to detect and more unassuming than regular cannons. Its design seemed rather deceptive, made to look almost normal, but by the time one noticed the difference it would already be loaded and aimed toward them. Enel's attention was also split in a lot of different directions as his hockey could spread pretty far. In the end, Enel decided to use electromagnetic waves to enhance his hockey. It was what he had been using to listen in on conversations. But now he would use it to feel objects more precisely. It would take a lot more stamina than usual, but it would at least allow him to detect the cannons pointed at him no matter the materials. He wouldn't be able to keep that up at all times, though. It seemed to be somewhat taxing. His use of it could also use some more mastery, so he would need to decide whenever he would need it. He'd have to rely more on instincts for that, but for now, at least he had set a goal to work towards in order to improve himself. So, the wait continued, Enel scouting the region for revolutionary soldiers at all times while training and redesigning his ship. Chapter 88. Revolutionary Rescue and Reunion. I spent the following days honing my control over my new method of using observation hockey, as well as testing a few other moves using gold and other metals I managed to get my hands on. Using metallurgy is a lot less expedient than throwing around lightning like a madman. With that thought in mind, I decided to develop the ability more and more until it got to the point where I would be able to use it against stronger opponents. The fact that my staff contains sea stone is still a very good thing, but it wouldn't do much to weaken someone like Shanks, although it might disrupt his use of hockey momentarily. Kaido and Big Mom would become a bit easier to deal with if I can disable their devil fruits as well as hamper their hockey. But Shanks, and likely even Mihawk, are opponents I'm not confident that Sea Stone would do much against. While it can momentarily turn off their hockey, it wouldn't weaken them all that much. As swordsmen, they would still be extremely dangerous. And since my staff isn't made entirely out of sea stone, both of them would likely be able to cut through any binding that I put them in. Kaido and Big Mom could also technically break out of shackles made out of my staff, but I should be able to work around them somehow, as long as I constantly keep hindering their devil fruits. I also developed a few decent moves using a combination of both lighting and metals. My training and rest lasted for around a week, ending exactly when the Revolutionary Army arrived to free the slaves that were constructing the bridge. I watched over them for a while, not intervening right away, as I do want them to focus on saving the slaves and Robin for now. Eventually, I also saw them saving Robin. She was escorted out by 2 special agents that seemed to be reassuring her that they were her allies. After that, I waited a bit more for the ship to depart. I don't want to hold them here for too long, as the Marines would likely arrive to stop the revolutionaries soon. After 10 minutes of the ship leaving port, I decided to jump in. Just like that, my wait was over. Didn't quite know what to think about her time as a slave. She did her job, but her mind constantly wandered off, thinking of the incident back on Sabaody. Seeing her captain's terrified face as she was sent away sometimes sent shivers down her spine, although that might have just been due to the cold weather. Robin already knew that their crew was far from prepared to face an admiral ever since they had met Aokiji after their excursion on the Sky Islands. Meeting Kizaru on Sabaody was yet another reminder that someone like her would never be able to survive without strength. She needed to get stronger, to protect not only herself, but also the people that had accepted her as she was and saved her life on numerous occasions. As much as she was determined, she was also worried. After all, she had no idea where the rest of her friends ended up or if they were doing okay for themselves. All that pondering came to an end when the Revolutionary Army arrived. They freed the slaves and boarded them on various ships. She was also rescued, learning that she was considered an important asset to the Revolutionary Army. It was a bit concerning to her, but at the very least they didn't have any nefarious plans for her. What mattered the most to her was finally learning what had happened to her crew, or more specifically, her captain. The Revolutionary Army provided her with information about everything that happened to him, from his brother's scheduled execution to the breakout he staged in Impel Down, and even the Marineford War itself. Robin was shocked to hear about these events, to hear that her captain had gone through so much hardship by himself. Well, she learned that he wasn't exactly alone. So he was a Marine for a while. Enel, a name she had barely thought about after leaving the Sky Islands. She had kept his story in mind. She had appreciated his determination silently. She regretted not clearing up the misunderstanding with him before leaving the Sky Islands. By the looks of it, though, Luffy had managed to do that by himself. Enel had saved both Luffy and Ace during Marineford. Not only that, but he had fought the entire Navy in a terrifying display of power, saving Whitebeard and showcasing his full power to the entire world. Robin was rather glad that her crew hadn't fought Enel on Skype, especially after seeing the pictures taken at the war of Enel clashing with all of the admirals at once, including the fleet admiral and even the marine hero. She was rather shocked when seeing the pictures. She knew Enel was strong, but she had expected him to be at the level of an admiral. After all, even that would put him at the top of the world. But Enel was apparently now considered an actual emperor of the seas. A person with no crew to speak of, only personal power to back up his title. At least someone like him is an ally, not an enemy. In the past, she had thought that meeting Enel once more would be a bit awkward, but now she figured it would be rather pleasant. She'd have to thank him for saving her captain too. Not only that, but she wanted to discuss poneglyphs with him for a while. Robin sighed in relief with that in mind. The revolutionary soldiers around her also seemed to be rather glad to confirm her safety. The news also included a photo of the giant ice snake statue. Their captain was in front of it, raising his arm in the air with 2 fingers pointed at the sky. 2 years, huh? Robin understood the message instantly, smiling a bit to herself as she continued to look through the information given to her. And, just as she was about to be escorted to her room, roar of thunder was heard from the skies as a figure landed on their ship, shaking it a bit as he crouched down. All of the revolutionary soldiers moved to take out their weapons, and the ones with devil fruits were prepared to use them as well. The figure then got up, standing tall above the people present with a calm and lazy smile on his face. He was wearing a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves. It seemed to be tight around his developed muscles, and he was wearing a pair of black suit pants and formal shoes. His hands were adorned with a set of spiky golden gauntlets, making him look like a rich man. He was also wearing a coat over his shoulders, ripped and torn in places, a stained word written on its back, reading as Justice. All of the revolutionary soldiers gulped when seeing his figure, all of them recognizing him almost instantly as they also noticed his most identifying feature, his earlobes, adorned with golden earrings and swaying in the wind. Sky King Enel. The revolutionary soldiers seemed to take a few steps back, looking at the situation with horror in their gazes. Indeed, I'm glad to see that my reputation precedes me even in this place. The revolutionaries sure keep themselves informed. Enel looked around the ship for a few seconds. The soldiers were still tense, looking at Enel with both fear and confusion. I don't think our revolutionary army has any grudges with you. The captain of that ship stepped forward. He was of a higher rank in the army compared to the rest of the regular soldiers, and he was tasked with rescuing the slaves and protecting them to the best of his ability. Finding Robin was like a godsend for them, as she was one of the few people that could read poneglyphs in the entire world. Now, if Enel was there for something, the captain was scared that he was there for Robin. After all, Enel was still a newbie pirate, likely looking to assemble a crew. And if he, like all other pirates, wanted to become the king, having someone that could read poneglyphs was a large advantage. How Enel had gotten that information didn't feel important that very moment, but that was the first thing that came to the captain's mind. I don't mean you any harm, Enel said that as he raised his gauntlet hands in a defensive manner, showing them that he wasn't a danger through body language. Some of the soldiers could be seen visibly relaxing at those words, but not all of them believed Enel's words or body language instantly. That is reassuring to hear. The captain specifically also didn't believe him. Would you mind if I asked you what your purpose is? The captain asked as he clenched his fists and hoped for the best. He couldn't give Robin away to him. She was too important for their cause. But he wasn't confident enough to face Enel. Maybe we can stall him a bit? They would likely have to send an emergency signal to the revolutionary army and hope that someone strong would come soon. But it was unlikely that they'd get there in time. So they were basically at his mercy. Enel? The captain quickly turned his head as he heard the sound of high heels hitting the wooden deck of the ship. Robin had finally caught sight of the person that had arrived on their ship, and she was visibly surprised to see him. Oh, Robin. Great to see a somewhat familiar face here. Enel's calming smile and relaxed manner of speaking served to calm the nerves of the revolutionary soldiers around him, most of them sheathing their weapons when seeing that he seemed to know Robin. It's great to see you too. We have plenty of things to speak about now, Robin said as she crossed her arms, giving Enel a rather serious gaze. She extended her arm, aiming to shake Enel's hand with a grateful smile on her face. I'm sure there will be time for that soon. Sorry if my appearance is a bit sudden. I can tell that everyone here is stressed out. I just want to meet Dragon. Enel scratched the back of his head as he shook her hand using one of his earlobes. Robin was a bit weirded out by that, but she decided not to comment on it as some sweat appeared on her forehead. At this point, all of the revolutionary soldiers that had gathered calmed down, especially when hearing him apologize. The captain rubbed his chin a bit. Very well. I think Dragon would like to meet you as well. The captain ended up shrugging a bit. Not like we can stop him from following us. Chapter 89. Catching Up and Proposition. The Revolutionary Army soldiers didn't stand awkwardly for long after their captain confirmed Enel's objectives. Everyone was glad that they didn't have to fight an emperor. Not one person thought themselves powerful enough to do anything to Enel. In the end, Enel was also given a room on their ship, one right beside Robin's, as the captain didn't think he'd be a threat to her at that point. Robin and Enel didn't speak much at first, both of them retreating to their respective rooms and resting. Enel spent most of his time catching up on some books and reading a few random parchments. His sleep schedule was already quite bad, so he rarely felt sleepy during the night. So, he kept reading till morning all until he felt Robin knocking on his door. Before even the first knock was heard, he got up, walking to the door slowly and opening it just as slowly. Robin's calm gaze scanned him, and he also looked at her with a bored smile. Robin had already changed out of her prisoner attire, changing into a more relaxing summer dress. Enel also noticed that the slight tan on her skin was already gone. Spending a few weeks on a winter island seemed to be enough to make her skin forget about the sun's warm embrace. It was rather strange to Enel, but he decided not to look that deeply into it. What he looked deeply into were her dark eyes. She was one of the people he had been most curious about, as their interests seemed to be somewhat aligned. "Robin, how nice to see you drop by," Enel said as he gestured for her to enter his room. It was bare bones, with a comfortable bed, a chair, and a table with reading materials spread all over it. Enel turned the chair and sat down, facing the bed, as Robin ended up sitting down on the bed. "We do have quite a bit to talk about," Robin said as she smiled a bit, her calm expression not changing for 1 second. It was clear that she wasn't feeling stressed or scared being near Enel, despite the fact that he was arguably more dangerous than all of the people she had met previously. At the very least, he wasn't a danger to her. I guess there might be a few subjects I can think of. But what exactly do you have in mind?" Enel's words had a melodic undertone to them, as he leaned back on the chair and crossed his legs. "I should probably start by saying this. I am truly sorry for what happened back on the Sky Islands." Robin bowed her head slightly, much like her captain. Enel's calm smile trembled a bit in awkwardness as he wondered why she was even bothering to apologize. But it wasn't like she had any idea that Luffy had already done so. In the end, he simply sighed. "I appreciate the thought. Your captain had already apologized, so there's no need to bow your head." One of his earlobes patted Robin on the shoulder as he leaned back and spoke with a reassuring smile on his face. "Luffy did?" "That's unexpected," Robin said as she rubbed her chin for a few seconds. "Well, I guess he felt bad about it. Either that, or he wanted to soften me up and invite me into his crew, I guess." Robin's confused gaze managed to get a chuckle out of Enel, but that didn't last longer than it should have. "Now, on to more important business. I've not looked into any poneglyphs recently," Enel said as he yawned a bit, turning his head slightly to the books on his table. They were all history books, but none of them had the information he really wanted, and he had no way of knowing if they were truly portraying the truth. The problem when facing a totalitarian and authoritative government was that you could never know what was true and what was false. They controlled what was being thought in books, and one had no way to know or verify their legitimacy without having lived the events written down in those books. Enel was having a difficult time discerning truth from lies. The only things he could be sure about were the things he already knew thanks to the show, so he was at an impasse. "I've also not seen any after the Sky Island. I'm assuming there are more of them in the New World," Robin said as she crossed her arms a bit. "Of course there are. Plenty to go around. But you aren't prepared to sail those places yet." Robin simply nodded at Enel's words, remembering the incident at Sabaody once more and thinking about the 2 years that she now had to get stronger and region with her crew. "We will get stronger. Don't be surprised when your title as an emperor gets taken from you." Robin showed Enel a cheeky smile. Enel himself simply raised an eyebrow, wondering just how confident she was in Luffy. "I couldn't care less about that title. I'm not a pirate. I will see my goals through to the end, then I will live the rest of my life peacefully," Enel said with a rather uninterested gaze. Robin shrugged a bit, not expecting too different of an answer. She already knew that Enel only cared about exposing the world government's lies from their previous conversation on Skype. "You have got a long way to go then," Robin said, shaking her head slightly. "Taking down the world government isn't that simple. They are strong, The Marines underneath them are just as dangerous, as I'm sure you know. Oh, don't worry. I've been sowing plenty of seeds during my times on the Marines. I'll do just fine. I'm sure of it. Enel smiled as he thought of Garp and Sengoku. Currently, all of the leading members of the Navy owed him. Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji all owed him for saving Garp. Garp himself owed him for saving his grandsons. Kizaru was the only unknown quantity to Enel. The Light Admiral was known to be the most loyal to the world government, and he wasn't known to respect anyone within the Marines. But he was a great friend of Akainu, so the two of them were likely a package deal. At least Enel hoped so. Kizaru was an annoying opponent in all aspects, and Enel didn't feel like fighting against him too many times. But with how loyal he was shown to be to the Celestial Dragons, they were bound to clash again. Regardless, Enel could likely garner the support of many Marines, and he could even spur a revolt to shake the entire Navy by revealing Garp's imprisonment to them. But Enel needed to wait for the best moment to do that, and he needed to get Garp to agree to that type of thing in the first place. So things weren't going to happen too quickly, as Enel didn't want to just use people that were close to him. I'm sure you'll do fine. You are strong after all, but don't get too cocky. I know you are capable of facing most foes, but the world government certainly has plenty of hidden weapons. Otherwise, they would have been taken down long ago. Quite perceptive of you, Robin. I do know of a few of their weapons. Besides weaponized ignorance in some crazily devoted Marines, they also have a concerning amount of powerful weapons, even parts of ancient weapons. Robin's eyes widened when hearing of Enel's words. She gulped a bit as she started trying to remember more and more about ancient weapons. There were 3 of them in total, at least 3 recorded ones. The people of O'Hara had surmised that those weapons once belonged to a grand empire that the current world government had taken down in order to get its hands on its current power and influence. In truth, it was hard to tell what exactly those weapons were, but they were powerful objects of mass destruction capable of changing the tides of war in seconds. The fact that the government had pieces of those weapons made Robin's spine tremble a bit. No need to be too scared at this information. I was curious if you had any idea about this, but I guess not. Enel laughed a bit as he remembered the pluton cannon shooting a hole through the sky. No, I didn't know about this. I had assumed all of the ancient weapons were lost, and their location was only recorded in various poneglyphs. Well, you are right, but plenty of people have tried to look into them across the decades. The world government obviously confiscated everything related to them. I see. Robin looked a bit discouraged, as she remembered her efforts to make sure that the ancient weapons didn't fall into the wrong hands. I guess I was a few decades too late to gatekeep them. Don't look so downtrodden. There isn't much a single person can do against such a massive power. Enel's reassuring words made her sigh, but she also raised an eyebrow as she started thinking about whether or not Enel was able to do anything against the world government by himself. Enel smiled knowingly, guessing her thoughts just from her expression and opening his mouth to answer. Personal strength is important, but it's not everything. There were others stronger than me, and not one of them managed to take down the world government, or even come close to it, at least in known history. Robin narrowed her eyes a bit at those words, not liking the fact that Enel had basically just read her mind. That was when she also took a closer look at the books on his table. Common history, huh? She asked with an amused smirk. Heh, good for a light read, but it's hard to tell what is correct and what is modified, duh. Enel turned around slightly and grabbed one of the books with a bored expression. I could help you, if you want. Robin smiled when saying those words. Enel raised an eyebrow, remembering that O'Hara was known to have the largest library in the whole world. I guess she's the one most likely to know about history, both recent and before the Dark Century. Enel gestured for her to go on, realizing that there was likely a catch to her proposal. No way anything is free in this world. In return, I want you to help me get stronger. Robin's confident smile shined in the sunlight that entered his small window. With new sunrise came new adventures, it seemed. This is interesting. Chapter 90. Temporary Teacher and Meeting a Dragon. Enel obviously ended up agreeing to Robin's proposition. Seeing no real downside to it, as training, someone was exceedingly easy with Garp's methods. I can work with that. Robin was pleased to hear his acceptance, but his following words managed to disappoint her quite a bit. But I will only be around for 2 months at most. Enel wasn't about to spend the following 2 years training her. He valued his time. I should be able to get whatever information I need within 2 months of staying with the Revolutionary Army. Robin sighed, making her disappointment audible as Enel just shrugged. I'm a busy man. I'll spend some time on Baltigo, but I have some other tasks to take care of as well. Robin ended up just nodding at Enel's words. He was an emperor, after all. He certainly had bigger things to worry about. The young archaeologist clenched her fists as her lips trembled into a smile. Still, even 2 months is enough. If I can learn something from him in that time, then it will be worth it. We'll start your training formally when we reach Baltigo. Just so you know, I don't hold back just because you are a woman, so expect to not be able to move the first few weeks. Robin's smile trembled a bit once more. This time it wasn't really out of happiness or excitement. Well, as long as I grow stronger, it should be worth it. Robin regained her calm after saying that. Her eyes sparkled a bit as she looked back to the books on Enel's desk. Should we get to it? I can help you with the books you're currently reading. I'm assuming you'll have more during your stay with the Revolutionary Army. Enel also smiled when hearing that. Sounds perfect. I was a bit curious about the history of Alabasta. The two of them proceeded to talk like that for the rest of the journey, sometimes taking breaks to sleep and/or eat. Robin mostly ate her meals inside Enel's room, but the two of them would sometimes move over to Robin's room if it was convenient. During the day, they would also sometimes go on the deck and read there. The captain of the ship immediately assumed that the two of them had some type of arrangement. Normally, one would think they were a couple, but no one would think of an emperor as a normal individual, so that wasn't exactly the first thing that came to mind. The ship they were on was fast, incredibly so. Enel also aided that by sometimes pushing it forwards with a laser or two, boosting its speed greatly and allowing them to reach Baltigo in a week. Enel felt rather strange when seeing the island. It truly deserved to be called the Island of White Soil. He had been following a few landmarks on his map, and he was able to find out that the elusive island was actually somewhere within the Grand Line, more specifically, on the border with the Calm Belt. The sea around it seemed to be shrouded in a strange fog, and one could easily get lost and turned around by the sea when trying to cross the fog. Thankfully, the revolutionaries seemed to be trained in how to pass the fog. Otherwise, Enel would have just had to fly to Baltigo at that point. Due to its secluded location, the island was not yet discovered by the world government, one of the few bastions that still escaped the influence of that massive power. Enel whistled a bit as he noticed just how large the Revolutionary Army was when feeling the island. It was a full country hidden in that fog. An extremely large city was built in the middle of the island where most of the population seemed to be gathered. Robin was also staring at the island in the distance with interest. She couldn't exactly feel how many people there were on it, but she now at least had an understanding of the army's size. The city could be seen in the distance, and Enel did end up telling her more about what he was feeling on the island as well, as he figured she'd also find it interesting. The captain was pleased with the time of arrival. He quickly went to report the situation to his superior. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew started making living arrangements for the former slaves that they had rescued. Robin and Enel weren't moved in with the rescued slaves. Enel was just there to speak to their leader, and Robin was a special guest, one of the few people in the world still able to read poneglyphs. Both of them were to have special accommodations. But for now, they were waiting for the one to escort them to Dragon, as both of them would have to meet him first. Eventually, Enel could feel a familiar face approaching them, a blond young man with a rather large scar on the right side of his face, covering his eye. His eyes were round, similar to those of Luffy. He was wearing a long black jacket with a blue shirt and vest, a frilled tie, and a simple belt holding a pair of loose light blue pants with black boots. He also wore a pair of brown gloves and the same top hat with goggles over the band. Enel could easily recognize that person. Hello there. My name is Sabo. I'm the chief of staff. I was told to take you guys to your rooms. Enel nodded a bit. Well, I'm Enel, just a newbie pirate. Glad to see the Revolutionary Army is hospitable. Sabo was technically the second in command. He came out to greet him and Robin personally, which was something he could appreciate. Sabo sweated a bit when hearing Enel call himself a newbie pirate, but decided not to comment on it. My name is Robin, though I am sure you've already been informed of our identities. Robin tilted her head a bit, her calm smile making her voice sound rather serene. Sabo scratched the back of his head a bit as he gestured for them to follow. Robin did just that, walking shoulder to shoulder with Sabo, not really shy or scared for her safety in that situation. Well, it's only polite to introduce yourself. Enel shrugged his shoulders as he stepped forwards, tagging along a few steps behind Robin. Enel was the main reason why she wasn't exactly scared of the Revolutionary Army. If they tried to do something shady, then she at least had Enel. The long-earlobed fellow had already rescued her captain and his brother while fighting the entire navy all at once. She also now had a deal with him, so she could at least trust that he'd look after her. At least for the 2-month period he'd be there with her. The three of them didn't speak a lot along the way, but most of the people that they passed by seemed to be rather friendly towards Sabo, most of them smiling and waving at him as he passed by. Enel couldn't remember much about either the Revolutionary Army or Sabo. They weren't a group all portrayed all that often, so the details about them and their internal structure were rather foggy. Eventually, the three of them arrived in what appeared to be the biggest building on Baltigo, at least from what Enel could see/feel. It was built in the middle of the island, carved out of what seemed to be a large and spiked mountain. No one stopped them from going in. The guards at the door simply parted and looked at them warily. Mostly at Enel, as no one knew exactly what he was after. At this point, most of the upper echelon knew that Enel meant no harm, as he could have easily killed most of the people on the island already. But the regular soldiers were still rather stressed out due to his presence, unlike the ones that had been on the ship with him, who were rather used to him by now. Sabo stopped in front of a large double door. Dragon is expecting you already. I'll be heading off to arrange your homes. We aren't sure how long you'll be here, Enel, but I'll still prepare something preemptively. Sabo smiled warmly as he scratched the back of his head once more. Enel also smiled when seeing how polite Sabo was. Could you do me a favor and make our houses close to one another? Robin looked a bit at Enel when he said that. His way of talking will definitely cause a misunderstanding in the future. Oh, of course. Sabo looked at the two of them for a bit before walking off. I think he might have already done it. Oh well, who cares? Robin just ended up shrugging and started entering Dragon's office. Enel followed her, not hurrying as his mind was still studying the island a bit more. He wasn't paying all that much attention to his words, his mind preoccupied with understanding how the island remained hidden for so long. Eventually, his eyes caught sight of him, Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon was a tall, middle-aged man with spiky black hair and a dark red tattoo on the left side of his face. He also had a bit of stubble on his chin. He was wearing his usual long green cloak, underneath which he wore the orange garb of a revolutionary. He seemed to smile warmly when greeting Robin, but his expression was a lot colder when his gaze met Enel's. Emperor Enel, Revolutionary Dragon. Neither of the two smiled as they both tested themselves with their gazes for a few seconds. The atmosphere in the room took a turn as the two of them had similar thoughts. He sure is worthy of being called an emperor. So he's also at the level of an emperor, huh? Robin's fake cough managed to break both of them out of their stare down. Enel smiled awkwardly and looked at Robin with an apologetic gaze. Dragon's usual grin also returned, as he also nodded to Robin, silently apologizing for ignoring her like that. And just like that, the meeting began. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.
Thank you.